silence, please. And if you are to make a motion or second, please state your name first and last into the microphone, and speak softly, and also when you speak, or speak clearly, and when you have your chance to speak, make sure your microphone is on. And thank you again all for serving. Item 3A, I would ask you to look through the minutes of the October 12th, 2023 Board of Review, and my friend Eldon maybe would give us a motion if he sees these minutes are in good order.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the minutes.
There's a second.
Second.
A motion by Krim and second by Poole for the October 13th, 2023 Board of Review minutes. Are there any discussion on that? We need a roll call, Madam Chair? Or Clerk? No. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing no opposed, the minutes from October 13th do pass. All right, this time item 3B. I'd ask my colleague Carol Poole if she'd look through and maybe do us a favor here.
For 3B.
3B, June 5th, 2024 minutes. Approval of minutes. Anybody have a motion if they want to make one?
Sorry, my agenda's not clear.
No.
Oh, there it is. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Yep,
Just make sure everybody's got it in front of them.
Poole will move approval of the minutes for 6/5/24.
Fairchild second.
Thank you both. Motion by Poole, second by Fairchild. Any discussion of the Board of Review minutes for the June 5th, 2024 organizational meeting for the Board of Review? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Minutes are approved. Item 4, confirmation of appropriate Board of Review and open meetings notice. I'll defer to our clerk, Tracy Oldenburg. We have properly noticed all of this, and maybe for the public, Madam Clerk, could you just tell how we post this meeting, who gets to see it, and how we do that?
Certainly, thank you, Chair. So the minutes, or I'm sorry, the meeting was posted on the board. It was posted on our website, and it was posted on the door as pertaining to state statutes. And it was noticed on June 5th, 2024 for this meeting's date. The meeting agenda and packet materials were posted to our website on Friday of the last Friday, which was, I don't have that date in front of me. Sorry about that. That would have been, get my own calendar out. July 12th.
Thank you. In your professional opinion, we've noticed this meeting according to state laws.
That is correct.
All right, thank you for that. Any questions on that at all, how the meeting has been noticed to the public? I always take pride in how much the city of Fitchburg does to its notice to the public. All right, this time item 5, we're going to select the Board of Review Vice Chairperson. I'm honored to be the chair, but we always need to have a vice chair, and I have served in this role in the past, and this is my first year as chair, so this is a very important position. So at this time, Carol, would you mind making a motion for our new board vice chair?
Sure. I would nominate Andrew Seeger as the vice chair of this committee. That's by Poole.
There's a second?
Fairchild second.
Second by Fairchild, motion by Poole. Andrew, do you want to do it, right?
Affirmative.
All right. Andrew, real brief discussion. How long have you served on this committee, and just how long have you lived in Fitchburg?
I have lived in Fitchburg since 2016.
Correct.
Wait. Yeah, something like that.
Yep.
And I've served on this committee for 3 years.
Perfect. I have served with Andrew. He and I have sat through a couple of these long meetings. I would highly recommend him to serve as our committee's vice president. Thank you for stepping up on that. Is there any discussion, questions of Andrew at all on this? With that, I'm going to do a roll call on this just so we get it on the record. If you're okay with that, Madam Clerk.
Certainly. Thank you, Chair. Sean Pack,
Aye.
Richard Bloomquist,
Aye.
Elton Krim Jr.,
Aye.
Carol Poole,
Aye.
Sharif Fatum is absent, Dave Carlson,
Aye.
Mark Fairchild.
Aye.
Fairchild. Motion carried.
Thank you.
Andrew, I'm not going to have you vote on yourself.
Okay.
Okay, at this time, we need to verify item 6. At least one board review member has met the annual mandatory training requirements. Madam Clerk, is that so true?
It is. We had Andrew Sliger completed the training on June 20th, and then Richard Bloomquist also completed the training, and he dated that on July 10th, prior to the first meeting of the Board of Review.
Well, thank you to both of you, and yes, we meet another state requirement for this meeting. All right, filing and summary of annual assessment report by Assessor's Office. I'm going to turn it over to our City Assessor, Chris Leitz. And Chris, introduce yourself.
Sure.
And let us know what we're doing with item number 7.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. So this year was an interim market update revaluation. I believe I touched on that last meeting, or the meeting a month or so ago. But that means we revalued all the property here in the city. We sent out approximately 9,000, I shouldn't say approximately, we sent out 9,168 notices of real estate assessment in the mail on May 17th, 2024. Open book was held from May 22nd through June 5th. There were 222 parcels with objections during that period. 112 of those assessments were adjusted and 110 were sustained. Following open book, notices of determination were put in the mail on June 10th, 2024. The preliminary municipal assessment report was filed with the Department of Revenue on Friday, June 7th, 2024, and then once board is complete, we will file the finalized version of that report. So overall, we saw a 20% increase in value from 23 to 24. Residential property increased by 23% and commercial property increased by 16% due to the market changes over the last couple of years here. The annual assessment report is not required to be filed by the Department of Revenue, but similarly, we will, once board is complete, we will generate a copy of that report and then submit it to the mayor once all appropriate changes have been made following open board review.
So that report happens after our work is complete.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are there any questions for the assessor, Chris? Very busy times in the city.
Slightly.
Thank you. Item 8, receipt of the assessment roll by the clerk from the city assessor. Tracy, anything you'd like to add on that?
I do not have anything to add, but I'm sure Assessor Leitz can note as to when the affidavit was signed.
Yep.
Yeah.
And witnessed. Actually, I do have that. So, sorry about that. Back in my packet. Thank you, Chair. So the assessor's affidavit was signed on July 16th by Assessor Leitz, and it was witnessed by myself.
Okay. All those procedures have been followed. Thank you. Okay. Any questions? Item number 9. Receive assessment roll and sworn statements from the clerk. I'm going to defer to you again, Tracy, on that.
Thank you, Chair. The assessment roll has been placed in front of you. You are welcome at this time to take a look at it.
And what I have in front of me is what, Assessor Chris, what is this?
Yeah, so that is the completed assessment roll as filed with Dane County. Worked with the Real Property Lister's Office and officially balanced with them. I believe it was just a couple days ago on Monday, July 15th. We had one minor correction to make in there. The property owner was notified appropriately. County was notified appropriately. So this is the final assessment roll as presented. So
And this
believed to
top
be-
copy would be our residential?
So it's all mixed together. It's
Okay.
just split up into two separate books, and it's arranged by parcel number order. So I'm not sure exactly where the parcel's cut off, but that's every parcel we've got here in the city.
And any resident can come and take a look at this?
Yes, they can.
Where is this stored, if you will, in the
So
off-season?
we keep a physical copy. We print it off, as we did, I believe it was last week. Keep a physical copy in my office, and then at any time, we have a digital copy that can be made available to
So if a member of
taxpayers.
the public comes in, they can clearly?
Absolutely, yep.
Okay. Any questions on that? All right, item 10, review assessment role and perform statutory duties. Again, I can pass these around. Item A, examine assessment role. Chris has kind of walked through the number of properties that are in here, what's going on with values over the city over the past year. We did correct description of calculation errors or anything like that. Anything you'd like to share on that, item 10B?
Yeah, to my knowledge, there are no calculation or description errors. I believe there's no omitted property and no double assessed property either.
Okay, so no, item 10C, no omitted property. And then item D, there's no double assessed property as well. So at this time, it is your professional judgment that our role is in order needed to be for the public's information.
Correct.
Okay. Any questions? All right, item 11, discuss, act on any certified all corrections of error under state law. Chris, I'll defer to you or Tracy if there's anything we need to act on in that capacity.
Sure. To my knowledge, there are no corrections of error under state law, section 7043.
Okay, thank you. Item 12, discuss, act on verifying with the assessor that the open book changes are included in the assessment roll.
Correct. All that assessment roll reflects all open book changes that were carried out over the last month or two.
And when was open book again?
Open book was May 22nd through June 5th. Following open book, we had a couple of properties that had missed that period. The reason we hold it May 22nd through June 5th, there's a requirement for property owners to be notified in a revaluation year of the new values 30 days before the board of review. So we had the cutoff of June 5th. There are ways to, if you miss open books, say you're traveling, have a health emergency, whatever it might be, there's a waiver that you can sign to waive that notice requirement. So we had a few properties that were changed past the formal open book period, but every change that we've made has been recorded. So that's the assessment roll as correct as we can have it.
Okay, and in item 13, any consideration of request for waiver of the 48-hour notice of intent to file an objection when there's good cause?
Thank you, Chair. We did have a late submittal this morning, and that would be by Quinn Lee and Lukang Zhu, 2774 Raritan Road, parcel number 0609-093-0581-7, and I will pass out the objection form that they had provided to me this morning.
Okay.
And it is within the first 2 hours of the first meeting of the Board of Review, but they did not give 48-hour notice of intent via orally or in writing.
As the clerk passes that out,
And they are in the audience today.
okay.
Thank you, Chair. When you've had a moment to review the forms, we can call up the objectors, and I will swear them in under oath,
Okay.
and we could find out if you'll accept their objection or not based on their reasoning for missing the 48-hour notice of intent.
Okay. At this time, I would ask everyone to silence their cell phones, and I would ask Quinn Lee and Lu Kong Zhu to come forward, please. And I would ask, are each of you testifying as the owners or the authorized agent of this property?
Yes, we are the owner of the property.
Thank you. And I would ask Madam Clerk to swear in those present to give their testimony.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Can you please speak into the microphone and state your name and address?
My name is Quinn Lee. First name is Quinn, last name is Lee. The address is 2774 Raritan Road, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, 53711.
Same as you, ma'am?
My name is Lu Kang Shu. Address is 2774 Raritan Road, Fitchburg, WI 53711.
Thank you. At this time, please feel free to take a seat. Keep the microphone on,
Thank
and
you.
we'll get started here. I'm going to read the property record and the type of property to get into the record here. Again, the property address is 2774 Raritan Road, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, 53711. The parcel number is 0609-093-0581-7. It is a single-family home, is that correct? Single-family home. And the property owner's opinion of the assessed value is $320,848. Members of the committee, you have a form in front of you. Madam Clerk, can you walk us through steps here and what is potential action for us to do?
Certainly. Thank you, Chair. So in front of you, you have a late submittal of an objection form. The objector did not meet the 48-hour requirement to give notice of intent to file either orally or in writing. They are here before you now within the first 2 hours of the meeting of the Board of Review with their submitted objection form. It is up to the board to decide based on the reasoning of why the 48-hour notice of intent was missed, whether or not to accept this form and schedule a future date to hear it now, or dismiss it.
Okay. At this time, Madam Clerk, just procedural-wise, can we ask the property owners questions or not, or is it up to us before we determine if we're going to move forward?
It would be my recommendation to find out why they missed the 48-hour window before you proceed with any type of questioning regarding their application.
Okay. At this time, Mr. Lee, maybe you and Ms. Zhu could explain to us why you're in front of us and the window, the key window of the 48-hour time frame. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, I will
May I have
present.
you pull the microphone just a little closer to you, if you don't mind.
Okay, there are three reasons. One is misunderstanding here. On June 3rd, I come to the office, had a meeting with Craig and Chris, and I said the property value went up about 20%. I looked at, we did not have major improvement. And on internet, I looked at, in Fitchburg, average, the price went up this year to last year. It's about 6.9%. I said, our property went up about 20%. I said, well, that's too much. I then did some calculation, and it's not, that's too much. So then I said, Chris, I cannot agree. And then he asked me photos. I sent a bunch of photos. Then he emailed me back and also sent me a letter, said, at this time we cannot do any adjustment and keep original assessment. Okay, I said, okay, I will go to the board, protest the evaluation. And I said, what's the next step I need? He said, come to the board. I don't know about, because this is first time for me, I don't know. I needed to file the objection forms. And he said, well, I called the office of clerk. I called a couple times. One is probably 1 week ago or 2 weeks ago, before today. And the office and said, well, what are you calling about? I said, about the assessment. He said, who's the assessor? I looked, I said, it's Chris. Then transfer me to Chris. And I think I left a message. Chris probably busy or traveling. I left a message, and I don't know if Chris recall me back or not. Then I sent an email. I said, what's the next step I needed to do? And what's the procedure? And on June 24th, Chris sent me email, said, hi, Quick, the next step in the process is the Board of Review. For information on the Board of Review, please contact the city clerk's office. I'm kind of, lately something's happened, so that's, on my schedule, I plan to call this Monday morning. And then we had an urgent meeting in Milwaukee with Bob Henson from company Motor Dolly. They have problems. I went to there, had a meeting with them until I finish and I come back. It's after 5, and I have no time to call. But this just accidentally. I did not know about the 48 hours. The windows, people never told me, and it's the first time I come to run to these issues. And then yesterday morning, I said, well, I list each day I have my plans. I immediately, the morning, I called the office again. I said, tomorrow's meeting, I don't know what's the steps, what I needed to do. I have the feeling something's missing here. So I called and talked to Tracy. Tracy told me, and where did you find the objection forms? I said, what objection forms? I never told her. He said, well, in order to protest, you need a first file objection forms. I said, I don't know where to get the forms. Nobody give me the forms. He said, well, I send you your forms. You file it tomorrow, bring in. So then that I know the stories. And this, I think, is a misunderstanding. First of all, probably is my language issue, because English is my second language. Second is I'm not familiar with the procedures. First time I run this issue. So this is the first reason, misunderstanding or miscommunication. I don't know the procedure. Second issue is my mother. He's in serious sick. He lives overseas. I'm sorry.
It's all right, sir. Take your time.
I'm prepared to go to see my mother anytime. So I could not sleep well during night. So this I I did not have time to pursue this. So actually, I bought my ticket to go to see my father's room. He's, cannot speak, cannot eat. So this is second reason. Third reason is busy, and I worked from every morning until 9-10 in the evening. So that's, as I said, Monday, I plan to call the city, and then I got a call from Milwaukee. Bob Hansen have urgent, they have issues. So I went to there, and so that's all these three reasons caused this delay.
Well, thank you for, clearly you're going through an emotional thing, and I feel for you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, do you have any comments you'd like to add at all to his report at all? Okay. Chris, I'm going to turn it over to you just to walk through a little bit of this gentleman and his lovely wife's concern in front of us, and then it's up to us as a decision.
Chris, I'm going to swear you in first.
Okay, sure. Yep. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Chris Leeds, City Assessor for the City of Fitchburg.
Thank you.
So, thank you, Chair. I apologize for all that you're going through. That's a lot to deal with. Most of what was said is correct. He came in during open book. At the time, we didn't make an adjustment. I think we're already adequately accounting for some of the wear and tear on the property, so we elected to not make a change. With that being said, we did send out that determination notice. I had emailed him again, like you said, on June 24th, indicating that the next step in the process is board review, and that to contact the clerk's office for that. The reason behind that, state statute 7047 subsection 7 subsection A states that the Board of Review may not hear an objection to the amount of valuation of property unless at least 48 hours before the board's first scheduled meeting, the objector provides to the board's clerk written or oral notice of intent to file an objection, except that upon showing of good cause and the submission of a written objection, the board shall waive that requirement during the first 2 hours of the board's scheduled meeting. So procedurally, I think we've followed what we would do for anybody. Yep. And then it's up to the board's discretion to accept that as good cause or not. So I'll leave it up to you guys.
As chair, I'll ask questions. The rest of the board here can hold your fire, so to speak. In your professional judgment, Chris, the procedure has been followed by the city's end. Mm-hmm. The gentleman states good reasons, but you've communicated with him, so communication flow was there. Mm-hmm. And Madam Clerk, the communication that you had with this couple, what he says is what occurred.
Thank you, Chair. I can attest that on June 21st, Mr. Lee did reach out to the assessor asking him what the next steps were. And I can attest that on June 24th, Assessor Leeds did reply that the next steps in the Board of Review process. For information on the Board of Review, please contact the City Clerk's office at 608-270-4200. And I can attest that Mr. Lee did reach out to me yesterday morning around 10 a.m.
Okay. So I guess what's in front of us, members of this committee, is, as you know, we're following state statutes by the book here and take them very seriously. The couple in front of us has not met the 48 hours time frame to raise an objection. We've heard from Mr. Lee of the three situations, kind of a process, understanding. He unfortunately has an ill parent, and work schedule has been really busy, is the way I understand your three concerns. So if this committee has two options, to deny the objection because they did not meet the 48-hour time frame, or, Chris, if we were to allow the Lees to go forward, what would that require from you and then this committee?
So should you, decide to waive that 48-hour notice requirement in this instance, it would be handled pretty much like any other case. You would accept the form or not accept it, I guess, if it's not filled out correctly. But you would make a decision on the form whether to accept it or deny it, and then proceed forward potentially with the evaluation hearing. Not today, of course, but I think you have to notify 48 hours beforehand before a evaluation hearing. So it would be scheduled for later, presumably.
So Chris, if this committee were to allow the waiver to go through, we agree with the lease, so to speak.
Yeah.
Then would we look at their form to see if that's filled out correctly, or is that a two-part step we do in one motion?
You would review the form. Well, that's a good question.
So if we object that this form doesn't matter.
Right. So if you were to deny that waiver of 48 hours, this form is like you said, it's kind of irrelevant.
So
Now,
for
if
the
you-
public's knowledge,
Yep.
the decision in front of us is, first decision is, are we going to allow the lease to go through a waiver process or
Sure.
raise the objection? If the answer is no, then we're done.
Then we're done with it. Then
If the answer is yes, then do we immediately go through this form to see that's correct, or you come back to us?
So my recommendation would be there's another item on the agenda for reviewing
Okay.
objection forms, so I would table it.
Very well
Or
said.
wait until then.
Okay,
Sorry.
everybody kind of follow where I'm at? Tracy, am I explaining this right? Okay, old school teacher in me, so I got to get it through. Okay, so in front of you is the Lees have come forward and have raised their concern. Thank you for coming. I guess the question is, knowing how we all follow state laws, and Andrew and Richard went through the training this year, thank you for that again. Does this body feel that the Lee's objection, even though it did not meet the 48-hour time frame, should be waived and we should move forward with the Lee's case? Correct, Tracy? I'm going to ask for, can we do discussion, or should we get a motion on the table?
You can certainly do a discussion if you feel that's
Okay, but
appropriate.
do we ask them questions since they're sworn in or not?
You certainly can.
Okay,
yes.
so at this
Yeah.
time I'll pause because I've talked enough. Anybody have any questions or discussion for the Lees or for Chris, the city assessor, at this time? Otherwise, we can take a motion if you'd like to vote and someone make a motion. Carol?
Actually, I would like a little bit of clarification on the 2 hours before the meeting. Is that something that's mentioned in the state statute? That you could clarify?
That is correct, it is.
So what exactly does that give us leeway on?
So they have 48 hours to give notice of intent to
Right.
file an objection or an appeal prior to the first meeting of the Board of Review. So that 48-hour notice window would have been Monday at 8:30.
So the 2 hours that's mentioned, what's the significance of that? Just that that's when they got it here? Or is there something mentioned that there's...
So if somebody has given their 48-hour notice of intent, they have up until the first 2 hours of the first meeting of the Board of Review to submit their paperwork.
Perfect, thank you. I just wanted a little clarification on that.
You bet.
Okay, Andrew, you want to kind of lead us where we want to go in this? What are your thoughts?
I feel like we should let them move forward.
Okay, you want to make that in a motion?
Sure, I move that we
Motion by last name?
motion by Slager to move forward with the property.
Read the parcel, friend, would you?
Yes, parcel 0609 093 0581-7.
There's a motion by Sleeger. Is there a second to
Second
that
by
motion?
Bloomquist.
Second by Bloomquist. In front of you is a motion to allow the Lees to move forward with their, to waive the objection, and then we'll,
Chair, can I?
Yep.
Can I just?
Please.
So the motion on the table is to waive the 48-hour notice of intent for 2774 Raritan Road, parcel number 0609-093-0581-7 by Andrew Slager, second by Richard Bloomquist.
Andrew, that's correct.
Correct.
Any discussion on the motion? Madam Clerk, you need a roll call? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion has been accepted too. So at this time, then, Chris, where would you like us to move this work Form 2. So then we can probably move a motion to get it to that part of the
Sure.
agenda.
So this would be under number 15. So we're on 13 now. 14, I assume will go pretty quick, so.
Okay, we need a motion for that, you think, Tracy, or no? We'll just move this to item number 15. I would ask the Lees can now be excused.
Correct. I will reach out to you when the board decides future meetings as to when the date and time of your hearing will be. I will give you 48-hour notice to appear.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
He's going to China.
I will go to China by the end of this year, September 31st. I return July 31st.
Can you repeat that again, sir? So you have to be gone September 30th?
September 18th, I return. Because my mother is, as I
And
just
you're leaving
said,
town
serious.
July 31st?
Yes.
This month.
Okay, so Tracy, that's a pretty tight window. So we'll have to work to see where we're at on that. Chris, we'll have to figure that out. Okay. Is there anything else that we need to share with this couple, or?
Not at this
At
time.
this time, thank you and best of luck with your family, sir.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you for coming.
By the way, I do have a question. What's the next steps I need to, what kind of materials I need to present?
We will have city staff will be in touch with
Yeah.
you.
So, yep, in that packet that I emailed you that had the objection form, there's a information in there. So I ask that you please read that,
Okay.
okay?
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Best wishes. All right, thank you. So let's move on then to item number 14. Before I do that, Madam Clerk, anybody else failed to meet the 48-hour notice?
It is now 9:15 a.m. At this time, there is nobody else that has submitted a late objection form. However, we do have until 10:30. And if somebody does turn something in, or if I see an email notification come through, I'll make you all aware.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tracy's the official. Thank you. I like that. Okay, item 14. Is there anybody here who's requested to testify by telephone or sworn written statement?
Thank you, Chair. There is not.
Okay, item number 15. This is where the fun starts here. Is review of objection forms filed for completeness and notices of intent to file with no objection form filed yet. So this, I'm going to have Chris kind of explain what we're going to be doing here. Or Tracy, you can jump in here. This is where we kind of go through the meat and potatoes of people's applications, what the assessing department has gone through, and then the determine of the next steps. Correct. And at this time, I would ask us to put the property of 2774 Raritan Road, 0609-03, 0609-093-0581-7, the item we just acted on, into this at the bottom of this property parcels that we're going to discuss. Everybody follow what I just did there? We took the leads and put them into item number 15. Okay. In front of us at this time, if I am correct, residential parcels that you have a form of the 2024 Board of Review Breakdown of Appeals. Chris, we are working from this document here. Can you walk us through that, sir?
Yeah, certainly. So, in the interest of time and efficiency, we have reviewed all the objection forms as presented, before you here. It is certainly the board's prerogative if you would like to review every individual one. My recommendation would be to make I would entertain a motion to accept all of the forms. There's maybe one that we have an issue with, but they still have until the first 2 hours here to submit that additional information. Should they not submit it, my recommendation on that one would be to, I don't see the objector in attendance here, so I would recommend on that one possibly waiting and then making a determination on that one later on. So with that being said, I can read each of these into the record or whatever the board.
Why don't you read them into the record? Sure. And then Chris, before you do that, have you had a chance or has your staff had to look at the Lee property that we just discussed?
Yeah, I just, as we were sitting here, I looked at it. This one I don't see any trouble
Okay,
with.
so Chris, I'm gonna let you take it from here.
Yeah.
Do what you need to make sure that you're officially into the record, and then you can suggest a motion to this board, if you would, at the end.
Sure.
Can I just intervene
Yes.
real quick? Can I just make a recommendation that
Sure.
we review the first 4 residential objection forms that are in your packet?
Okay,
Those are the ones that
Oh,
are
yeah.
scheduled for hearings.
okay.
First one beginning at 9:30, and then at least making a motion to accept those 4 prior to the hearings. We'll do the hearings and then proceed to
Okay,
make a motion to accept or deny the remainder of the forms submitted.
okay, so, Madam Clerk, can you tell us those 4 again, real quickly?
Thank you, Chair, I can. So 5691 Ashboard Lane, parcel number 0609-043-1133-7. 4502 Thurston Lane, parcel number 0609-051-2969. I think we're missing a number. -5. 3036 Woods Edge Way, parcel number 0609-054-5276-4. And 2747 Jasmine. Oh, I'm sorry, 2719 Jasmine Drive, parcel number 0609-084-6225-7.
If I may interrupt, the ones, I think the list as presented, the first 4 on this list are not necessarily, there's actually, looks like one more. I don't think Ashbourne has a hearing today. They were the ones that were,
They do.
okay.
The list isn't concurrent with the
Yep.
the order of the
Yep,
objection
that's
forms
what-
in your
okay.
packet material. So it'd be the first 4.
Okay, so at this time, if I'm correct, Tracy and Chris, let's pull up 2719 Jasmine Drive and look at that form first, correct? That's the first one you have on the list, right? Okay, so everybody has 2719, Michael and Jacqueline Watsky, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, and parcel number is 0609-084-6225-07. Does everybody have that in their hand? Okay, Chris, what are we looking for here? Kind of let the public know what we're up to here.
Hang on. So for all of the, bear with me, let me pull it up.
Yep.
For all of the hearings that we have today, we've received timely objection forms on. And what we look for on these forms is completeness, accuracy, to make sure that they're appropriately filled out. You'll hopefully recall about a little over a month ago, this board adopted a rules and procedures document that highlights kind of, more or less what we're looking for. That document, I believe, was made available in on the city's website. And so what we look for is, the information on the form. I think in this case, it seems to me that it is appropriately filled out. The question that I would have at this point is, there is no reason for the objection filled out on the form or basis for opinion of assessed value, but to my knowledge, I believe they attached an appraisal, possibly. Yeah, there was a snippet from their appraisal. So that those boxes have not been filled out, and it's they attached the document. So it says on section 3 on the objection form, it says reasons for objection and the basis for your opinion of value. It says attach additional sheets if needed. I believe that meets the requirement. They attached a piece from their appraisal. So
your recommendation is this form is complete and the hearing should go forward?
Yes, that's correct.
Any questions? Okay, Madam Clerk, do we want to stop and start with this hearing or go through the other properties first with the form?
I don't,
Do you have a question, Mr.?
yeah.
Go
I
ahead,
have
sir.
4 pages, but you said the snippet from the appraiser? Am I missing something in here?
Yeah, I don't have it either.
So so the appraisal wouldn't be included in your packet because it's typically confidential information made available only at the property owner's, discretion. So it was submitted with their objection form, but it has not been included in your packet because it's confidential. So they, presumably, the appraiser is here, and they will, I assume, have something to say about
During the
the
hearing,
appraisal.
they could potentially share that with us.
Right.
They
Or-
need to read it into the record.
It's the same with like confidential income and expense information on the commercial
Okay.
side. We don't include it in the packet because then theoretically it's then made available
Understand.
for.
Got it. That's a good question though, Richard. Thanks.
Sure.
Everybody understand what that was? Why the appraiser wasn't there? Okay. So Tracy, do we want to go to this hearing or do we want to go through the other forms?
So
first?
Chair, I would recommend entertaining a motion to go through all 4 of them and approve them as one,
Okay.
and then proceed to hear the first hearing.
Okay, so let's keep going through them, then we'll get the motion at the end. Okay. All right. Any more questions on Jasmine Drive? Assessor says we should move forward. Our next one on the docket that I have in front of me, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, is 3036 Woods Edge Way. Legal parcel numbers 0609 054 5276-4. Chris, your thoughts on this form that we're looking at?
I think the form as it's filled out would be sufficient. This will be the same for a few other cases. There's been reference to a market value appraisal or an appraisal as a basis for their opinion of assessed value. In that document, that rules and procedures document that was adopted just over a month ago, you may recall in there is a rule on hearing. So Rule 10, Section F, Section 1 relates to appraisals as evidence. So appraisals will not be allowed as evidence at the Board of Review evaluation hearing without the appraiser who conducted the appraisal being present to provide oral testimony, explain their work, and be cross-examined regarding information contained in the appraisal. Submission of an appraisal without the presence of an appraiser to provide testimony is hearsay evidence, not sworn oral evidence, and cannot be considered by the Board of Review. So, with that being said, this form I believe is filled out sufficiently. I think it's complete and accurate, but I would, like I said, just draw your attention to that appraisal that's referenced as evidence. I've seen a copy of it, of course, but just something to keep in mind. I think they've attached additional information that I think speaks to their case, but I just wanted to draw attention to that specific.
But if and when we get to the hearing phase, that appraisal will be read into the record and all
Sure.
that stuff will be discussed then.
Sure.
Okay. So at this time, this form does meet your professional judgment to move on to the next phase.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Any questions? Okay. Now we're moving on to 2201 Haywood Circle. And that parcel number is 0609 214-4426-0. Chris, fire away.
Yep, this one meets, to my account, all standards for being complete and accurate.
Any questions of the assessor on Carol?
Yes.
Sorry, is the parcel number
I
required
was just
to
going
be
to ask
on
the same
this?
question.
Good question. Does not have the parcel number, and that is correct. Good catch, Carol and Mark.
Address. Oh, good catch, yeah. I didn't even see a space for it. So, it's the board's decision at this point. If you would like to accept it, I'm looking at the form, I don't.
So it has a legal description.
Oh, and parcel.
Yeah, legal
Okay.
description is Country Heights, Lot 26.
Yes.
Okay.
That would qualify.
Yeah.
Chris, am I safe to say that would qualify as a legal
Yeah.
description?
Okay.
Yep.
Mark, you okay with that?
Yes, Sean.
Okay, thank you. Carol?
Yep.
Chris, anything else on Haywood Circle?
Nope.
Good catch, though, Carol and Mark. You're reading your stuff. It's good. Okay, and then the last one in front of us for hearing today is 4502 Thurston Lane. I wish I had this person's handwriting. It's wonderful. 0609-051-2969-5 is the parcel number in this instance. Chris, any questions or concerns that you may have on this form?
No, not with this one.
Anybody else? Okay, so what we have in front of us are the 4 items that are under number 18 on your agenda. 4 objections to properties. And I will read them again and then we'll get a motion to approve that. Correct, Tracy?
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay, so the properties that are in front of us that have been approved by the City Assessing Department are 2719 Jasmine Drive, parcel 0609-084-6225-07. 3036 Woods Edge Way, parcel 0609-054-5276-4. Parcel, 2201 Haywood Circle, parcel 0609-214-4426, or legal description being Country Heights Lot 26. And then 4502 Thurston Lane, parcel 0609-051-2969-5. At this time, I would take a motion for this board to approve. Tell me the wording we need, Tracy.
Acceptance of the objection forms.
Acceptance of the objection forms.
Slager, so moved.
Krim, second.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Any discussion items? All those in favor of acceptance? Roll call, Tracy, or no? All say aye. Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign? Nay. Or same, no opposition, so the motions do pass. So at this time, I'm going to ask this committee, before we move on to the hearing, to take a 5-minute stand informal, just to get a few paperwork things or get a refreshment. And then we can start on our hearing. Is that correct, Tracy?
Correct.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Do we accept the form that the Lees, or the Lee and Zoo just submitted as well at this point?
It's up to you guys. We can, I think what Tracy had suggested was to specifically look at the 4 for the hearings. And then we'll review the rest of them presumably in a couple hours.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to stand informal for 5 minutes. And then we'll get started in the hearing.
I need more coffee before companies somewhere this early.
So somebody's going to need to make a motion to amend the agenda to take up item number 18.
Back from standing informal, the Board of Review on July 17th, 2024. This time I'm going to turn it over to Board Member Bloomquist for a motion.
Mr. Chair, at this time, I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda to take up item 18, which are the hearings. And I would move that we amend the agenda to take up items 18A, B, C, and D at this time. And then we will go back to 15 to review the rest of the forms later.
Second by Poole.
Second by Poole, motion by Bloomquist. So what we're doing, brief discussion, taking up the 4 hearings at this time, and then going back to item 15, which will allow us to go through the other objection forms that were raised by the public. Any discussion on this? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Opposed, same sign. The motion carries. Okay, at this time, we are starting on item number 18A. I would ask everyone to silence their cell phones. And the gentlemen that are sitting here in the witness chair, you are people representing the property owner or the authorized agents? Yeah. Correct? Great. At this time, I'd ask Madam Clerk Tracy to swear in you gentlemen, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can I have you raise your right hand, repeat after me, and I'll need you to state your name and address for the record. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yeah, I'm Mike Watsky. I'm the homeowner, 2719 Jasmine Drive, Fitchburg.
Dominic Mickelson, appraiser, certified, 6276 Templeton Terrace, Sun Prairie, Wisconsin.
Thank you.
Tracy, do you need to sign in Chris at this time or no? Swear in Chris at this time?
Sure, we can sign you in.
Sign them in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And can you state your
Oh,
name
yeah,
for the
sorry.
record?
Chris Leeds, City Assessor.
Okay, at this time, we are having a hearing on property 2719 Jasmine Drive, parcel 0609-084-6225-07. And the property's owner's opinion of the value into the record. The property owner's value of the property is, I had that in front of me. Property owner's value is $682,000. And then, Madam Clerk, do I read the part about Chapter 70? Do I read that before?
Yes, please.
Okay. Chapter 70 of the Wisconsin State Statutes gives the assessor the presumption of correctness. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has ruled that to overcome that presumption, you, as the property tax owner, or the tax owner, need to present sworn oral testimony proving that the assessor erred in determining the total value under appeal. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has given the Board of Review standards of evidence to guide us as we consider your appeal. The standards are: the best evidence of value is a recent arm's length sale of subject property. Next, the sales of reasonable comparable property. Then all other approaches to value. Income approach, producing properties. The cost approach on special purpose and unique properties where there is not an active market. This does not include comparison to your neighbor's property unless it's recently sold in an arm's length transaction. At this time, please share any exhibits that you'll be reading into the record. Do we have any? Okay, thank you, Mr. Assessor or Appraiser. Tracy will hand those out for you. If you have an appraisal of the property under review, the appraiser must be here to present sworn oral testimony for the Board of Review to consider appraisal. That has been met. And we're going to be flexible, but I hope you'd be appreciative. Since we have a pretty full agenda today, I'll give you a 2-minute warning when your presentation time will be ending. And that is a 10-minute presentation. Again, please state your name for the record and begin also. And will you also state what, in your opinion, is the fair market value of your property and begin your testimony. Again, thank you for coming, sir.
Okay. Well, I'm Mike Watsky, and I'm the homeowner, and the fair market value is what you just stated, that I put in the form of 682, and then Dominic is going to state my case for me. He's
Okay.
the
Dominic, grab the microphone so you can get a little closer to you.
Yes, Dominic Mickelson. So Mike hired me to do an appraisal. I did an appraisal site visit on 618. So the appraised value of $682,000 is effective as of 618. I use a sales comparison approach. It's the exhibit that you have before you. It's the most common process to determine value for a single-family home. This is what the whole financial industry relies on in the lending world. So, point being, it's a very, very reliable process. The 3 comparables used had all sold within the last 12 months. 2 of them had sold within the last 6 months. 1 of them had sold the 4th month of this year. So it's very, very recent data. All 3. There's a location map within the report that shows a proximity of these sales to the subject. They're all 3 from the exact immediate neighborhood. So the appraised value is 682. The assessed value is 733,500 for the year of 2024. So we contend that the assessed value is wrong.
Mr. Watsky, anything you want to add to that at all?
I don't think so at this time, unless there's any questions. I mean, I think, like you said, they're all three from the Lacey Heights neighborhood, very, very close to me, very close to my house. So I think they're very comparable.
I think one of the reasons Mike has ended up in this process is because last year's assessed value was $615,600. He was good with that. That seemed reasonable to him. Based on the findings from this year, that was probably more likely in 2023. So what prompted all of this was the jump by $118,000 in 1 year. I mean, to me, that's saying the assessed value, as the assessor sees it, of $615 in 2023 was wrong, and this, which means every assessed value prior to was also wrong. So the question on why the big jump, and then he hired me to do the appraisal, and we found out it shouldn't actually jump that high. It's not the 615 from 2023. It's 682, but it's also not 733.
So your thought is 615 is under assessed?
That was in 2023, so I'm not going to make any statements on that because I didn't look at that data.
Okay.
But based on 615 in 2023, 682 today, the 615 was far more realistic, is all I can say without searching data. The 733 of assessed value for 2024 just doesn't make any sense. It's not supportable. We've had conversations via email. Mike has had conversations via email with Chris, and Chris didn't support, he didn't provide any data why the 733 is supportable. He didn't provide any market data proving to us, you know.
So, quick question for you, Mr. Appraiser. So
Yes.
the numbers you have at the bottom of the three comps are what are recent sales, not appraisals, correct?
They're recent. So the top number right under the address, those are the actual sale prices. And these are recent sales, actual closed arm's length sales. Number 1 was done in cash, 2 was done in cash, 3 was done via conventional loan. This data is found on MLS, so it's not, it's public data. The numbers at the bottom are the numbers derived after adjustments. So we have to make, adjustments for the lot size, per year of age, per above grade square foot, per below grade square foot, below grade bathrooms, above grade bathrooms. On here, comp 2 had a sport court, significant sport court and patio, so adjustment made for that. And then fireplaces, decks, patios. Once all these adjustments are made, and this is important because this came up with Chris, these adjustments are market adjustments. The market, and the word market's very important, is derived using match pair analysis. So I can tell you the value of a single car garage by going out and finding a house with a two-car garage, finding almost the exact same house, if not exact. You can do this in the Viridian neighborhood because you can find an exact duplicate house. 1-car garage, 2-car garage, what were the sale prices? That tells us the difference in the value of one stall. And so I would use that as my market adjustment. We can do it per square foot of land. We can do it per square foot above grade of improvement structure, below grade. We can apply this to every single one. The market adjustment is just for about a mile radius of the subject property. So his neighborhood, and it might extend in a little bit to other neighborhoods. And we do that because we got to see the data, and is the data changing when you cross over into another neighborhood? So these adjustments are important. They're not arbitrary. They're fact-based. Yeah, so.
Okay, before we get into any more questions, Chris, we can turn it over to you, see your thoughts here at all, or?
I don't think I have any specific questions at this point. And I think I'll touch on most of it during my presentation.
Okay. Are there any other thoughts here for anything else, Mr. Watzke, you want to present?
You can talk about some of this.
Well, the only thing I would just say that Dominic said is that this isn't just this year. I mean, my percentage increases since 2019 have been 10%, 13%, roughly 0, 7%, and 8%. And on 3 of those years has been much greater than the neighborhood around me. And, you know, I did do additions on 2 of the years, but I've been escalating at a very high rate compared to my neighbors. And I used to be in the more modest end of the neighborhood, and there was another side that had parade homes, et cetera, and now my house has escalated in assessed value up to there. So I would just say this has been a trend for the last couple of years. And I had talked to, I think, the prior assessor in a couple of years, and they basically, you know, and finally this came to a head, and I said, I'm going to have a professional look at this.
Okay. That's fair. Okay, anything else from the homeowners?
Not unless there's questions from the
Okay,
board.
okay, so at this time, I'm going to move over. Okay, at this time, let's, Chris, you prepared for your presentation, if you will?
Yeah. So just as a quick note, prior to kind of beginning the more in-depth stuff, but this property, as noted, as Mike had indicated, this property changed at 19%. We didn't do a revaluation for 21 or 23, which is why you didn't see any change those years. So in this case, what you're seeing, this, you know, you noted it's a pretty big jump from 23 to 24. Really, we didn't collect any market changes for 2023. That's why the assessment stayed flat, while the market certainly did increase that year. Nevertheless, this property increased at 19% as a result of the revaluation. The Lacey Heights neighborhood at large increased by 20%, so this one is actually slightly less than that. But nevertheless, I'll begin with kind of my main testimony here. So thank you again, board and chair. My name is Chris Leitz. I'm the city assessor. I have provided the board an objector. Oh, hang on, I have not. You want to pass these up? Andrew right now is going to pass out our kind of informational packet. So once he's done, I'll kind of dig in on a little bit of this here.
Thank you. He's not here today.
All right, sounds good.
Go ahead.
Chair, I will mark this as Accessor's Exhibit A.
Okay.
All right, thank you again. We have now provided the board an objector with written information on the assessment that I'll go over here. So on the first page of the objection, or the packet before you, is the property owner's objection form and agent authorization form. Following that, you will find a document that has a number of sections 1, 2, and 3. Section 1 in that document is a summary of kind of my qualifications and experience. As stated, my name is Chris Leitz. I've been employed with the City of Fitchburg Assessing Department as the city assessor since January 10th of 2023. I'm certified both as an Assessor 2, as an Assessor 3, which the Assessor 2 expires on May 31st, 2028, and the Assessor 3 certification expires on January 31st of 2025. I'm currently current with all required continuing education. I've worked in the assessment field now for over 8 years. Been with the city now, like I said, since January 2023. Prior to coming on board here for the City of Fitchburg, I worked in the City of Janesville Assessor's Office for 6.5 years, where I was employed initially as a property appraiser from June 2016 to September 2019. then as a property appraiser 2 from September 2019 to 2021, and lastly as the deputy city assessor from February 2021 until January 2023 when I started here at the city. In the first few years, I was primarily responsible for valuing residential property and then moved to doing more commercial, agricultural, personal property work. In the appeals process, I was heavily involved in open book, board of review, and then post-board review, circuit court, and other litigated appeals. Prior to my professional experience, I attended college at UW-Whitewater and got a Bachelor of Arts degree in Urban Suburban Geography, have a certification in Geographic Information Systems, and a minor in philosophy. I currently serve on the Legislative Committee of the Wisconsin Association of Assessing Officers. I've attended a number of Wisconsin Association of Assessing Officers meetings, classes, trainings, and so on. Attended several classes presented by the International Association of Assessing Officers, ranging from residential, commercial valuation, modeling, and assessment administration. I've attended each annual assessor meeting as presented by the Department of Revenue since I began in 2016. Most recently, I've attended the Board of Review training in 2017 and then in 2021. Section 2 of that same document states the purpose of the assessment and standards for establishing value. The purpose is to estimate the full value, often referred to as market value of property as of January 1st, 2021. Part A outlines the standards for establishing value. State Statute 70.32 summarizes the standards for establishing value as found in State Statute 7032, the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, and case law. The valuation hierarchy is Tier 1, an arm's length sale of the subject property if that sale is consistent with the characteristics of arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties. Tier 2, based on comparison to properly adjusted arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties. Or Tier 3, all other accepted techniques. This is going to be primarily with cost and income approaches. Part B contains a definition of an arm's length sale, of market value, including criteria that a sale must satisfy to be considered arm's length and used for establishing true market value. Part C is information from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions. That the purpose of the mass appraisal is the equitable and efficient appraisal of all property in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. Defines mass appraisal as the systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date using standardized procedures and statistical testing. And the manual notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisals, there are notable differences between the two. And finally, I mentioned this already, but this is a revaluation year, so our level of assessment is 100% of market value. Next, you'll find in your packet a map illustrating the subject property's location. The next few pages in that document are the property record card, which contains specific data on quantitative and qualitative physical characteristics of the land and improvements for the subject site. To note some of the more significant data, the first page shows the property is a single-family residential home located in the Lacey Heights neighborhood on the city's west side. The second page shows building permit history. Note that there was a couple permits taken out in 2021, as the objector had mentioned. One was a roof with a permitted value of $25,000, and it looks like an addition to the deck for a permitted value of $25,000 as well. No recent arm's length sale on the subject property to our knowledge. We don't believe there's, as far as we know, there's no detached structures. This would be sheds, detached garages, that sort of thing. Then following that, there's a notes section. The property was last fully inspected by our office in November 2018. An exterior inspection was completed in 2022 following the reference work in 2021. There was a 2024 open book appointment with the property owner via phone and email. Mike had reached out, sent kind of early on in the process, and indicated that he was going to have an appraisal done, and sent it over. Once it was done, took a look at it. At the time, I didn't find the information compelling enough to change the value for a few different reasons. One of the, important things with the appraisal is the effective date. Our assessments are as of January 1st, 2024. This appraisal is as of June 25th, 2024, which is 6 months past the assessment date. Additionally, as mentioned, it uses a couple sales from 2024 as well, which we have not included in our assessment analysis this year. The reason for that is certainly the market is very dynamic right now, as you all know. changes very quickly. So there's changes that could be realized in that 6 months, whether the market goes down or whatever. So we have the cutoff date of January 1st for sales, or I should say December 31st of 2023 is the last day we look at sales from that year. But nevertheless, our assessments are based off of sales from 22 and 2023. So that effective date, I think, is important. Additionally, I think that the properties used in the appraisal report are reasonably comparable. You'll find as you dig through our packet here, we used a few of the same sales. But overall, I don't think that some of the adjustments are reasonably adjusted. I think namely the appraisal report uses an adjustment of $40 a square foot for differences in above grade square feet of living area and $15 a square foot for finished basement living area, and no adjustment appears to be made for differences in sizes of unfinished basement area. In my professional opinion, these adjustments seem low. For context, and you'll see this in the sales comparison grid that we've used, our computer-assisted mass appraisal system has adjusted roughly $126 a square foot for first floor square footage, between $94 and $97 a square foot for second floor finished square footage, $49 a square foot for finished basement living area, and roughly $27 a square foot just for general basement area. Based on these factors, I didn't find the appraisal to adequately reflect the true market value based on sales comparison approach that was presented. And additionally, I think the few sales there from 2024, like I said, that assessment date and appraisal date are important. So following that, the notes section, as I was referring to, you'll see the property's land information. On the third page of the record card, you'll see the structure is a split level residence, 2 stories in height. Contains 3,784 square feet of living area. It was built in 1996 and has an effective year built of 2001 due to some renovations that it looks like took place in 2015. It is a construction and quality grade B- property. Its overall condition, desirability, and usefulness is rated as good. There's other detailed information on the physical attributes contained in the record card. The fourth page details the exterior attachments to the property. There's a deck, garage, and so on. The fifth page is a sketch of the property, and then next in the packet you'll find the market valuation detail. The market valuation detail summarizes kind of the details of that, the valuation calculation as calculated by our automatic valuation model. The model is based off of Volume 2 of the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, so construction costs that are pulled from Marshall and Swift, and Volume 2 of the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, and then compared against 2022 and 2023 arm's length sales. The next page in the document is a map that locates the subject and recent reasonably comparable arm's length sales. Following that map is the sales comparison report that supports the current assessed value of the property. The report lists comparable arm's length sales from 2022 and 2023. The addresses of the sales properties are 5838 Persimmon Drive, 2725 Jasmine Drive, 2751 Jasmine Drive, and 5846 Persimmon Drive. The sale dates range from June 2022 to August 2023, and the sales prices of those sales in the report range from $625,000 up to $625,000 up to $780,000. The report shows photos and lists comparative data that demonstrates the sale properties are reasonably comparable to the subject property. The styles of the properties in the report are 2-story contemporary and custom homes. The subject and sales gross living areas range from 3,134 square feet up to 3,932 square feet. The effective year built on the properties range from 1994 to 2005. Other data is listed, I think further demonstrating that the sales properties are reasonably comparable to the subject. The report adjusts these sales prices for differences such as lot, building attributes, age, condition, market location, and detached structures if there are any. The adjusted sales prices range from $725,700 up to $784,200. The adjusted sales prices of reasonably comparable properties indicate that the assessed value of $733,500 is a fair estimate of the market value of the subject property as of January 1st, 2024. In summary, there's not a Tier 1 arm's length sale of the subject property We completed a mass appraisal assessment of the property using both Tier 2 and Tier 3 approaches to value. We've reconciled to the Tier 3 market modified cost approach, as that provides the most detailed, uniform, consistent value estimate as expected by our citizens here in the city. One, I guess, final thing, the state statute outlines that compliance within an assessment is anywhere within 90 to 110% of market value. If I calculate where our assessment is compared to what the appraisal is, our assessment is roughly 7.5% higher than the presumed market value based on June 18th, I think it was, 2024 in the appraisal. By my account, this assessment is in compliance with state standards. So, nevertheless, based on the testimony provided today, I don't believe that the property owner has overcome the presumption that the assessment is correct, and would request that this board sustain the assessment as presented. So, thank you. If you have any questions, happy to answer them.
Okay. Okay, at this time we'll open up for questions. Any questions for Chris this time from board members? Dominic?
Will I get a chance to respond?
Yeah, I believe that's.
It'll be brief.
Yeah, of course.
I'm not going to go over any numbers just because, frankly, I believe you guys don't care about that. This is our world, not your world. The difference here is the process used. I mean, an AVM, an automated valuation model, which the assessor uses, needs to be used because he has to value every house in the city. This process exists because even the assessor knows they're not going to get everyone right. They can't go through and appraise every house, such as I do. Well, I don't do every house in the city, but focus on a subject individually. Our processes are different. My numbers are different than his numbers, and they should be. He's using an assessment process. I'm using the sales comparison approach. I explained the market adjustments to you earlier and how we get those. He's using a sale price per square foot. That's different than a market adjustment. So the fact that he thinks that my adjustments are not correct in his world makes sense. I believe his are not correct. They're two different processes.
So, okay, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I have a question for Dominic.
Yep.
So I want to go to your appraisal real quickly.
Yes.
And subject comparable property sale number 3.
Yep.
5846 Scarlet is about a quarter mile away from this gentleman's lovely home. This is the only one that I see is a conventional loan. So walk me through. The sale price was $775, and the assessed value at the bottom of that. So you would say that. Just walk me through, what does adjusted sale price of comparables mean if it's $722? How did you get to that number?
Okay, so the actual sale price is $775.
Correct.
This house is superior to the subject. Adjustments had to be made for acreage, so there's a positive adjustment. Age, positive adjustment. Condition, negative adjustment. Bathrooms, positive adjustment. Square footage, positive adjustment. Below grade basement, finished area, positive adjustment. And then deck, negative. Fireplace, positive. So once we take the 775 and do all the pluses and minuses, we end up at 722. So to make this house look like the subject house, we make these adjustments. After doing so, it tells us that the adjusted value for that sale is 722.
So if this is the only one that got a conventional loan, wouldn't an appraiser have had to say that $775 for a sale price? Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten a loan, right?
Correct, yes. So it was fact check.
So what is that appraiser looking at that maybe you're not? I'm just curious. If it's sold for $775.
They're looking at the actual house as it exists and valuing it based off of, So like, for instance, the subject's above grade square footage is 2965. This sale is 2892. So it's inferior in regards to square footage. How do we make this sale look like the subject? Well, we have to make an addition because it's a little smaller. So we got to add to value. But then there will be times where we have to subtract from value because the 775 is higher because this sale is superior in this category. It's called the sales comparison approach, as I said.
Instead of a square footage approach.
Yeah.
Okay.
The lenders use this, not to offend the assessor, but I wouldn't have a job if the assessor was always right, because the banks would just take the assessed value and loan money based on the assessed value.
I get what you're saying. That's why I'm asking.
Yes.
Assessed value, appraised value are different things. So is sales price. Chris, do you want to respond to that?
I just have one question.
Sure. Question for us or for?
For the appraiser, and this is really for my own curiosity. So in the condition section of the sales comparison grid there, all of these have good with the exception of that one that's adjusted at the end. Is that, where it says good and then it has that plus sign, is that meant to indicate that it's maybe a step above in condition? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So obviously the good plus means it's better than good. It's superior to the subject.
Okay.
I don't have that MLS printout, but typically the MLS notes from the realtor will say like, new roof, new furnace, redid the kitchen and all the bathrooms within the last year. Well, the subject in comp 1 and 2 did not have that. So we need to account for that. Sure. So that adjustment would come through that. Typically a one step in condition, like you would go average, average plus, good, good plus. They would be about 10% per step, 10% of the sale price per step. So that's why you see the adjustment at the 77,000.
That makes perfect sense. I was just curious because I don't recall seeing that before. We've got similar grade adjustments, B minus, B plus.
Yeah.
So I figured as much, but just wanted to check.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And it's confusing because I get confused over what I see on your papers. Okay. I've never been an assessor. It's like Portuguese in Spain. They both speak Spanish, but there's slightly different dialects going on there.
Before I pull it back to us as a discussion, Mr. Watsky, I want to make sure I give you the respect. Anything else you want to add, kind of closing comments?
I would just say, in general, I kind of feel like this is stacked against me because I kind of showed him all my information. I didn't see anything he was going to say, but one thing I would say, he was making a big deal about this effective date of his assessment. And I got a notice on May 17th what it was going to be. So I didn't know anything about what he's talking about, what he did on January 1st. I didn't get this till May 17th, and this is from the city, from him, saying this is what it is. So I only had from then till now to respond. So I think some of the things he said, he held that back. I couldn't, if we had a chance to see everything he said, I might have had more arguments. So I would just say it's a little stacked against me personally, I feel like.
And Chris, it's state law, or how did that January 1 number come about?
So there's a couple of things. It's outlined in state statutes. Additionally, and this is maybe less so, we don't see it as much on the residential side, but on commercial, there's certainly the option to do retrospective appraisals. So on commercial, we're in litigation on a number of properties. We have from 21, 22, 23. There's a means to do an appraisal as of a certain date. So nevertheless, I think that's part of the issue. When Mike and I had chatted, I'm looking at my emails now. I don't know. I'm not seeing anything specific. Requesting, sales comps. I'm not withholding anything. If anybody asks for them, I'm happy to provide them. But
no, what I was making a comment about was he said that some of our sales were after his thing, so they may not be accurate. And I'm just saying, I had no idea what he was going to give me.
More accurate.
They would actually probably be more accurate. But he made that statement. He made it like, this is really important, this effective date. And I'm just saying, he didn't tell me, I didn't know about my appraised value until May 17th. So I've only had a month to deal with this.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. All right. It's all fair. Okay. Let's bring it up to this, gentlemen. Thank you. We're going to bring it to the board of review for our discussion. Madam Clerk, what is in front of us for a choice that we can make here? just so the public knows.
Thank you, Chair. So you have in front of you the objection form. You've heard the testimony of the objector. You've heard the testimony of the city assessor. The board now has the opportunity to go through deliberations, and you either can motion to uphold the assessor's value or motion to change the assessment based on an agreed upon fair value that you deem appropriate.
So it's basically it's a binary choice. We accept the assessor or we accept the property owner or a number different than that.
Correct. And again, this is based on state statutes and law,
Correct.
not on
Gut opinion or
correct.
correct.
Thank you.
Okay, just want to make sure we know what's in front of us. Okay, discussion or motion. You guys are all sitting here like me, so I'm gonna let you guys talk for a little bit.
Dave Carlson with a question. May I get some assistance in finding in the actual assessment roll what the assessed value is of one or more of the comparables that appear in the appraiser's report?
Correct. Chris, can you answer that?
I can look it up much quicker. than
Yes,
we'll be able
I would
find
love
it.
to, Dave, but I'm gonna.
Unless you want to look, you can certainly look, but which ones?
The one on Persimmon, 5838 Persimmon, just pick one. How much did its, what is its assessed value for 2024 and how much did it go up?
So keep in mind that they're different, so they're going to have different values. It's comparable value in the, so when you make all things equal in the report.
Yeah, in your report, there's a similar gap between the value you assign and what the appraiser's report assigns to that property.
So our comparable value when, again, making all things equal is $725,700. Its current assessed value is $632,800, and it increased by close to 20%, 19.8% to be exact. So this one had a sale in August of 2023. Sale price is $625,000. And our assessment is $632,000, so slightly above. There's, again, the assessment date is that January 1st date, so there's, a few months in there of, continued market change.
So the owner of 5838 Persimmon Drive is assessed at $632,000.
Correct.
I have a question then about what this means in your report, your comparison. Sure. In the first box below the photo. The sale date and price of $625,000 is listed. Net adjustments of $100,000 or so for a comparable value of $725,000. Can you just explain to me why that property, though its value compared to 2719 Jasmine is $725,000, that property owner was assessed at $632,000?
So there's differences between the two. So if you go down, as the appraiser Dominic had mentioned, it's the same sort of process. It's a sales comparison approach. So what we have to do to make them truly comparable and to get to what the value is to adjust for differences in those properties. So if there's differences in square footage, if there's differences in grade or condition or whatever it might be, that the net adjustments are going to be the amount that gets totaled up based on those changes. So for instance, if you go down the list, it's a slightly different style. It's got the Persimmon property has a higher grade, so we have to lower that overall value. We have to negatively adjust to put them on the same playing field. And then there's adjustments for age, for differences in square footage, for the Persimmon property has an additional bathroom. So what those numbers to the side there in that sales grid, that essentially equates the two properties to make them as comparable as possible. So in the event that this Persimmon property were to be exactly or as close as we could get it to the subject property, if it had all these things adjusted physically, then the value would have been $725,700. But since it's materially different, there's physical differences between the two properties, that's why the assessment is lower. Namely, different style. Let's see here, what else? What else? It's a little bit older, a few years older. The effective age is actually 7 years older, so it's a little bit smaller, it looks like. So the differences between the two is the reason for the lower assessment. Now, again, if you
Okay,
compare.
that helps me. Thank you, Chris.
Yep.
I just asked because it seemed to me, as I understood your argument, it was that though, of course, there'll never be a 100% match between what an appraiser's method find for given properties and what a commercial sales-based approach would find for those same properties, that in your client's case, the discrepancy was too large. But I didn't hear you, and I'm sorry if I missed it, I didn't hear you making the case that the discrepancy on Jasmine was much greater than the discrepancy would have been if you looked at how the appraiser's estimate of the value of some other properties in the neighborhood compared to your assessment of those same properties' values. Yet that, it seemed to me, would be one argument that you would want to make.
Yes, that's very astute, and your question to him was extremely astute. He presented, my client, Mike, presented that idea that we go through the neighborhood and we compare assessments with sale prices. I suggested to him that we keep this simplistic because it is actually very simplistic and we're going to just confuse you with a bunch of numbers. But to elaborate on that, so this house, the one you just asked about, it sold. It's an actual sale. What's the best way to know the value of a property? It's when somebody buys it. That's what it's worth. So it sold for $625, so we know, so assessing that property should be easy. I know some municipalities will make the assessed value the sale price. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I had one client, he knew he overpaid by $200,000. The assessor switched it to the sale price. Well, that's wrong too, because he knowingly overpaid. But anyways, the job's easy when you have an actual sale price. We don't have an actual sale price for the subject property. So we have to use this process. I believe the sales comparison approach is the most accurate. Could have done that, probably could have made some hay out of that. We didn't prepare for that.
But what I would say to that, which I did say, is that my percentage increase of my assessed value and therefore tax has increased the last 5 years at 10%, 30%, 0, 7, 8, and now 19. And those percentage increases are higher than my neighborhood from the properties I've looked at.
He's actually crunched a lot of legit data on this.
This has been growing, and what I'm saying is my value has been escalating faster than my neighborhood, and I've been looking at the data.
Okay. Chris, if I understood I hope I'm being fair to what you presented too. Just to follow up, I think I heard you say that one missing factor in this is that there wasn't a physical assessment of the Persimmon property, and there was more recently of the Jasmine property?
No, so we didn't do a revaluation for 1/1 of 2023. So everybody across the city is experiencing essentially 2 years of market changes. So, and I guess to the point of going up outside, in difference with the neighborhood, as I mentioned previously, this property actually, the Lacey Heights neighborhood increased by 20%. And the subject property increased by 19. So it's obviously not substantially lower than average, but it is lower than the neighborhood average at large. So,
Well, could you speak to the last 5 years?
let me look. I can tell you that there's reasons outside of the revaluation for 2022. As stated, there was an addition put on, I believe, to the deck, and forget what else it was, but there was physical changes that occurred in that year that were also paired with the market changes. So, and that's typical of any property, property that takes out a permit.
But how about on a year when there was no physical change that had increased greater than?
One more back and forth here, then we're
All
going.
right, I'll stop.
No, it's okay.
Are you referring to this year?
Repeat your question, Mr. Watzke.
I would say, for example, like in 2020, why was my increase much greater than everybody else? I changed my deck in 2020, so the next year would be impacted, and in 2017 I did a bathroom. So 2020, like I increased 13%, and the neighbors I looked at were like 5%.
I can't speak to that. I was not the assessor at the time. I'm looking at the notes. Let me look from 2020.
It appears on here that there was a basement addition between 2019 and 2020. That's what's listed
A
on.
what addition?
Basement.
No, that addition was in 2017, and I took the increase of 10% versus my neighbor's 5% in 2019. That addition was in 2017. It was an office. And then, well, it's part of the basement. And then in 2020, I redid my deck.
Okay. Chris, anything else? Okay, let's, time to make a judgment here, gentlemen and lady.
I have a question for you, Chair,
Sure.
or for Tracy. As an alternate, I'm curious to know what the circumstances are in which I vote and don't vote.
Yep, Tracy, go ahead.
As an alternate, you have the option to vote or not vote. You would be required to vote if we did not have a quorum. We do have a quorum of regular members. We're only missing one. But for the record, you can vote to make sure that it's a unanimous vote.
Yeah, or if it's not,
Correct.
he could still break a tie, so to speak.
Correct.
So Dave, the call is yours. So the official members are, if I'm correct, Tracy's Bloomquist, Poole, Paff, Krim, and Andrew. Correct? Alternate?
Dave, Andrew, and Mark are alternates.
So 4 of us are official members.
Correct.
Okay. Could the alternates make a motion or not?
They can.
Okay.
Correct. They are
Dave,
part
is
of the
it-
board.
A follow-up question to my fellow alternates. Would either of you, having more experience on this board than I, be willing to share what your pattern of voting has been, whether you vote when it is not required but optional?
I always vote.
Mark, your thoughts?
I'm with you. This is brand new.
Oh, okay.
So
So we'll
But
defer
thank
to
you,
you.
Andrew.
So public servants, it's your guys' call, but more the merrier is always good slogan.
If
Okay.
you don't vote, I ask that you, for the record, abstain.
Yeah, yeah. Because we're going to do a roll call on this, right, Tracy? We don't have to.
Do-
Okay. Okay, so let's open it up here. Mr. Bloomquist, thoughts? Looking for a motion here. We've got to make some decisions here because Mr. Watzke's time is precious and so is ours. So we want to. Or somebody here, don't all speak at once, Eldon. That's why you guys are here. So our choice is to accept, again, I'm not saying this in a biased manner, accept the judgment we go in is assuming the assessor is correct. That is based on state law. I read that at the beginning. The assessor's number is X. We can read that for the record again. Mr. Watzke's team estimate is Y. We can choose to accept the assessor's recommendation of X number, or if we do not, then we either go with a certain number or Mr. Watzke's number. Correct, Tracy?
That's correct, but you would need to show, if you're changing the number, you need to show and present why.
Correct. And what our math is behind
Correct.
it. Can't be back of the envelope.
Correct.
Okay, so I can make a motion as chair, but I don't really like to do that because I like to have you folks on the committee do that.
I have just one more. This is Krem. I have one more question of clarification. Is the issue about the date of the comparisons that the assessor is using something that is reflected in the statute, meaning the law requires us to only accept the comparisons that you're using?
You're talking about the January 1 thing.
Yeah, the January 1 thing versus their dates, which are after that.
I'm sorry, Dominic, 2 of the sales occurred prior to January 1 in my report.
Okay.
So
2 of them meet?
My effective date's different than the date he's using, but essentially I could have produced the same appraised value in January 1.
Chris, the question is, you're using the January 1 protocol. Mr. Watzke raised concerns about that. Eldon, if I'm correct, is asking you, is that normal practice? Isn't that based on state precedent?
So I was looking for
Is that correct,
specific. I was looking for the specific state statute, but yes, January 1st is statutorily required. That's the assessment date each given year.
And that's what you use as your professional protocol?
Exactly. We follow state statutes. Appraisers, and there's nothing wrong with using whatever date they do. However, when it comes to assessed value, they are different. So the thought is, if you go with their value, then or the appraised value, that is the value as of June 18th, I think, of 2024. So that value on the assessment roll would be technically not uniform with the rest, because the assessment would then reflect June 18th and not January 1st.
And Chris said at the beginning of his presentation, the market is dynamic, so things have changed from this summer compared to the last summers. So, okay, let's make it. Come on, Dave, we got to keep moving here, but I get it. Go ahead.
To clarify, then your explanation of why your evaluation of the Persimmon property differs from what it would have been from the appraiser's report is that you've got to use only the January and newer sales.
Well, they're using January newer. We're using 2022 and 2023 since that's the last time we did the revaluation. But the difference is as part of it is the time frame of the sales that was used, and also just the difference in opinion of what adjustments should be for square footage for
okay.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Don't all jump at once here. John F. Kennedy's book, Profiles in Courage, is very thin for a reason. So let's do some stuff here. Otherwise, I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion that the City Board of Review accepts the the assessor's evaluation of 2719 Jasmine Drive, parcel number 0609084-6225-7 of $733,500. Is that correct, Chris? That's the correct number.
I believe so.
Okay, motion by Pav.
Krem, second.
Okay, on the table, discussion. If I would have had Mr. Bloomquist in 2013 as silent as he is now, I would have moved anyway. All in favor of the motion to accept the assessor's opinion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign. Motion carries. No.
For the record, I do have one nay by Bloomquist.
Correct. Madam Clerk, now that we've dispensed with that business, what are next steps on this action item that we just took?
So I will have the objector sign the notice of Board of Review determination form, and then we can call the next case.
All right, thank you again for coming in. We appreciate it very, very much. Thank you to this board for acting. The next case in front of us is now 3036 Woods Edge Way, and that is parcel number 0609-054-5276-4. And we're going to have the clerk get set up. Sir, just give us 2 seconds here. Appreciate you coming in.
case, so I don't think they'll ask the same.
All right, let's get back in the swing of things here. This gentleman's time is precious. Thank you for coming. Again, I would ask everyone to silence their cell phones. Sir, you are here testifying as a homeowner or the authorized agent of the homeowner. Is that correct?
A homeowner, yes.
Okay. At this time, I'm going to ask Madam Clerk Tracy to swear in those giving testimony. So give us 1 second, sir, while the clerk gets ready.
Thank you, Chair. If I could have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Roger DeChamps, 3036 Woods Edgeway, Fitchburg, Wisconsin.
Thank you. And Assessor Leitz and
Julia, you want to? Thank you.
Assistant Assessor Julia Stover. Repeat after me. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Chris Leitz, City Assessor, I do.
Julia Stover, Property Appraiser, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Okay. Again, we are at a hearing here, the border review on July 17th for the property of 3036 Woods Edge Way, and that is a condominium. Am I correct on that, Chris?
Correct.
Condominium. And the PIN number is 0609-054-5276-4. And the property owner's opinion of his property is $580,000. Chapter 70 of the Wisconsin statutes gives the assessor the presumption of correctness. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has ruled that to overcome the presumption, you need to present sworn oral testimony proving that the assessor erred in determining the total value under appeal. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has given the Board of Review standards of evidence to guide us as we consider your appeal. The standards are: the best evidence of value is a recent arm's-length sale of subject property. Next, the sale of reasonably comparable property. Then all other approaches to value: income approach, income-producing properties, and the cost approach on special purpose and unique properties where there is not an active market. This does not include comparisons to your neighbor's property unless it's recently sold in an arm's-length transaction. At this time, Mr. Property Owner, could you share any exhibits that you may be presenting with your testimony? You can
I
hand
have an appraisal.
Yep, please hand that to the clerk. And this will be Property Owner Exhibit 1, correct, Madam Clerk? Okay. Please write that in the upper right-hand corner of this, folks. And then if you have an appraisal of property, the appraisal must be here to present a sworn oral testimony, so thank you for meeting that requirement. And we got kind of a fuller agenda today, but I want to be very respectful, sir. But I want to give you a 2-minute warning of your presentation time, which is about 10 to 12 minutes. And one more time, before you get started, if you will state your name and full address for the record, and we also state what is your opinion of the fair market value of your property, and begin presenting your testimony.
Can I?
I'm sorry, I have a hearing problem, and I didn't understand your last statement.
State your name, sir, address, and what do you think the price of your property is, and then you can start your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
You betcha.
Can I make a note quick? Is that?
Yes.
So I mentioned it previously, but in the adopted rules that were picked up about a month ago, one of the notes is on appraisals being used as evidence for the Board of Review. Rule 10, Section F, Section 1 of the evidence section states, appraisals will not be allowed as evidence at the Board of Review valuation hearing without the appraiser who conducted the appraisal being present to provide oral testimony. So I don't know if the appraiser is going to be here or not, but I figured that was worth noting.
Would the property owner have been aware of that rule?
The rules were posted. I didn't make him aware of it, but I just figured I'd mention it, and this is the first year that we've got these rules, so I just figured it was worth noting.
Chairman, can I ask a point of order then?
Mark, yes.
Do we, based on that rule then, are we permitted to use this or even look at this?
You're taking a kind of a deferral to the chair, correct?
A bit, yeah. I think this is, these were posted on the last Board of Review meeting notes. So this appraisal was done after the fact. So the board adopted the rules on June 5th. So there's a timing issue here, but I think it's worth noting. Again, this is the first year we've got these rules. I think.
I am going to make a board chair to say that this does not jeopardize us legally at all or anything like, does it?
I don't think it jeopardizes us legally. I think there are rules that were adopted.
Totally understand that.
And so I leave it up to the board, but I figured it was worth discussion. I think it's worth it. Tracy, you got?
Yeah, and if I could just remind the board that testimony needs to be given by oral or written testimony by the objector. The appraiser is not here that wrote this. He's not here to read it into record.
Well, that's a different ballgame then.
Dave Carlson, a proposal then. I think we ought to follow our rules, and our rules state that the submission of this appraisal report without the appraiser who did it being present is hearsay. We cannot consider it. However, I think we can, if at all possible, we should offer the property owner the chance to have his hearing.
I feel that it makes the procedure very onerous, very expensive to appeal when I would have to pay for an appraisal and pay for his time here. It makes it very difficult for anybody to appeal their
Understood,
assessment.
sir, but that is the professional nature that we need to have to make the determination that we have professional.
But I would like to. I'd like to be. I think I'm more concerned about the fact that this is a requirement that though you were formally made aware of, it escaped your notice. I mean, and I might have missed it too if I were in your shoes. So I wonder if we can offer the property owner a chance to reschedule his hearing and have the appraiser present if he wishes.
Well, that then would require. Thank you for that, Dave, but that would require, if we were to choose that path, Mr. Property Owner would then have to pay for an appraiser to come accompany him to this. Hold that thought, sir. Mark?
Yes. Assessor Leitz, you had mentioned that this was submitted prior to the adoption of these rules. Is that correct?
So it was submitted after the rules were adopted.
It was submitted after. Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
It would have been, I think, well, let me check. Let me double check. I don't remember.
I only asked because if this was submitted prior to the adoption of those rules, we should act on it as is.
But your calculus is a little different now, are you saying, Mark?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, if that's the case.
Well,
I was also not
right.
really here for that, so I can't speak to it.
No, that's fine. I want to get a consensus of the group here. I mean, we want to be respectful of the taxpayer, but also we also have to follow rules here. Tracy, keep us in line here.
Two things. Thank you, Chair.
Yep.
One thing I want to mention is we are past the 2-hour mark, so no waiver notices, objection forms will be accepted
so
now.
I can let my dog out on time.
And I also recommend that if you want to recess, we can take a look at the state statutes and make sure that there's nothing in there that says that the appraiser needs to be present for written and oral testimony.
We're going to take a 5-minute informal break while Tracy goes and talks to Attorney Zussman. Yes, sir.
I would just like to mention that a second comparable on that appraisal was a sale.
We're not going to get into that yet, sir. We're going to determine if the appraisal is even allowable. So just let us figure that out first, okay? So we'll take 5 minutes informal, Tracy, for you to go do a little homework. Is that fair?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we are back formal, the Fitchburg Board of Review, July 17th, 2024. Okay, in front of us is the hearing for 3036 Woods Edge Way, property 0609 054 5276-4. The property owner, Roger DeChamps, is sworn in, as well as our City Assessing Department, Chris Leitz, and Julia Stover. In front of us, the Board of Review is a question of Mr. DeChamps using as an exhibit appraisal of his property that was done by an appraisal firm. Two things that have come up in front of the committee relating to the appraiser, and Madam Clerk, if I misspeak, jump in. One, according to city rules based on practices that are occurring throughout the state that we adopted on June 5th as the initial board of review, Chris, to have an appraisal be part of the record, it had to be brought in before we adopted our rules. Is that correct on June 5th?
Say that again, if you would.
According to the rules that we passed at this committee on June 5th regarding an appraisal, what did we pass in those rules?
So in the rules and procedures document that was posted in the agenda back in the June 5th meeting, there's a rule specific. So there's section 10 that details, rule 10, which details the hearing process. So within that, item F pertains to evidence, and then section 1 under that details appraisals. So what it indicates, this rule for the Board of Review's processes and procedures, is that appraisals will not be allowed as evidence at the Board of Review valuation hearing without the appraiser who conducted the appraisal being present to provide oral testimony, explain their work, and be cross-examined regarding information contained in the appraisal. Submission of an appraisal without the presence of the appraiser to provide testimony is hearsay evidence, not sworn oral evidence, and cannot be considered by the Board of Review.
Okay. So at hand, Mr. DeChamps, your appraiser has been done. You have hired that. However, in order for us as the Board of Review to look at that, review that as part of your testimony, we need to have either in person or over the telephone the appraiser who prepared your appraisal so we can cross-examine him. It cannot be delivered through you as the property owner because you did not conduct the appraiser. Does that make sense, sir? You don't have to agree with it. I just want to make sure you hear what I said because we can get your response in a second. So with that, I think the committee will give me the ability to say this. You can correct me if I'm wrong or jump in. We probably at this time will not be able to hear your testimony. However, if the committee so indulges, which I think we should, Tracy, am I correct? We could potentially reschedule, give you the option to bring forward either over the phone or the person who did your appraisal. That would be at your cost, sir, to give you an opportunity to do your fully right to do so, present your testimony in front of this public board. But at this time today, unfortunately, we cannot hear your testimony, or at least we cannot use the appraisal report as part of your testimony. And I'm sure that is central to your conversation. So maybe you would want to come back, but I will give you. Did I explain that correct to the board and to the public? Did I?
And can I just point out that on pages 17 and 18 of the Board of Review guide, it says that all evidence must be oral. It also says the Board of Review may postpone and reschedule a hearing limited to once during the same session for the same property.
Meaning postponed to another date, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so we're all within our bailiwick here.
It's in the Department of Revenue guide to the board members.
Everybody see that? Mark, please.
Just a clarifying couple of questions here.
Yes, sir.
I do want to at least maybe make a point of order that if we choose, or if we do this, and obviously it's in here as Tracy just pointed out, that we are consistent with that with any potential future cases that present themselves today. I don't want to just make this as a one-off.
I would completely agree with you, sir. Good point. So in front of us now, we are going to make the motion, Mr. DeChamps, to postpone your hearing to give you the option. Our city clerk, if we agree to that, would work with you to find a time that meets within all of our busy schedules, which is fine. That's why we have alternates. We want to give you the full opportunity to do that. To repeat, sir, whether right or wrong, the onus for the appraisal's cost would fall on you as the homeowner. The city would not pick up that cost by any means.
And please note that, you can accept a sworn written statement, but the guide goes on to say written information does not allow for cross-examination.
Correct.
So you would not be able to ask any questions regarding the appraisal without the actual appraiser present or via
Right.
telephone to answer questions.
So
okay?
there's a great point. So the option for you, I guess today, sir, is you could give us the appraisal or let us look at it, but there would be no conversation on that. Is that correct, Tracy?
Correct.
So if you want to have a professional appraiser explain the appraisal, go through the process, talk about the numbers, how they came up with them, we can give you the option to postpone this for you to bring that appraiser over the phone or in person. Richard, why don't you state your thoughts here, and we'll let Mr. DeChamps think about it a little bit here.
Actually, that was going to be the question, is if he didn't want to have his appraiser come to the meeting, could he do it over the phone? We would accept over the phone, so it wouldn't be like travel time for the appraiser to come.
As long as it's oral testimony.
Yep, so we could do it that way, okay.
Andrew, Dave, you guys good? You want to ask any questions among us, and then we want to give the property owner, obviously, the respect he deserves here, so.
I don't have any questions.
Okay.
I'm good with postponing the date.
Chris, is there anything you want to add?
No, thank you.
Okay, Mr. DeChamps, do you follow what we're doing here?
Not completely. Is there an option that we could do something today?
Yes, but we cannot really discuss. We can look at your appraisal. We can totally see that it's got a letterhead from a professional appraiser. However, sir, we cannot ask you or cross-examine on that appraisal. How did you come up with this number? Because that person is not here. So we are just taking that document and looking at it, using our judgment. Chris, then you would present kind of your thoughts, but cannot really work from the appraisal because you don't have the expertise, did not write that. Chris, our assessor, and Julie, our assessing team, would have a chance to say why they come up with their numbers. As I read at the beginning, we as a board take the presumption that the city assessing department is correct. So that's where we come from based on state law. So I guess the option for you is to hand us that document, which I know you paid for. We look at it. You can say a few things, or as much as you like within a certain time frame. I would then turn it over to Chris. He and his team would explain their thoughts, and then you would have a chance to maybe ask Chris a question or two. And then,
Point of order.
yes, sir.
So I'm looking at these rules here in this packet that we have, City of Fitchburg Board of Review, rules and procedures, and here.
Where are you looking, Eldon?
On page 13.
Yep.
Item F, evidence. It says appraisals will not be allowed as evidence at the Board of Review valuation hearing without the appraiser conducted the appraisal. So like, I don't think we can even look at it,
Okay.
is my point.
Okay, thank you for that. So I guess our best option is to postpone.
So there's no way, I mean, I've spent $600 for an appraisal already. It's going to cost me probably $1,000 to appear with this appraiser, and it could very well just end up the way the previous case ended with the appraiser here. You make it very difficult to appeal. If I went to a bank with this appraisal, they would lend me money on it. They wouldn't have to have the appraiser testify that it's true. He says it's true when he writes the appraisal. I think your rule is ridiculous, but and I understand you have to go by your rules however they're written, but I'm just very upset with this whole process here.
I understand. Tracy, is there anything you want to add?
No,
I would.
you can proceed without the appraisal if you wanted to.
Pardon me?
Continue. If you wanted to continue with your hearing and your objection, you can continue without the appraisal.
Yeah, I would just continue with the hearing, whatever I can do.
Okay.
I'm ready to be done with this. I've fought this, I've been overassessed for 4 years. I've been fighting for 4 years. I pay $3,000 more taxes than my neighbors with a practically identical house.
Okay. Chris, do you want to walk us through your thoughts here?
Commissioner Fash, before we start, I mean, I'm reading this as that if he wants to proceed, that we can accept that appraisal as hearsay evidence, in which case, if we are proceeding here, I think we should get that back. Am I reading that
I
correctly?
need some direction here, because I'm feeling a little.
Sure, you can accept it. Sorry, you can accept it as hearsay. You cannot ask any cross-examinations.
Well, that's what I was trying to say
Because
earlier.
he's not here, so.
Correct, thank you.
Okay, so, sir, you want to go forward, correct?
Yes, please.
Okay, so then let's pass out the appraisal, make sure I'm right here, legally, I'm right. Pass out the appraisal, we can look at it, we can give him an opportunity, he's stated what he wanted to state. Kristen can go through what he's done, and then we make a decision. Correct?
Yep.
That's correct, is that, board? I want to make sure I do that right. Okay, all right, sir, we're going forward per your direction. So hand Tracy, the clerk, the appraisal, you guys have it, notice. I guess the question before you hand those out, Tracy, is can we discuss the appraisal amongst ourselves? Nope. Okay, all right, thank you.
And for clarity, it cannot be considered. That's specifically.
You can accept it, but it cannot be considered.
Okay. We're learning something every day here, Chris, right?
We are.
Tracy?
Of course, yes, by all means. Anybody else need a bottle of water?
Not yet. Yeah, you're on camera.
Okay, all right. Thank you for the public here, for your patience, but also can understand how important these times are. Okay. Chris, you and your team, please.
You want us to proceed with our testimony? Is that right?
Mr. DeChamps has stated what he said, and then we'll have you go, and then if he has a few questions,
Sure.
we'll go with
All right.
that.
Well, I will turn it over to Julia. She
Okay,
she's got the
Julia,
script
please.
on this one.
Okay, we're gonna hand out a packet.
This would be Assessor Department Exhibit 1, please. Please write that in the upper right-hand corner. Thank you, Fred.
Thank you.
The floor is yours, Julia.
Okay, thank you. I'm Julia Stover, and I'm a property appraiser with the city of Fitchburg. I'm going to present some information about 3036 Woods Edge Way.
Julia, just for the public, you want to talk about your background with the city, just real quickly?
Yep. I've been employed with the city of Fitchburg Assessing Office as a property appraiser. I have a Assessor 2 certification, which expires September 30th, 2027, and I am current with all required continuing education. I have worked in the assessment field for almost 3 years now with the city of Fitchburg since December 2021. I have a Bachelor in Science and Consumer Science from the UW of Madison. I have a certificate in Property Assessment Valuation from Waukesha County Technical College, and have taken additional courses in property appraisal principles, procedures, as well as real estate courses in building structure, design, and law. I've attended the Board of Review trainings in 2017 and 2021, and the annual assessor meeting presented by the Department of Revenue since 2021. I've also completed property appraisal valuation courses presented by the International Association of Assessing Officers.
Before we move forward, were you sworn in yet?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay, so I've provided the objection form from the property owner, and I will go over section 2 on the first page I provided. Section 2 states the purpose of the assessment and standards for establishing value. The purpose is to estimate the full value, often referred to as market value, of property as of January 1st, 2024. Part A summarizes the standards for establishing value as found in State Statute 7032 of the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and case law. The valuation hierarchy is Tier 1, an arm's length sale of the subject, if the sale is consistent with characteristics of arm's length sales of reasonable comparable properties, or Tier 2, based on comparison of properly adjusted arm's length sales of reasonable comparable properties, or Tier 3, all other accepted techniques, primarily the cost and income methods. Part B contains a definition of market value, including criteria that a sale must satisfy to be considered arm's length and used for establishing true market value. Part C is information from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions. That the purpose of mass appraisal is the equitable and efficient appraisal of all property in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. It defines mass appraisal as the systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date using standardized procedures and statistical testing. And the manual notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisals, there are notable differences between the two. And finally, because this is a revaluation year, the estimated level of assessment is approximately 100%. And on the next page, you'll find a map illustrating the subject property's location. The next few pages after that are the property record card that contains specific data on quantitative and qualitative physical characteristics of the land and improvements for the subject site. I'll note some of the more significant data. The first page shows that this property is a low to medium density residential condominium. It is located in the Seminole Village neighborhood on the city's north side. The second page shows building permit history, sales history. The relevant information from the sales show the most recent sale of the subject property was back in 2016 for $500,000, and it was not an arm's length sale. There was no market exposure, and it was a word of mouth sale. The third and fourth pages show the notes section. The property was last inspected in November 2022. This year, 2024, there was an open book appointment with the property owner in person. After the open book appointment, the interior rating was changed from good to average. This decreased the overall CDU rating from good to average. The property value decreased by $50,400 from $697,000 as the initial assessment to $646,600. Page 5 shows land information. This land has a negative 10% adjustment as it backs up to McKee Road and is considered less desirable for the neighborhood. On the sixth page of the record card, I'll highlight the structure is a contemporary style, condominium style residence, 2 stories in height. It contains 3,422 square feet of living space. It was built in 1994, and it has an effective year built of 2004, which reflects the significant remodeling from 2016. It is a construction and quality grade B+ property. Its overall condition, desirability, and usefulness is rated as average. There is other detailed information on the physical attributes contained in the record card. The 7th page is a sketch of the property. And next we have the market valuation detail summary, which summarizes the assessment calculation as completed by our automatic valuation model. The model is based on Volume 2 of the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and 2022 and 2023 arm's length sales. Next, we have a map that locates the subject property and recent reasonably comparable arm's length sales. And then we have a sales comparison report that supports the current assessed value of the property. The report lists comparable arm's length sales from 2022 and 2023. All of these properties are in the same neighborhood. And we have 3018, 2997, 2993, and 3053 Woods Edgeway. The sale prices range from $553,000 to $635,000. The report shows photos and it lists comparative data that demonstrates the sale properties are reasonably comparable to the subject. The styles are 2-story and ranch-style condominiums with subject and sales gross living areas ranging between 2,900 square feet and 3,658 square feet. The effective year built ranges between 1993 and 2024, or 2004, sorry. So 1993 and 2004 for effective year built. And other data is listed demonstrating that the sale properties are reasonably comparable to the subject. This report adjusts the sale prices for differences such as the lot size or location, building attributes, age and condition, market location, and detached structures, if any. I don't think there are any in this neighborhood, but and the adjusted sale prices then range from $580,000 to $697,900. We believe the adjusted sale prices of reasonably comparable properties indicate that the assessed value of $646,600 is a fair estimate of the market value of the subject property as of January 1st, 2024. And in summary, because there is not a Tier 1 arm's length sale within the last 2 years, or any time since 2016, I believe it was, or earlier, we completed a mass appraisal assessment of the property using both Tier 2 and Tier 1 approaches to value. We ultimately used the Tier 3 market modified cost approach, as that provides the most uniform, consistent, and detailed value estimate as expected by the public. Based on the testimony provided today, I do not believe the property owner has overcome the presumption that the assessment is correct, and respectfully request that you sustain the assessment as presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark?
Question, Ms. Stover. The delta between the 72,300 of the land value and this, these always will represent a 10% discount for this particular property. Is
As
that
long
correct?
as it's been on there. I'm not sure how long that negative 10% adjustment has been on there. I don't know when that was added, I suppose.
The question, Mr. DeChamps, is
Or
the
what-
$72,000 that's been deducted from the property, correct?
$7,230.
$7,200, yep.
Are you asking if it'll stay on there kind of?
I'm just curious
going
if that has
forward?
always been on since 2005, if that adjustment has always been there.
I can take I don't know how far back our records
We
go
could look
in
back at
here.
each assessment roll to see when it was
Oh,
added,
okay.
or
It may be an unfair question for right now.
it will continue to stay on there unless we see sales showing that there is no difference in sales between sales that occur, that already have that adjustment and other sales. If we see that there's no difference, but considering it's land, it's kind of hard to say.
With that and a follow-up, are all of these, it looks like there are 7 properties that directly back up to McKee Road here. Do all 7 of those properties also have that same 10%
I believe they do.
adjustment?
I can double check that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess that goes into my thoughts here. The property owner did put in his letter when he submitted his application to the city that the heavy traffic on McKee Road. So Mark has asked a question, if all of those homes along McKee Road are getting kind of the same, lack of better terms, reduction, if you will. So you're, right now, that property, because of that, Julia, is a $7,200 kind of, what am I trying to say?
Adjustment.
Yeah.
Yeah, negative adjustment.
Negative adjustment. So I guess my point is the property owner raising that concern is being met. Is that correct, Julia, in your assessing of the property? You understand his concern, is
Yeah.
what you're saying. I mean, you have to make a mathematical judgment based on all kinds of formulas, et cetera, et cetera. So that concern has been heard. And what we're finding out now, sir, is we're finding out if that's somewhat consistent across the board with your fellow neighbors along McKee Road. That's what we're looking at now. Any other questions for the property owner or the assessing team?
I would welcome an answer from either the city assessor's office or from the property owner. Have there been any more recent sales, whether at arm's length or not, than those cited in either of your appraiser's reports?
Can you say that again?
Have there been any more recent sales, or have you used the sales that were most recent as of the date of your report?
I see what you're saying.
We use the sales that were most recent and most comparable to the property. Anything past January 1st, there may have been more sales, but we haven't looked at any sales within the last, after January 1st.
Any other questions at all? Julia, do you have that answer for us, by the way, of the 7 houses along McKee?
Still looking.
Yeah,
I
no
found
problem.
a few.
Sorry,
I
you're
found a
busy.
few of them that do. Although I'm not without
So
getting
without
a
putting
map
in a
up,
spot
I'm
or
not
delaying
sure.
it, you would say there is a pattern that's there.
Let's do this.
Okay, that's fair. I think that's
We
fair.
had some issues with the DCI map and
problem.
zooming right in, so it's
No
a little
problem.
slower than.
No problem.
we're
You
used
do that because I'm going to take a 30-second phone call.
I have a question, Dave Carlson with a question for the property owner. When did you purchase the unit?
November of 2020.
2020, okay.
Oh, here.
It's hard to figure out without the
well-
addresses.
Am I allowed to speak here? When is, am I out of turn? Or?
Yes, thank you, sir. Yes, go ahead, by all means.
I would just like to say that the sales over 600 are all units that are on the green space. Anything on McKee, especially when you're on the corner of McKee and Seminole like I am, people don't want any part of it. After we bought, moving from out of town, we needed a place, and this was available. We have since found out that the reason it was available was that nobody wants that location. They'll pay the big money to be on the green space or on the conservancy, but they don't want to be on the corner of Seminole and McKee, where you have all the rescue equipment and the traffic lights and the motorcycles stopped there with their radios blaring. We can't open our windows. It's so noisy. So it's ridiculous to compare us to a property on the green space and give us $7,000 credit. People wait for years to buy in Seminole Village. They wait for the right unit to come up, and they bid like crazy. But on McKee Road is not the right unit. There's no way that this property is worth $600,000. It's just not, the previous owner did substantial updates, but I really don't think that it does anything for the market value today. First of all, they were 9 years ago, but and the quality and the aesthetics of the changes just don't add any value today. And without the assessments for these upgrades, or changes, I'll call them, I don't consider them upgrades, but these changes, the assessment would be about $572,000. The assessor has told me that. Instead, it's at $646. So we're talking about $75,000 attributable to these changes. And I just feel it's overassessed based on those reasons, and because there was a recent sale, October of last year, and it's one of the comparables on the appraisal. It's one of the comparables on the assessor's comparison. It's 3018 Woods Edge Way. It's a very similar unit. The difference being that it's a better location. It has an updated kitchen, high-end, Sub-Zero, Wolf, all the high-end cabinets and everything. And that sold for $580 in October of last year. I think that's, I think that's a reasonable comparable. These comparables using houses on the green space are not really comparables.
Julia, back to our question, just curious if you do have the 7,300 price. I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
I've found 6 of them so far that
6
do.
out
and
of the 7?
6, oh, there are 7 on
I
that?
don't know, Mark, I did not look in front of you.
That was what I just counted on the map. I don't know how
okay,
scientific
then
that is.
maybe there's one more on.
Well, so there's a consistent pattern here.
It appears that is.
I guess the question.
Yeah, I found 7 of them, I just.
There are some houses that got that same offset because they're at the entrance. They're not on McKee, but they're close to the clubhouse and the entrance, and they also have that $7,200 offset.
Okay. All right, so I think we've heard from the whole property owner. I know it's been a little bit of a long winding road here, but we've heard from the property owner. We've heard from the city assessing department. I'm gonna open this up for, kind of pull this back at the board level here. Any discussions? I'll go down the line here. Bloomquist, any thoughts here, questions before we take action?
Yeah, this is a procedural one. More
Microphone, friend.
Thanks. You never change. We seem to have first wandered back and forth with the appraisal, saying we couldn't take it, now we've got it in front of us, but we really can't use it. I think this is a new rule where we can't have, where he was supposed to have brought the appraiser in to do this. I think that the rule at the top of the form says, if you got any questions, read the guide for the property owners. I wonder how many people actually read however many pages long that is. Maybe make it a little more clear on the form that if you're, whatever documents you're going to support or bring for support, you need to bring the person that wrote them with you. Don't just refer to, the manual itself. So I have a little bit of an issue with the fact that, and I realize it's the first year out of the box with the new rules or whatever. I get it. I've lived here long enough, 30 plus years, that when those were built and then the road got widened and then the corner there got, when Seminole and PD got changed again and the trees got taken down and opened a lot more of those units up. So I get it. I think with the reduction of the $7,000, there has been some leeway given by the assessor's office that, for the difference between the condos that sit in the front and the condos further back in there. I guess this point, just looking at the assessor's numbers for comparables, I guess I'm going to sort of have to side with the city on this one.
Am I getting a motion out of you, sir?
You asked for comments.
Okay. With profile and courage, but we're going to get that for Christmas.
I got a comment. You got a comment?
Carol, go ahead.
Can I respond to that?
Very briefly, sir, because we got to, yep.
You know, I understand how the assessor's office works, and you plug in all the numbers and you come up with this value. But when that value doesn't come close to what the actual market value is, then you should make some adjustment to your input.
Thank you.
And the assessor's calculation is just coming up with a number that's much higher than what we could possibly sell it for.
Carol? Anything you want? Otherwise, we'll keep moving. All right. Anything else on this side here? Otherwise, we're going to get a motion from somebody to move forward.
I have a quick question
Yes,
for
sir.
the assessors.
Please.
Since this property is the corner of Seminole and McKee, does it have the highest I would just logistically speaking think that would be like the highest discount for the noise. Is that the case?
So, if you look on a map, it is on the corner, but it's separated by another parcel with green space, with trees, with a retention pond from Seminole. So I don't believe that the traffic on Seminole per se has a real direct issue on this. It's really much more close proximity to McKee. So.
All right. Good.
But it is, for what it's worth, I looked at the condo plat map to ensure that each of those addresses on McKee has the discount. Every one of them does. So
Okay.
Just to confirm.
So we are consistent.
Yep.
David?
Some questions for the assessor's office. What's the assessed value for 2024 of that unit that both of you have referred to, 3018 Woods Edge Way? I want to make sure I'm looking in the right place. What I see is a comparable value on your report of 613, but that's not the same thing as what you've assessed it at for this year, is it?
Right. The assessed value is at $624,000 for that one.
Okay. The property owner has pointed out that when the use of your formulas yields a result that in a given case seems out of whack, something ought to be done. If I heard you correctly at the start of this morning's session, you said that 200 and some objections have been filed by just residential property owners, but that 100 and some of these objections were settled already. Was the settlement of those objections, did the settlement of those objections involve your taking into account the additional information in the way that the property owner has suggested ought to be done in his case?
I think I see what you're saying. So the short answer, well, I guess let me back up. So the 220 some odd open book appointments that we had, those are not specific to residential. So that's going to include commercial. There's a few kind of weird ag parcels. But this one we did meet with during open book. He presented us the appraisal. I guess it would have been after open book a little bit. But in the, he first contacted us pretty early in the process. So I said, just get us the appraisal when you can if you'd like us to consider it. So we did. I took a look at it, and Julia took a look at it as well. And based on the appraisal that was provided, we reduced the value by around $50,000 from what it was initial. So there's pictures in the appraisal. We looked at it in comparison to other properties and ultimately determined that an adjustment was warranted on that. So based off of open book, the property owner still feels the value is, of course, too high. So that's why he's here. So hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. And finally, if some adjustment were to be made in the consideration of location within the condo association, that 7,000 doesn't adequately reflect the degree to which being on the perimeter and exposed to more noise decreases the value of his property. Is that an adjustment that then you would be required to apply to all of the properties within that association that you deem to suffer that same defect?
I think I see what you're saying. So if we were to discover that, say in this case, that actually sales on McKee actually sell for, 20% less or whatever.
Yeah.
If there's sales data to support that, then yes, we would reflect that in our assessments. In this case, we've found, as there's been sales, that it's been about 10% less for properties on McKee, so that's what we've done. And that's pretty typical of a lot of other neighborhoods too. It tends to be about maybe a 10% reduction to the land for busier traffic, heavier traffic areas.
Okay, Rich, Eldon, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, so I guess that was my question. The discount that they've been given, is that a 10% reduction compared to the value, what the value would be without the reduction?
Yeah, exactly. So if you were to look through our roll here and see properties that are not on McKee, they would be their land values would be 10% higher.
Okay.
Richard?
Chris, just something. So did you meet with Mr. Deschamps at
Yeah.
Open Book?
Yep.
Did you adjust the property value at Open Book?
Yep, by about $50,000.
So you originally had it at 680.
Yeah. Or whatever, what's it at now, 646? It would have been at 690.
Yeah.
697. And then based off that appraisal, like I said, there's pictures in there which we found useful, and we ultimately decided that a reduction was warranted.
And Julia, the last time, were you ever in the condo or no?
2022.
Yes, I've been
2022.
inside of it. Yep.
2022, correct?
Yep.
So you've seen the updates that he talked about with the previous owner?
I have.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna make a motion. I make a motion that the Board of Review on property, let's get the right one in front of me here, hold on one second. Property, Mr. Deschamps, on 3036 Woods Edge Way, parcel number 0609054-5276-4. Tracy, if I want to go with the assessor, what is the language I would use?
Sustain assessor's value of.
I would,
and then that
the
number.
motion is to sustain the assessor's value of the property I just mentioned. Motion by Pav.
Bloomquist will second.
Bloomquist second. Any discussion? Brief discussion on my end. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you bringing things forward. Understand your concern, but I would urge an aye vote on this vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Motion passed unanimously. Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk needs to talk to you, sir, very briefly before you leave, and then we'll get prepared up here. The gentleman from Mr. Myron from 2201 Haywood Circle, you'll be up next. Thank you for your patience.
It's a kangaroo court.
So these are forms and duplicate of
Did that fact that he already had
I don't think
come up late?
it wasn't.
I'm going to ask that question early on, like right at the start.
He's a former professor.
Oh, okay. All right.
The old saying goes, I come on a farm, you can't bullshit a bullshitter.
Before he gives a response to you. Now he can give it.
I don't think $7,200 is a fair amount. That's not even close.
Thank you, Chair. We're ready for the next case when you are.
Okay, thank you again. We are here hearing the third hearing of the day, and that is the property of agenda item number 18C. Is it Myron? Am I pronouncing that correctly? Okay. 2201 Haywood Circle. The parcel number is 0609-214-4426-0, or the legal description as listed in the objection is Country Heights Lot 26. Let me get my paperwork in front of me, folks. Again, at this time, I ask everyone up here to silence your cell phones. Sir, you are either the property owner or the authorized agent. Am I correct?
Yes.
I'm going to ask our clerk, Tracy, to swear you in as well as the assessing team.
Thank you, Chair. Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And can you please state your name and address for the record?
Matthew Myron, 2201 Haywood Circle.
Thank you. And the Assessor's Department? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
City Assessor Chris Leitz, I do. Property Appraiser Trey Milliken, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, the matter in front of us is 2201 Haywood Circle, parcel 0609-214-4426-0, Country Heights, lot 26. Chapter 70 of the Wisconsin statutes gives the assessor the presumption of correctness. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has ruled to overcome that presumption. You need to present a sworn oral testimony proving that the assessor erred in determining the total value under appeal. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has given the Board of Review standards of evidence to guide us as we consider your appeal. Those standards are: the best evidence of value is a recent arm's-length sale of subject property. Next, the sale of reasonable comparable property. Then all other approaches to value. Income approach under income producing properties, and the cost approach on special purpose and unique properties where there is not an active market. This does not include comparisons to your neighbor's property unless it is recently sold in the arm's length transaction. At this time, Mr. Myron, please share any exhibits that you will be reading into the record. You can hand those to our clerk, and I would ask fellow board members to document this as property owner exhibit number 1 in the upper right-hand corner. If you have an appraisal of the property.
There's 9 of each one.
Okay, so 3 exhibits coming.
There's 4 exhibits.
4 exhibits?
And there's 9 of each one.
Yep, we will hold. We will hold, and then let's label them correctly. We'll label them all together here.
While we're waiting on that, I think I walked in when you guys were talking about the legal description that I put in there. I did not hear what you guys were referring to
Sure,
there.
it's a great
What was that
question.
about?
So the question is under your objection form is either you can put in the legal description for you, it's Country Heights Lot 26, you did that correctly, or a parcel number. No offense, but in most cases it's the parcel number that we've been using. So there was a clarification of either or was acceptable, and the answer is yes.
I hope so, because it says or.
Exactly, that's what we caught, so there was no objection to your property.
Okay, thank
There was
you.
just a little bit of a timeout to clarify that.
Thank
So,
you.
Glad you caught up with us, thank you. And thank you for your patience today.
Not a problem.
Thank you. No, you got pretty nails, Tracy, so don't cut your nails either. Exactly. You're doing great.
Mr. Chairman, did you want us to label these as one exhibit?
We'll go through them in one, yeah, we'll go through them in. Yep. Mark, you have copies, right? Or, I'm sorry, give me your first name.
Matt.
Matt, sorry, darn it. Matt, you have copies, I'm assuming.
I do.
Okay, so let me finish up my little spiel here, then we're going to go through the exhibits here in a second. Matt, if you have an appraisal of the property under review, the appraiser must be here to present sworn oral testimony for the board review, consider the appraisal. Since we have a full agenda today, I'd ask you to be respectful of time, but of course, we're going to give you enough time. And as we get started, please state your name and your full address for the record, and you also state what your opinion is of the fair market value of your property. Before you begin presenting your testimony, I just want to go through the exhibits. So state your name and the value of the property. In your
Yes,
opinion.
it's Matthew Myron, 2201 Haywood Circle. I believe the value of the property is $875.
Okay, in front of us, Mr. Myron has handed out 4 exhibits. My first exhibit 1 is the one that says My House at Comp. Exhibit 2 is an Excel spreadsheet where the upper left-hand corner says used in appraisal. Exhibit 3 is Core Logic, and Exhibit 4 is Core Logic Home Value Explorer. Take that back. Number 3 is Core Logic that has a market value of $822,048 on the left-hand side, and Exhibit 4 is Core Logic that has a market value of $858,128. Everybody have those 4 exhibits? Everybody have those? Assessing Department, you have them? Okay. Matt, floor is yours.
Thank you. So when I got my assessment, I made a phone call and talked to the assessor's office at length, and they explained the process that they go through and where I can find the data that they used to value my home, to assess my home. And I looked it up. I believe it's assessorsdata.org. I was told the reason the value of my property had increased 27% was because similar sales in my neighborhood were up 27%. When I let them know that there, in fact, have been no sales during 22 and 23, they then looked and said, oh yeah, it looks like that's not the case. So then we went out to the neighborhood group. They used sales from 22 and 23, and in my neighborhood group, there were 6 sales that were that happened during 2022 and 2023 that they used to assess my home. So I looked into that, started digging into the information. When I got what I received from the clerk, I looked at number, I think it's FAQ 15 it looks like, and the evidence to be used should be a recent sale of property, which obviously we don't have. I bought the home over 11 years ago. Sales of comparable properties, which is what I looked at. Recent appraisals, there are some appraisals from a bank in there, as well as other such evidence. And that's what I had put together. Kind of took all this information, and I made these spreadsheets so it was a little easier to understand and read. On the first, or I guess Exhibit 2 is what we're calling it there, you guys see that there are 3 properties, 3 of the 6 listed. I chose to dig into those 3 because those happen to be the same 3 that were used when I went and did a HELOC with the bank, and they had to do some appraisals for that. They happen to use those exact same properties that the assessor's office used. So I figured if 2 different entities felt that they were appropriate, it'd probably be pretty reasonable for us to look at those today. The first one is Win Some Way. You can see that did recently sell, and it's assessed for about 24% less than it sold for. Similar to my home, it has a pool, so that was one of the things that stood out of that one for me. What was helpful that it had that, I guess. Briarwood had recently sold, and you can see the assessment information there. That one did go up by 12%. What I like about the fact that that one was included by both is, of all of those on there, it's the one that went up, of the 6, it's the one that went up the most. It went up 12%, so I can't be accused of cherry picking all of the negative ones, the ones that went down. The last one was Niagara Court, recently sold and was assessed for about $35,000 less, or about 5% below its sale price. Of all of these on here, it had the most square footage, so most similar to my home. So as I looked at those 3, I figured they were pretty good, closest in square footage, and with a pool as well. In looking at those, the difference, or they actually went down. The appraisals went down by 6%. More importantly, on the far right-hand side, the price per square foot of those homes averages out to be about $155 a square foot. Mine is being assessed at $194 a square foot. Now, what I was told when I talked to them during the open book is the information that the assessor has is assumed to be correct, and they've gone through and already accounted for the age of the home, the style of the home, all those different things that some of the discussions that were had earlier in these other reviews. So to me, the differentiator there, or the equalizer, is the fact that here's what this is per square foot. We've already taken into account a deck or a pool or whatever, as they have done when they put this together. The first exhibit is where I kind of compared those. So you can see Win Some Way has a price per square foot of $148 a square foot. My house at 4,533 square feet would be $670,000 and some change. The land and other improvements that the assessors have, I included those in there so you can see the total on the far right-hand side. Second one down is Briarwood. You can see that the price per square foot is $160 a square foot. My house would be $725 and some change. Land and other improvements stay the same. Total of little under $892. Number 3 is Niagara Court, right behind me, $159 per square foot. My house would be $720 plus the land and improvements $887. If we're averaging those things out, it comes out to about $872,000. I looked at, as I mentioned, I had some appraisals done through the bank for redoing a HELOC, refinancing a HELOC. The one that's labeled number 3, the market value, this was from 2023, the market value was $822. At that point, I was assessed at $821, so the two of them were very close. This year, I was assessed over $1,046,000, a 27% increase from last year. And when that same document was provided in March of 24, the market value on that is $860. Okay. So that was the numbers from another entity in this whole thing, the bank looking at the value when loaning me the money. The other thing I looked at was my insurance. They're the ones who are going to have to pay for this thing if it burns down or something happens to it. And we all know, I'm sure the rest of you have experienced the same thing, that the insurance industry has undergone some major increases here in the last 12 to 24 months. They have my house insured and everything on the property for $784,000. You add in the land, they have it at $901. When I averaged all these things together, it actually comes out to $877,000, and that was using the average of the 3 properties that they used in their assessment. That was using the insurance and how they would look at it, using the land and other improvements from the assessor's office, and then that appraisal from 2024 that the bank chose to loan me money off of what they think the value of the home is, and that's how I came up with $875.
Okay, we'll get questions at the end. Anything else you want to add?
I think that's all for now.
Okay, all right, perfect. Chris, give me your name again, friend.
Trent Milliken.
Perfect.
Do we ask questions, or are we doing that after?
Do you want to present, or do you want to ask?
I think typically I thought.
You get to ask questions, right? You get to ask questions after. Yeah, you are correct. Yeah, go ahead.
So, I guess I would draw attention additionally. So I have a couple questions.
This is separate from your testimony.
Separate from testimony.
Okay.
So the CoreLogic report.
Which exhibit, Chris?
I'm not sure. I forget what they were numbered. Forgot.
Number 3 is 822.
Number 3 is 822.
822. Yeah.
On the left-hand side is 822.
It's circled.
I see now. I got you.
That's
okay.
number 3, and then number 4 is 858.
Sure. So the question that I guess I would have here, there's maybe a few. The first, I guess, is this a full appraisal? And if so, I think we run into the same issue as we did on the last one, that the appraiser isn't here for cross-examination and questioning. In addition to that, if we were to remove that, you obviously presented some other information here as well. So, with regards to the appraisal, if assuming that's what it is it an appraisal report?
It does state at the bottom that this does not constitute as an appraisal and has not been prepared by a certified appraiser.
Oh, great. Okay, sounds good. I didn't see that, so thank you. So with that being said, What was the
So under
purpose?
that, Chris, we're going to accept that and
Sure,
allow
yeah.
for cross, okay.
Works for me.
Okay.
I refer to it as appraisal because the bank calls it, we need to run through as appraisal.
Fair
We
enough,
have this
Mark.
thing that computer generates. I will say that nowhere in any of the information I received before coming here today did I see or was told in the packet that I was emailed, did it say anything about having to have an appraiser with you in this. And I did, somebody asked if we read through these 30 pages. I did read through the whole document. And nowhere in there did it say that I needed to have an appraiser here with me. We're going to agree that this is not an appraisal, but just for the record, that was not in here at all.
That's totally fair. Sure.
What is that, question, what is that packet of 30 pages to which you refer?
Well, when I
That is-
filed my stuff with Tracy last week, I was emailed this, and there's questions 13 through 16, which appear to be like an FAQ on there, and then the form for how to fill out the objection to the property assessment, and then all of the information. Oh, and then there's if I wanted to ask for any one of you to be removed from it, or if I had an agent here with me. Then it gets into this 2024 guide for property owners from the Wisconsin Department of Revenue.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the document
is
that
what
was
says
it's
at the top.
38
Does not
pages.
include any pages described as rules and procedures for this board?
As somebody that was coming here for that, I did not receive any rules for this board, no.
Okay. So we are, based on what Mark stated and pointed out, we are going to not, you accept this as an appraisal, but we can look at it and ask questions based on that.
Yeah, I'm on board with that. I wasn't, I just, when
totally
I hear, I wanted to make sure that we were,
That's fair.
because I've seen these before and I just want to make
All
sure
right,
we
Chris,
were
keep
on the same
going.
page. So, with that being said, what was the purpose of the market report? Was it, did you say it was for HELOC or something like that?
Correct.
Okay.
I was refinancing some.
Okay, so sounds good. The reason I guess I asked that is because typically what we're looking for is market value. Now, I know HELOC appraisals are market reviews, if you want to call them that. It has to be some component of it. But I think what I'm trying to get to here is I don't think any of these have been adjusted. Do you know, in your grid that you've put together, have you adjusted for differences in age, age, quality, condition, that kind of thing, upgrades or not?
When I called and spoke to your office, I was told that I had asked that question. I said, how much, what's the dollar amount that is assessed for the pool? What's the dollar amount that's assessed for a bedroom? For like how I need to know that information if I'm going to put this together. And they said that's all already been accounted for in in these cards. And I did not bring copies for all of you on this. These are the cards that are on assessadata.org, where it says, here's the land, here's the improvements, here's the total value. It gives them information about the other subject homes. And the three that I looked at, to me, based on my conversation with his office, all we have to do is figure out the price per square foot because you've already accounted for those things, right? Your assessment of the home on Winsome Way at $438,000, even though it's sold for $575,000, I mean, that is a recent transaction. It was assessed for 24% less. So that should already account for the square footage, the age, the bedrooms, all of that stuff should be accounted for because you're assessing that house at $438,000 a square, or total. Figure out the square footage, price per square foot, which is what I did in the spreadsheet.
I think I see what you're saying. The reason, I guess what I'm getting to is more related to the properly adjusted sales comparison approach. So what,
we can get into that when you guys present.
I'm with you. Okay.
So Chris, any other questions for Matt?
I don't think so, Trent.
Nope. Okay. So Matt, we're going to let these guys go, okay?
Yeah, you bet.
All right, fire away, Chris.
Thank you. So my name is Trent Milliken. I'm a property appraiser.
Trent, push it a little closer, bud.
Yep. I'm Trent Milliken. I'm a property appraiser with the City of Fitchburg Assessing Office. I have an assessment technician and an Assessor 2 certification, both of which expire in 2025. And I'm current with all continuing education requirements. I've been in the assessment field for over 4 years. I've been with the City of Fitchburg just over a year since May of last year. Prior to that, I was with the Department of Revenue for 3 years as a property assessment specialist. I have a Bachelor of Science in Public Administration from UW-La Crosse with a minor in Legal Studies, and I've attended various meetings and classes from different assessing associations. I'm going to have Andrew pass out our packet with written information on the assessment that I will go through.
Andrew, is that all stapled together?
Chris?
It is.
Can you have them move it closer?
Yep, I
I'm
got
sorry,
you.
I can't hear you very well.
Yeah.
So this is Assessor Exhibit 1 that Trent's going to talk about, and we're going to make sure that you get a copy, of course. Give us 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is number 1, Assessor.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Trent.
So the first page is just the objection from the property owner. Then if you go to the next page, section 2 covers the purpose of the assessment and standards for establishing value. The purpose is to estimate the full value, often referred to as market value, of the property as of January 1st of the assessment year, 2024. Part A summarizes the standards for establishing value as found in State Statute 7032, the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, and case law. Valuation hierarchy is first Tier 1, which is an arm's length sale of the subject, then Tier 2, based on comparison to properly adjusted arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties, and lastly Tier 3, all other accepted techniques such as cost or income approach. Part B contains the definition of market value, including criteria that a sale must satisfy to be considered arm's length and used for establishing true market value. Part C is information from the Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions, and that the purpose of mass appraisal is the equitable and efficient appraisal of all property in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. It defines mass appraisal as the systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date using standardized procedures and statistical testing. The manual also notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisals, there are notable differences between the two. And finally, because this is a revaluation year, the estimated level of assessment is approximately 100%. On the next page, you'll find a map showing the subject property's location. And then the pages following that are the property record card, which contain specific data on the physical characteristics of the land and improvements for the subject site. Some of the more significant data on the first page, you'll see it's a single-family rural residential property sitting on 2.31 acres of land in the Country Heights neighborhood. Onto the second page, you'll see building permits and sales history, where you can see there's a new garage built in 2020 and lower level finish permit in 2016. There have been no recent arm's length sales. As you mentioned, he bought it in 2013 for a price of $510,000. And the next page is the start of the notes section. Also, he mentioned that there was a phone call with our office to discuss the revaluation and his value, and there's no change as a result of that phone call. The fourth page, at the top of the fourth page, you'll see the notes section continued, and you'll see that the last time a property inspection was completed was in 2016 after the basement finish work was completed. And also the land information below that, again, it's a 2.31 acre residential lot. And below that, you'll see the detached structures, a swimming pool and a garage. The next page, you'll see the property information. It's a one-story ranch-style residence. It contains 4,533 square feet of living space, 2,685 square feet on the first floor, plus 1,848 square feet of finished basement living area. It was built in 2008, has a construction and quality grade of B+. Its overall condition, desirability, and usefulness rating is average. There's also other detailed information on this page of the physical attributes of the property, such as room count, plumbing, additional plumbing fixtures, fireplaces. The next page, you'll see the attachments of the property, decks, porches, patios. and their sizes. Then the last page is a sketch of the property, also showing the attachments and measurements, as well as the finished basement living area to the right. The next sheet in the packet is the market valuation detail. This summarizes our assessment calculation as completed by our automatic valuation model. The model is based on values given in Volume 2 of the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, and the market adjustments shown are based on arm's length sales from 2022 and 23. The next page in the document is a map that locates the subject and the recent comparable arm's length sales used in the sales comparison report, which can be found in the next few pages, and supports the current assessed value of the property. The report lists comparable arm's length sales from 2022 and 2023. It shows photos and lists comparative data that demonstrates that the sale properties are reasonably comparable to the subject. The styles of the comparables are both ranch and custom. The gross living area of the subject is just over 4,500 square feet, and the gross living areas of the comparables range between 3,293 square feet and 4,064 square feet, so they're a bit smaller than the subject. The effective year built of the comps ranges from 1992 to 2017, and other data is listed demonstrating that the sale properties are reasonably comparable to the subject property. The comparable sale prices range from $680,000 to $875,000 before adjustments. The report adjusts the sale prices for differences such as the lot, building attributes, age and condition, market location, and detached structures, if there are any. So the adjusted sale prices range from $980,000 to $1,138.5 million. These adjusted sale prices indicate that the assessed value of $1,046,400 is a fair estimate of the market value of the subject property as of January 1st of this year. So to summarize, because there's not a recent Tier 1 sale of the property, we completed mass appraisal of the property using both Tier 2 and Tier 3 approaches to value. We ultimately use a market-modified cost approach to value, as that provides the most uniform, consistent, and detailed value estimate as expected by the public. Based on the testimony provided, I do not believe the presumption of correctness has been overcome, and I believe that the assessment is correct, and respectfully request that it be sustained as presented, and I am available for any questions, if there are any. Thank you.
I'm going to just let Matt, if you got a few questions you want to ask at all, or you just want to
Thank you.
see how it goes here. Go ahead.
This last sheet that you were talking about, the comparable sales in Fitchburg, is interesting to me because when I called in and asked where you guys got the number and who you compared me to, because there were no sales in my neighborhood, I was told to look at assessorsdata.org. I was given the 6 neighborhoods in my neighborhood group. As I look at these 5 that you compared my property to, number 1 is not in my neighborhood group. That one did sell for over $1 million. Number 2 is in my neighborhood group. I used a different one on Briarwood because of, as I explained earlier, different entities both agreed on that one. Newtone is not in my neighborhood group, also sold for over $1 million. And Edenberry is not in my neighborhood group, sold for over $1.1 million. I will agree with you on the Niagara Court. We looked at that one. I've got the information there. And Briarwood, I used the neighbors in Briarwood. But 3 of these that they used were not given to me as these were the comps. This is how we got to this. I was told that they use a neighborhood group. I was told the 6 neighborhoods in my group. I looked up all of those sales for 22 and 23. 3 of the ones they've used here, as they're telling me now, and you guys, as they're assessing my property, aren't in my neighborhood group for assessment purposes.
Can I offer some insight on that? I assume you're going to ask. So what we do when we determine, there's a kind of, I guess, twofold process here. So what we do when we determine neighborhood adjustments for each specific neighborhood is if there's no sales in those neighborhoods, we'll look outward to the neighborhood group. So in this case, the typical change in neighborhood group 12 was whatever we ended up putting on, I forget, it resulted in that 27, that same, kind of uniform increase. So we applied that to similar neighborhoods. Now, what happens though is we still do a separate sales comparison analysis that is solely based on the comparability rating. So it's, you'll see wherever it is, somewhere in here, a few lines down on the sales comparison report. It's a unique neighborhood. Our criteria that selects specific comps is automated. So it's not designed to pull specific comps in that neighborhood. For what it's worth, I looked at the two that are in neighborhood group 12, which is 1858 Briarwood, and then which was the other one? Was it Niagara? If you average the two comparable values in those two properties, I get to $1,035,400 or $500, depending on how you want to round. So it's very, very, very close to what the assessed value is, but figured it was worth noting.
Okay, so I
have a question.
Of course.
That's not where you guys told me to look for Niagara. It says that the sale price was $709,900,
Right.
not over $1 million.
Right. What I was averaging is the adjusted value. If you were to compare apples to apples, make the appropriate adjustments for size, age, whatever else. If you take the comparable value, which then essentially equates the properties as best as they can, the associated comparable value is the average of the two is $1,035,000.
So you're saying this comparison that you guys put together, even though it sold for around $700,000, you're saying it should have sold for over $1 million?
No. So if you were to equate the two properties, make them the same. So there's differences between the two properties, of course. So they're different ages. Let's talk about which one.
Well, hold on. Before you even get into that, on this comp, it says $1,090,900.
What's the address you're talking about, Matt?
Sorry, it's 5707 Niagara on the comp 5 on the sheet that they handed out to us.
Got it.
Right. So the sale price is $709,900 is what we've got here, and the comparable value. So what that is, we're not suggesting that property should have sold for $1 million. What we're saying that if it had the same, if you adjust to make it as comparable to your property, change the size of it, change, whatever the other differences are. Age is a big one. If you were to make them comparable, truly comparable, same age, same size, equate the data as best as it can be, that's what the value would come in at. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying, but that's extremely subjective. On the form and all of the interactions I've had with your office, they say we look at the recent sale of the property,
sure,
or sales of comparable properties. When I was told there are no sales in my neighborhood, so then we go out to this neighborhood group.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that makes sense. You're grouping like properties together. Sure. But now you're pulling in. You're saying, well, this, yes, it sold for $709,000. That's what I'm looking at. That I mean, if my house just sold for $709,000, you guys would, in theory, be assessing it for $709,000. Because the first thing you look at, and we've heard this a dozen times today, is the recent sale of the property. So if the recent sale of the property is $709,000, why are we assigning a value of $1,090,000 in this comparison? That doesn't seem.
So I see what you're saying. That's not the that's not the actual assessment.
So I want to set the table here a little bit, guys. Again, you guys we're a judicial body here, but I think this is the very unique part of Fitchburg. We have a rural property in an ex-urban area, and the question I have for both of you is, what do we look at as comps?
Sure.
Distance apart, age. Matt's house is a very unique property in Fitchburg. It's a rural subdivision. For those of us all know Fitchburg. I view this as a tricky one.
For sure.
And I can understand both sides, and I'm not going to state my case here yet. But I just want to set the table as someone who knows the city well, does a little bit on the outside in the real estate world. Where are we looking for comps? Because when you go out there and he looks at something that's $465,000 in Briarwood, which is a rural subdivision, and you're, Trent, nothing against you, but you're looking at a brand new house or a new house in Sunflower in Swan Creek, which is a different neighborhood, newer. We got a lot of different things, and I can recent sales where Matt lived are not happening. There hasn't happened in a long time. It's a fact. I mean, sure, people sell their house. So I just want to know who's looking at what, because otherwise we're going to be saying apples to bananas and bananas to grapefruit here. And so it's just, we got to set the table for us. I'll let Chris go first if you're okay with that.
So the groups within neighborhood group 12, residential 12, are Timberlake Knolls, Dahmer's View, Country Heights, Country Vineyards, Briarwood, and Hillside Heights.
Okay, so let's stop right there. Matter of fact, those are all older rural subdivisions, correct?
Right.
Okay, so that's where you started.
Yeah.
You understood that, right? That's where he started.
That's the information I was given when I called in, and I was told to look at these. I believe you listed 6 neighborhoods.
And you would agree they're all rural subdivisions? Okay.
I mean, I don't know neighborhood
Of
groups that
course
well,
not,
but based
but
on what I looked at, yeah, it seems
Okay,
like
fair. I just
that.
I did this a lot when I was sitting in this chair earlier. I always had to start from the same fact place. Okay, go ahead, Chris. Thank you. So anything you want to add, Trent, in terms of why the comps you pulled, et cetera?
I think I would just echo, and Trent can speak to it too, but I think I would echo that these types of properties are unique. This property in particular has a large lot size, so I think I don't disagree that it's unique, and I think that's why this one is more of a challenge. I still feel that our valuation is correct.
Matt, what year was your house built?
I believe it was 2008.
On Haywood Circle, 2008. Okay.
All of the lots in that neighborhood are larger lots.
Correct.
As you pointed out, it is a more rural.
And you have rural water and sewer, correct?
That's correct. I'm on my own septic.
Question for Chris and Trent. Does that matter in assessment? What type of water hookup?
We do have it reflected in our data, I believe, yes. Let me double check. 2201.
I guess while they're doing that, guys, I'm not trying to step on any toes here. I'm just trying to tell you that this is what makes Fitchburg a very unique city, is properties like this. And I feel for the assessing department, because you're walking in one day into a condo in North Fishactree Road, and the other day you're walking into a barnyard and, along Fitchburg Road. So I appreciate what you guys do very much.
Assessor Leeds.
Go ahead, Mark.
Quick question for you.
Yes, please.
Do you, while you're looking this up about the, like water utilities and septic and that kind of thing, is that something elsewhere in Fitchburg that there would be a negative offset for on the land? Is that at any place in Fitchburg? Is that a thing?
So we listed out. Typically, we don't necessarily add a specific discount or something like that on for that. Now, if you say for some reason it's going to be baked into the overall land value. Does that make sense? So like if you're in a rural subdivision, we assume in most cases, or we would look to see if there's sewer or water. In this case, it would appear as though in our records we have that it's city sewer and water, and I'm double checking with the map here. You said it's not?
I promise you it's not.
No, I believe you. I was just I want to check just to see what the GIS map says. Sanitary sewer. Yeah. So in any case, that wouldn't directly, like if we make that change in our records, it's not going to directly affect that land, or it wouldn't directly make a value change, but we would analyze the sales from these rural neighborhoods and assume that most of them don't have city sewer and water.
To my knowledge, the entire subdivision is septic.
Okay.
Well and septic.
Which one are you talking?
My neighborhood.
And would the houses that you did comps to all be well and septic? Just curious.
I would assume.
Okay.
But like I said, I don't know that. I know I'm not a neighborhood
That's totally
guy
fair.
where I know where each.
My sense is, okay.
Just for context, I've looked at a few other. I think this is just an error in our data. Again, it wouldn't directly change the value because there's not a specific adjustment that gets made if we change, from city water to sewer. It's baked into the neighborhood land value.
Matt to come here, put together materials, which is totally his right as a citizen, but a lot of work. Give us behind this, under the hood of how the conversations went prior to him coming here with your department.
What do you mean?
Did you guys meet? Did you talk about different value or
with Matt?
Yeah,
I believe
open book happened.
Yeah, I think he had contacted.
I called in. I spoke with somebody.
Yeah,
so you took advantage of the open book.
I did. Yeah, I did talk to somebody, and more so to find out the process for what the next step is and how I know what the data that you're using. And I was just directed to, here's your neighborhood group, and here's the link to the sales I'm going to say viable sales. I know that's not
Sure,
the word you
yeah.
use, but the viable sales from 22 and 23, and that's the years that we'd be looking at. And that's where there was 6 in that neighborhood group.
Yeah, so that's kind of the general tune of how most of the open book conversations went. If somebody called and had, we'd say, here's, if they, and this is very typical of, inquiries as to sales and whatever, and kind of try to let people, I don't need to spoon feed them, hopefully, most of the time, but let them kind of discover that information, look, and then give us a call back if you're still, take issue or whatever. Here's this next board of reviews out there as well. But yeah, it's kind of typical conversation.
Matt, I'm going to direct you to Property Owner Exhibit 1. Okay, that has your Excel spreadsheet that says my house at comp.
Yeah.
Couple questions for you, if you don't mind. Price per square foot, I understand. You're taking price.
Hey, Sean, a little closer, I'm sorry.
Okay, price per square foot, I understand how you did that, of course.
Yep.
And I understand my house at comp.
Yep.
What are other improvements? Just curious.
That's what, if you look at the...
Because that's a consistent number you use.
It is a consistent number. So when I looked at this property card, and I think they even gave it to you in
Yep.
some form or fashion.
Yes, sir.
But on the third page of where I was directed to, it's got a number of the assessed value for a pool, which I wouldn't recommend
you're
putting
right.
one in, and the garage. Those were the other improvements. That's where. So if you add 37,700 and 11,400, that gets to 49,100.
So that's the city's number. Okay. My question specifically for you, I guess I missed it. I was paying attention, I promise you that. Walk me through that insurance column again.
So what I did there was the insurance. They have the value of my insurance, or the number that I'm insured
So
for.
the insurer you have.
Yep.
Is, okay, go ahead.
They value the property at $784,000 for everything on it and everything inside of it. So that number's probably inflated, right? Because you got to replace all my personal possessions if the house burns down. And then I added in the land. I did not include other improvements because that's already included in the insurance number, right? They're insuring both the garage, the pool, the house.
Got it.
All of it's insured. And so I used, again, the assessor's number for the land, and that's how I got to 901.
So your house is insured at 901,600, basically.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, the land isn't insured.
Right.
Technically, so
But-
it's only insured for 784.
Right. Okay. I was missing the piece about what's inside the house,
Yeah.
of course, the furniture.
Yeah, and so, yeah, I think if they include what's inside the house, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of dollars they pull off for that.
Well, if you got fancy baseball cards, they'll probably get you.
Well, I don't have any of those.
All right. Chris, Trent, anything else you guys want to add here? This is, I enjoy this conversation greatly.
The only caveat I would add to the insurance piece of it is that there's a difference between cost to rebuild.
Yep.
And what market value is. And as you folks probably know, market values are quite high right now. So our job is market value, what it would reasonably sell at, but I figured I would make that distinction.
That's why I wanted to flush that out a little bit, just because that was new to me.
Yep.
Fair, and I will say that in what I am assuming is FAQ number 15, the first thing is recent sales of comparable properties, recent appraisals, and other such evidence, which is when I threw that one in there. Because I think it matters. The people that actually have a vested interest financially in my home are those that loan me the money for it and the insurance company. If something happens, I don't think anybody in this room is going to come over and be like, hey, let us help you with this. Well, let's start a GoFundMe for you. These other people are financially vested and interested in the value of my home. And this is the consistent number that they're giving me. So to have a number over $200,000 higher than that is a bit of a shock.
Okay. Mark, start with you, then I'm going to work our way down here.
I think the two things that I'm seeing that might be different, I think we clarified the utility component, and I don't think that factors in. But the one that still is, I'm a little hung up on personally here is the location and not having a direct comp with that. And I think that's something we should just make sure that we're considering here.
Andrew, anything? Otherwise, we can move on.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with the lack of direct comparables.
David? Okay, Eldon, anything?
I'm a little curious about unpacking the adjustments that were made on the comparisons that the city is using. So, the houses, they had the value at sale price, I guess, at 680 for the Briarwood Lane property, and then there are adjustments made, and you come out with the adjusted value of 980. And I just don't know what the adjustments were for both of those two that you that we agree were in his
neighborhood group.
Said
Briarwood and what was the other one?
Niagara. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you run down the list here, you found that the Briarwood neighborhood sold a little bit higher, or sold a little bit I should say, not as high quality. It's not bad, obviously, but it's the Country Heights subdivision is a little bit superior compared to Briarwood, so then that has to get adjusted upwards for it. There's a difference in grade, so subject property on Haywood is got a B+ grade. The Briarwood property has a B grade, so we have to adjust that upward to make it comparable. Which column am I here? Hang on.
I believe that house was just built recently.
Yeah, yep. And so that's
brand new.
Yep. Next up, it was built in 2017 is what we've got. So then we had to adjust downward to on that one to get it comparable. Looks like that one might have a little bit more masonry, would be my guess. It's the same siding type, but there's additional. Obviously, it would appear that there's brickwork on the subject property that isn't the same as Briarwood. First floor square footage, the Briarwood property has less, so it was adjusted upward. Same spot on both the full basement, which would be unfinished area, and then the finished basement living area needed to be adjusted upward to meet the to be consistent with the subject. It was adjusted downward $3,100 because it has, I guess, essentially one half bath less than, has one more full bath, and then the subject has one half bath. So there's a slight difference there. And then the attached structures, so garage, porch, screen porch, deck, patio, are all different square footages, so they had to be adjusted to be to meet the comparable threshold of the subject. Does that make sense?
Yep, I see them now. Okay.
I'd like to point out that none of that was shared with me. I'll go back to this again. Sorry to repeat it. It says sales of comparable properties. It's sold for $680,000. That's what it sold for. Now we're going through and you're assessing it. I believe that house currently is assessed at $751,000. So you're assessing it. That should be the equalizer of what the price per square foot is. We shouldn't be doing all of these adjustments after the fact. Especially when I asked for this information and wasn't given that.
Carol, any thoughts you have or questions? Okay, Richard, best for last here. I'm sorry it took you a while to get there. Go ahead, Dave.
Chris, I would like your response to that last point that Matt made, that if the assessed value of, well, you make 2 points, that the sale price was the sale price, that should be used, and that without adjustment, apparently, and that the assessed value that you've assigned already by itself incorporates all of the adjustments that you then go ahead and make to the comparable.
So I think there's a disconnect. Those changes still exist, or those differences still exist, and each property assessment is going to stand on its own, of course. And in this case, this comparing your assessed dollar per square foot to theirs isn't the most correct way to go about it, I would say, because in this case, if we just look at the Briarwood property, if you compare their assessment to yours, your property still has a higher grade and has is larger and so on and so forth. So there's the variations are still there. I think what I go to is this comparable value that's going to be the closest. I guess, the most reasonable thing to compare to. The dollar per square foot are not going to be exactly the same, but comparing one assessment to the other, we account for those differences in the assessment. Maybe I'm confused here, but those differences still exist on the assessment. So if we were to assume, again, say let's look at this Briarwood and make all things the same, the assessed value actually would be $980,000. But those changes or those differences, they physically exist, which is why that property is not assessed at 980. If you were to make them comparable, it would be, and then you would have a much closer, dollar per square foot valuation. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I hope. Okay.
Dave, if I could, I was sitting back here for the other reviews this morning, and I made this note after he said it. I put down the first review, the assessor said that they used the price per square foot for recent sales. And now he just said, well, using the price per square foot isn't actually accurate. So I'm not sure which one they're actually going to be using, but that is what he said earlier in the first review this morning.
I think there's two different distinctions. There's going to be a different dollar per square foot for sales price and assessed values, I guess, where I would get to. And there's a lot of numbers being thrown around right now. So
No, that's fair. I didn't use in the spread or the sheet that I gave you guys. I didn't use the price per square foot for the sale value. I used the price per square foot for the assessed value.
Right, and those would be different because. Sorry, go ahead.
Did you go to open, sir?
I made a phone call and spoke to them, yes.
But there was no negotiation between the assessed valuation that the city gave you versus what you think? Like the prior one where it had been adjusted downward, there was no adjustment made at all in this one?
This was the discussion, and they said, you need to look up this data, and this is how we got to this number. By the time I had the time on my own to do that, it was past open book, so I just made the decision I was going to come here and meet with you guys.
Okay.
I didn't know if I could meet with them after open book.
So I looked at the objection sheet, and down under section 4, was this within the last 5 years was this property appraised? And you put yes, December or May of 2019 of 645, and I'm assuming that that number came from an appraisal, and I'm assuming that you're going to testify since you signed it that that was the number back in 2019. So if I add up, if I go to what the city's assessing department has given us under 2024 DOR property records for the city of Fitchburg, and I go back to 2019, and I add up the improvements plus the land, I get 629. So back in 2019, we seem to be somewhat close between an appraised value and the city's assessed value in 2019. I think it was Sean or someone that brought up the fact that, there are no real comparables because of the neighborhood. You're on well and septic. You're not on city water. You're not on city sewer. No curb, no gutter, I'm assuming. You do have a pretty good sized lot, which makes that, a pretty valuable piece of real estate at 2 point some acres in your, that you sit on. I don't know. Sean's probably some people. The pool and all that is probably a judgment call. Some people like them, some people don't. Whatever. I guess, and I'll ask this because being new to the board, do we have the right at this time as a board member to say that we don't think 875 is the right number, but we also don't think $1,046,000 is the right number? Is it within state statute to allow us to maybe suggest another number?
Or Chris, maybe the question is, what would be the path if there is, obviously we're trying to figure out where we want to go on this. So how does that work? Is it a binary choice?
So
we're presuming that you guys are correct, but is it your number or is it Matt's number, I guess.
Hang on one second, there's a specific.
Hold
When I
on.
read through that
Matt,
30
hold on,
page-
hold on. Let's just let him do that, hold on. I'm not cutting you off, but I am cutting you off, so just give me 1 second here, bud.
Hang on. Bear with me. I'm gonna pull up the.
Just as a reminder, the city assessing department has this as $1,046,000. And the property owner has his opinion based on the documents he shared at $875.
Give me one more minute here, and there's a very specific language that I think is important here.
Yep, take your time, friend.
All right, so let me. Bear with me.
Can I say something?
Briefly, yes, sir. Here, go ahead.
I don't know if it was here, somewhere I did read that what you are asking, it made it sound like, yes, that was a possibility. You could go with what I'm suggesting, what they're suggesting, or we can figure out a number in the middle.
Okay,
I don't remember what the exact.
Don't disagree with you, but I just want to make sure I get from an authority that is going to ask me if I did the right thing here. I totally appreciate you bringing that forth. And that's why we're asking that question.
So I'll read a little excerpt here from.
Take your time, Chris.
From
Go ahead.
that same rules and procedures, which is from the 2024 Guide for Board of Review Members. So this is in your rules document, page 3 at the bottom.
Hold on, page 3 at the bottom, guys.
Yep.
Right here, this document right here. Just so you know.
I do not have that.
Do we have an extra copy, Tracy? Thank you. Hold on, Matt. We're going to make sure you have a copy so we're all on the same page. Literally. Okay, Chris, where are you at? And just tell us exactly where you're at so we can all follow on.
Sure. So, page, what did I say? Page 3?
Yes.
Page 3, Rule 5, Board of Review's function and jurisdiction. So,
Matt, you see that?
letter A.
Okay, letter A. Okay, good.
So, Board of Review duties. The board shall presume that the assessor's valuation is correct. That presumption may be rebutted by a sufficient showing that the valuation is incorrect. After weighing the evidence before it, if the board determines the assessor's assessment is incorrect, the board shall raise or lower the assessment accordingly and shall state on the record the correct assessment and that the revised assessment is reasonable in light of all the relevant information, relevant evidence that the board received. The board's function is not one of assessment, but deciding on the validity of the facts presented before it. The board is a quasi-judicial body whose duty is to hear sworn oral testimony regarding assessed value. Based only on that testimony, the board must decide whether an individual has proven that the assessor's assessment is incorrect. If the assessor's value has not been proven incorrect, it must be upheld. So, to my eye, I think there's presumably 3 options. You could sustain the value, you could go with the objector's value. If you were to go outside of that and come up with the value that you would like to, it would have to be, laid out why, and I think Tracy had mentioned that earlier, but there'd have to be some sort of reason and rationale based on the facts that we both have presented before you to make that at whatever value you should you choose.
Question for you or Tracy: if we go in a direction that the property taxpayer disagrees with, do they have any recourse? This is where it stops.
They do. There's a few different avenues available following this.
Outside of us.
Outside of the Board of Review. You can appeal it to the Department of Revenue. You could certainly, there's other options that typically commercial properties go down the avenue. You could do what's called a certiorari review where you appeal the decision of the Board of Review. You could take it to circuit court as an excessive taxation case. Those, again, I have not seen those with residential, not to say that they don't exist, but those are the options.
So Matt's options are not done here, so to speak.
Correct.
Choosing on what he chooses to do.
Correct.
And for the record, I do have a form that I give to each objector after their hearing.
Yep.
It's called the Notice of Board of Review Determination. It's the PR 302. And on the bottom of that form, it gives appeal information if they do not agree with the board's decision on how they can move forward.
Question, Tracy, for that. Let's just hypothetically, thinking out loud here, so don't pin me down. If there's a third way here, does Matt still have a chance to protest that, or does the city, or once the third way is voted on by this quasi-judicial body, that is the set number? Do you get what I'm saying?
He does. He does. If he doesn't agree with the board's decision, whether you uphold the assessor's value, whether you uphold his value, or where you come to an agreement on a separate value altogether, he still has that option to appeal, no matter what that number
But we
is.
as a city do not, because we made the decision.
Correct.
Okay, do you everybody follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess
Go ahead.
Can I clarify what you're asking there?
Real quick, go ahead.
I think what you're asking is if you guys make a decision that it's not their value, it's not my value, but you guys are going to say it's this value, are you asking if then my opportunity to appeal this further is closed? Or are you saying, if you guys say it's 900, you're asking if I still have the opportunity to appeal that number?
Correct.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
He does, just not to this board. It goes on to a
So
different.
you would be outside, whatever happens today, Matt, you're done with us.
Understood, yep, and what I thought it was a appeal to the circuit court, and it's a written thing, is what I thought it was,
I
from
don't
what I
know
read.
that process, but that would be your choice.
For what it's worth, I'd rather get this taken care of here. Nobody wants to deal with that other stuff.
Totally get it. Eldon, by all means.
Yeah, I mean, as I'm reading our rules, it reads to me like our role is to evaluate the facts both from the assessor and from this person, and then make a decision about that. Like, I don't see a way for us to come up with some other number. What would it be based on if it wasn't presented by them or by them? You understand what I'm saying?
But I do, Eldon, but what Chris read is he said, based on both of the information, more or less, that Chris has provided Trent and Matt, and we can point to a number that's somewhere maybe in between, if that's where this board so chooses, to provide some sort of justification how we came up with that number.
Yeah, and
I get your point.
I'm saying that this might be one where we need to have the attorney speak to it, because I think that that's not right. Like, I don't think we can just point to a number and figure out how to justify it. Like, if their facts are what we're considering, then it's just their facts versus his facts, and we gotta decide.
I think the way I interpret it, my own 2 cents is,
Please.
and I think it makes everything a lot cleaner if you go with them or you go with us.
Okay.
I think you run into a lot of issues, or you can run into a lot of issues when you decide on a different value. The reason being, I think the operative language here is the board's function is not one of assessment, but deciding on the validity of the facts presented before. So when I said, if you were to go a different path, you'd need to cite the specific facts that get you to that number. So if you were to say the value is $950,000, it would have to be based off of facts that both myself and Matt have presented before you. Does that make sense?
Andrew, what did the training say to you about something like this? Andrew attended the training this year, statutory, one of us has to attend. Andrew happened to, and so did
It
Richard.
basically said what Chris just said. Like, it's in our best interest to either find with the assessing department or the landowner.
Okay, so it's a binary choice, basically.
But if, there are certain situations where, like special situations, but in this case, I think we'd be better off saying either or, since there's not really evidence to give us a value in between.
Matt, one last kick at the can, then we're going to make a decision here.
Well,
Go ahead.
your rule says that the board shall raise or lower the assessment. I would hope that if the assessment of my property is $1,046,000, you guys aren't going to say, no, it's $1,075,000. which leads me to believe the only reason you raise it is if what I assume it is isn't what you guys assume it is, but you also don't assume that it's that. And I do think, Andrew, to your point in your training, we've all acknowledged that this is a special case where there's a neighborhood that has no comps in it and a property that you can't really comp against it because there's nothing that's been sold.
Okay, Matt, we heard you.
And if I may,
No,
I want to address.
I want to keep discussion at this level, Dave. That's no problem. No problem.
To Elton's point, in the sense that any compromise between two positions is based on the fact that those two positions represent the endpoints of a spectrum and a compromise is between them, I would respectfully disagree with you that if we vote in favor of some valuation that's midway, we are basing it, though indirectly, we are basing it on facts presented by the two parties.
Yeah, I feel like we're making a different assessment from the assessor when we do that.
I will agree with that.
There's problems in the language because we're also doing what the language of our procedure says we can do, which is raise or lower.
I would like to call the attorney.
You call the question, or I don't know if we have to call the attorney. I mean, I'm not going to, if we do, we can decide it, but Eldon, I think the attorney would, okay, I think that's fair. I mean, Tracy, I guess what we're trying to avoid, if I'm speaking for the group too much, jump in here. To Eldon's point, which I agree, and Dave, I know you're coming from, but Eldon makes a great point. We are probably making a subjective call based on.
If you go on a third path, you're just pulling numbers out of the air.
Well, right? I mean, look at how I got to this number. I'm not an assessor. So if you guys go with my 875, that's not based off an assessor's information. So I know I'm not part of this board, but what I'm hearing you guys say,
right?
I mean, somebody can make the argument my number was pulled out of the sky. I think I've backed it up pretty well.
So this is where I'm at, and I get what Andrew said, and I get what Chris said, and I know I would like to find a third way, but my concern is I don't know if I have the justification of how to put that number together in a sentence or two to find a number. My belief, and I led my conversation with this, Fitchburg is a very unique city for a lot of reasons. 34.6 square miles, 11,000 acres of farmland, rural subdivisions with water and sewer. Trent, welcome to the town, man. This is a tough town to assess. And I applaud you. Your work has been fantastic on this. But, Chris, you've been through a lot of tough stuff. You went through Janesville that rebuilt after a GM plant closing, so you know how values have jumped. I'd like to find a third way, but I don't know how to back up a certain number. That's my point. So, but I'm willing to vote because I've asked numerous times. This gentleman's worked hard. He has the ability to protest this at another level, which is your right as a citizen. Tracy, our clerk, has clarified that and confirmed that. So I'm not probably leading the best I should here. We're all smart people, but Eldon, if you want to make a motion, go ahead. I'm all for it. Yep.
You know, I asked the question if you could come with another number, and then knowing full well what was in paragraph 3, but I think some of us, or at least I do, think that the number's probably, different for both sides. But given the rules, that, I agree with Eldon. We're going to make a suggested number based on what we've heard, and I don't, I'm struggling with what we've heard. I think this is a case where I think it's, and not saying that, not faulting you, sir, but it sure would have been nice to have a conversation at open book before it got before this group. And maybe that number could have been worked out in open book between the two parties. But I think the right thing to do this morning is to uphold the city assessors, or this afternoon, whatever it is by now, to uphold the city assessor and then let you take it to the next level. And I know you don't want to do that, but,
All right, Richard, we're going to probably call the question here.
Vote.
Okay.
Are we voting or?
You make the motion, you make a motion.
All right, I guess I'd like to make a motion that we uphold the assessor's opinion on the assessment.
And the property that we're discussing is on
And this is Krim.
2201 Haywood Circle. Krim with a motion to uphold the assessor's value. Is there a second? Is there a second?
No second.
Second by
Okay,
Bloomquist.
second by Bloomquist. Discussion. So we're done hearing from Chris and Matt. So this is up to us now.
I will urge that we vote down this proposal and on the basis of having gotten two figures and not knowing where exactly the best compromise between them would be, consider a motion to approve a valuation that is at the midpoint of those two.
Okay, so that will be a second.
Yep.
That's a discussion.
I know this would not be a friendly amendment.
Okay.
I'm just, I intend to vote in discussion. I'm saying I'm going to vote against this motion because I would hope that we could offer the compromise. It's just splitting the difference.
How enough. Any other discussion? All those in favor of accepting the city assessing department's number, what's the right word again, Tracy? How do I word that again?
Upholding the assessor's value of 104,600.
All those in favor of upholding the assessor's value signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Aye.
Aye. Looks like, Richard, did you vote?
No.
Can we call for a
Roll call.
roll call?
Please. Yeah, but for the record, we need to have.
Okay, good.
Bloomquist.
No.
Krim Jr.
Yes. Yes.
Poole.
No.
Path.
No.
Sharifa Toom is absent. Carlson.
No.
Slager.
Yes.
Fairchild.
Nay.
Motion failed.
Okay, so now, Dave.
Yeah, I, Dave Carlson, move that the board set the assessed value for this year on the property lot under discussion at the midpoint between the assessor's value and what was the opinion, the value in the opinion of the owner, which, if my math is correct, would be 960,500.
And is there a second on that motion?
I will second that.
Second.
Slager.
I think your math was wrong. I apologize. 960,700.
Let's get the right number.
Yeah, I shouldn't have added the math. Just said at the
Let's
midpoint.
get the right number.
960,700.
Do you accept that as a friendly amendment, Dave? Yes. So the motion is to approve the assessed value of 2201 Hayward Circle at 960,700. Is that correct? Is that what the assessing department has for a number?
Yeah.
Okay. Discussion. Carol.
I think what bothers me the most about this entire discussion is the fact that there isn't a true comparison. There isn't a comp that's anywhere near what this property is. But I also fear going halfway through with an arbitrary number, not having a definitive reason of why we did that. I don't know that that's defensible in court. I mean, we're just going to come up with a number that's halfway between. I think we have to have something definitive saying we are going to reduce it by X amount due to this factor.
That was what my concern is.
And I think that's the way we need to do this. And what I would wonder, Chris, is there some sort of a, I think we're probably somewhere in the middle of these two numbers. Is there some sort of metric here that we can find where we can do an adjustment based on the fact that there isn't a comparable, that maybe there's wiggle room to go down and justify it that way?
Could we potentially look at that percentage again and make sure that it aligns with that? I don't want to reference the last case, but when we were looking at what that percentage increase was, is there a way that we could assess that based on the neighborhood group with this one?
Great question. I want to dispose of Dave's motion, or do you want to explore that first, Mark? I guess.
I think I see what you're saying.
I can hold on that.
I want to just make a comment.
Yes, please.
I'm going to vote no on the current motion for these reasons, and I want this on the record. I think if we pull a number that's a compromise while we're trying to figure out how to make people happy, and maybe we are not 100% sure about either number, the facts are what the facts are. I feel like if we do that, we are exceeding our authority as I'm understanding our rules. And I have requested that we talk to the attorney, which I think is what we should do to get clarification on the bounds of our authority in this procedure. As I'm reading this, we just have to weigh the evidence that actually came before us, and literally there's not a whole lot of room for making adjustment if it's not into a fact, right? And so I don't see where the number comes from other than wanting to make people happy.
It says you can raise it though, so I'm not understand, like.
So let's do this. Before we vote on this, Mark, hold your thought. You guys have good input. Tracy, just because Eldon makes a good point, we're on the record here. Is Valerie around? I guess what we're looking for, and Eldon can ask her the question, to make a subjective call, is that really our bailiwick if we don't have, to make a subjective call, so to speak, we have to have facts to back it up. Is that correct, Eldon?
That is correct.
Okay.
That's what I'm asserting.
With that, we're going to just keep the camera on, but we're going to take just a few-minute break here.
Hi, Valerie. The board has a question for you regarding a valuation on a property. We are on the record. I'll put you on speakerphone and have them answer that question of you.
Board review, or can we send it back to open book?
Okay, thank you. So,
Talk into your mic.
okay. All right. Thank you. Valerie, thank you for taking our call. This is Sean. We are on an issue where the Board of Review has rejected the assessor's opinion of a property. We now have in front of us, we rejected the assessor's opinion. We did not accept yet, we haven't considered the property owner's value. A motion is in front of us to do a value that basically is exactly between the assessor's opinion and the property owner's opinion, so that would be $960,700. The question is, and I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Eldon Krim, because he has raised this point of what we can do moving forward based on a third way of choosing a number that we have of $960,700 is in front of us. We've not accepted that. We are considering that. Eldon.
Yeah, I guess as I see the question is, we have rules which seem to suggest that we can only review the facts that are before us, presented by the assessor and presented by the homeowner, and their numbers are some distance apart. And I think the board was trying to figure out a way to come to a compromise. And I guess my concern was that we would be moving into the realm of basically doing an assessment that's different from the assessor's assessment, and that would be exceeding our bounds of authority.
Yeah, I can appreciate where you're coming from. Well, I guess so. As a preliminary matter, I just want to remind the board that there is a statutory presumption of correctness with regard to the assessor's value. So according to state law, the BOR must presume that the assessor's valuation is correct. This correction is binding on the BOR, and the only way it isn't bound by it is if there's sufficient evidence to the contrary. So for the purpose of, this next step, I guess I just need to say that first, before you can reject the assessor's value, there needs to be sufficient evidence to the contrary. And the property owner has to have met that burden of proof to show that the assessor is incorrect.
Well, I think we have already voted it down. We have already voted it down.
So if you reach that point, then I guess the next thing is to consider the sworn oral testimony of any witnesses before the board. So that could be both the property owner or any witnesses that they may present.
Which we have the property owner here is under oath right now.
So
Sure.
the property owner hasn't presented an official assessment from anyone. He's done his own work, created his own spreadsheets based on sales data primarily. And I guess one of the big issues is that the assessor is using sales but adjusted by things to make the properties comparable. And the homeowner is using just sales data. And it's not clear, I think, to us as a board, whether the statute requires the level of evidence to be just the sales or adjusted by the things that the assessor makes the adjustments.
And the neighborhood group, where they're pulling them from.
Right.
Go ahead, Valerie, go ahead.
And I hope I didn't confuse you too much.
I think so long as your decision is based on the evidence that is presented to you, you can decide to adjust the assessment. But you need to identify what the basis is and assign value to land and improvements at the end of that decision.
Stay on the line, Valerie. Carol Poole has a question.
So my question would be, is that one of my considerations in this is that the comparisons that were used by the city, there has not been a comparable sale to use. So some of the comps, like Elton said, are made by certain adjustments, but I'm not sure that even with those adjustments that's the proper comparable amount. So I would almost question whether this is a special circumstance or a special property, since none of the comps are really, in my mind, comparable.
Well, I think the assessor can speak to the method that the assessor believes is appropriate in doing the valuation. I would urge the board not to take on the role of the assessor. The assessor has extensive training in the matter and has to go through a statutorily kind of confined process in reaching a value. Again, I think the board can, request additional information if the board isn't prepared to make a decision. But ultimately, a decision needs to be made on the facts that are before the board. So in other words, what you can't do is just say, well, we don't like the assessor's value. You need to state why you believe it's not appropriate and in what way the property owner has met their burden of showing that the presumption of correctness is overcome. And then you can reach your opinion of the value. Again, it is possible that you're not comfortable with other value and you want to pick something in between. But again, I would encourage you to make sure you understand how you're arriving at that value and not just, the proverbial splitting the baby in half.
Hey, Valerie, is there a possibility, just a question, for this to be sent back to Board of Reviewers or open book, or is that's closed, correct? Mm-hmm.
Yep. I think if you want some additional information, you can ask for additional information.
Sure. Okay.
Can they reconsider?
Can they who's reconsider? Us?
Reconsider the main motion?
We could, if we voted down the main motion, can we reconsider the main motion, Valerie?
You could reconsider your vote, that's true. But I guess the question is what are you looking to reconsider? The rejection of the presumption of correctness?
Yes. That's a
possibility. Or are you talking
possibility.
about the value that's already been adopted?
No, we have not. What we have in front of us is probably something where I would urge us to vote down, because I want to make sure we have in front of us now a motion that we have not acted on that basically splits the two assessed values. The department, the assessing department, which we fully understand, they come from a position of being correct, to the homeowner that has come up with a number. That number, we have a motion that splits to 2.5. Where I am concerned, and where Eldon raised the concern immediately, was we don't want to make a number that we can't justify based on what you've said. So our options now is we have to act on this motion. Let's just say that motion is voted down. Then we're back to determining where we go forward. One of the options we could do is we could reconsider the assessor's value, correct?
I think you could do that.
Or we could stop and say, Mr. Homeowner, you need to provide us with the following information, or give him more opportunity to give us information and revisit this, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Stay on the line because we're going to do some things here.
I have a question. You guys had a motion, you voted the motion down. How can you now go back and revisit that same motion?
Parliamentary procedure allows for that.
Parliamentary procedure allows for that. Okay. All right. Valerie, stay on the line. Is that Tracy? You got her there? Okay. What in front of us now is Dave's motion, seconded by Bloomquist, to accept a number that this quasi-judicial board came up with, $960,700, which is a split between the assessing department and the homeowner.
For the record, that was Slider.
I didn't second
that
it.
seconded.
Slider, yeah. Sorry, Richard, sorry. I'm going to do a roll call vote on this, Tracy. I know you got only 2 hands, but can you hold that?
Can I withdraw my second in light of new information?
No, we're going to vote this. Go ahead. Vote.
Okay. Bloomquist.
No.
Krim Jr.
No.
Poole. No. Path.
No.
Mattoon is absent. Carlson.
Yes.
Slager.
Yes.
Fairchild.
No.
Motion failed at the 960,700.
Okay, so now we are back to clean slate. The discretion of this board now is we can revisit the assessing department's number, knowing that the homeowner, even though he doesn't want to do this, has options after this body acts, or we could ask the homeowner to get more information from us. With that second option I have, question for Tracy or Valerie or Chris, what would we need to ask for so this gentleman doesn't get caught flat-footed or not knowing what's going on? I'm just trying to figure out, what do we need to ask for? I'm not trying to help his cause, but what are some of the things do we ask for?
If the board doesn't feel it has sufficient information to reach a value today, you could request any information that you believe is appropriate to assist at arriving at that value.
And
And I would suggest that the most recent appraisal report from March of this year is something that would contain information that we don't currently have. If we had gotten it, we could not have referred to it. It would have had to be hearsay since the appraiser wasn't here. But if it is presented, it is something that could theoretically be, the board could take it as evidence for the valuation that the appraiser listed.
But wouldn't that have the same problem we had earlier where the data is not the data that is considered in his report? Like it's got to be
from January 1.
Yes.
I think other information relevant to that is that it was decided on by all parties in here that that's not an appraisal. And it wasn't, I believe it was said that it was just, there's no person specifically assigned to it. So it's am I incorrect there?
It specifically
Dave, what
says
that
on
is
it
it was
that it
used
is
by
not an
the, is this
appraisal.
on? It was used by the bank.
Okay,
For appraisal purposes, what they would loan on the
your
house.
objection form was something other than the HELOC document.
Sure.
Never mind, okay.
Yeah. Since you can go back and redo things, can I redo my objection form, and can I put a different number on that form?
Well, then you're,
Well,
we can't
to
open
work
this
with
up.
what's
Why
in front of
can't I?
us right
We gotta work in front of
Well,
us.
then the issue with amending your objection form would be that you're withdrawing your initial form.
Right, and then it would not be timely filed. not
So then
timely
the Board of
filed,
Review would
correct.
have to reconsider adopting a new objection form past that 2-hour notice or 2-hour requirement.
Well, they could go ahead and agree to accept that. They have, as the board, they have the ability to say, yes, we're going to accept this after
Matt,
2
we got
hours.
the attorney.
But you do, it says it in the document. It says that you guys do have the ability to accept it after the 2-hour mark. In your rules, here, it says that.
Okay, so, go ahead, Ellen.
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion that we have to overturn our no vote?
No.
Or just make a motion that we accept the assessor's?
Reconsider.
Reconsider.
I'd like to make a motion that we reconsider the decision we made 2 motions ago. That we reconsider our motion, what was the motion, Tracy?
To uphold the assessor's value.
That we uphold the assessor's value.
104,400.
It's the
Thank you.
reconsideration of the assessor's value. On that number, again, Tracy, is what?
104,400.
Motion by Krim, second by Paff. Discussion.
I think we either, because of the information that we have in front of us, there isn't a middle ground. We don't have information that says that. And so I think this is the only correct thing to do that aligns with state statute, because it also does give the opportunity for the objector to do what they would want to do after this.
I think at this point, we need to just call the question and
Yep.
then vote, and then now it's back open and we can have a discussion.
So if once we vote on this, though, this ends this case?
Correct.
And then,
No, it just opens it back up
No.
again. It reconsiders it,
no,
because then you have to vote.
Open it back up by voting to reconsider it, and then we have discussion.
that's right. So what we're doing is voting to reconsider, to bring it back on the table.
Yep.
Okay, so this is a motion to bring it back on the table. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Aye. Okay, now, Eldon, if you want to make another motion, that was like your original motion, if you're okay with it, sir.
May I ask a question
Yes.
before we go to a next motion? The only thing that I would like to ask is, one thing that Valerie did mention is there one specific piece of information that could be provided by the applicant that we would consider as the flashpoint as to whether we would go for either side? So could we say, we want you to come back at our next meeting and have an appraisal and bring your appraiser with you? Then we would have a basis for making that argument, because we don't have a comparable.
But that does not fit into the rules of Chris, right? That would not be in a timely manner, would it?
Well, so what would presumably happen is, they've submitted their objection form as is. The value that's on it is what it is.
Yeah.
The path, if you were to go that route, the objector would have to, presumably, if it came in at exactly what his value is, then his objection form, I guess, would be fine. Although I don't know if he referenced any appraisals or a specific appraisal in the objection form. But yeah, I think he would have to amend his objection form, and then the question would be for the board to, because that initial objection form would have to be withdrawn, and then he would have to refile an objection form, which would not be considered timely filed, at which point the board would have to, or could decide or not decide to accept that late filed form. It's, again, I think this moves the goalposts a bit, but obviously that's the board's decision, of course. But I think, if you change your number on the fly, I think it's.
No, I don't want to do that, but that's why I'm asking you is, if, let's say he goes and gets an appraisal, and let's say that the appraisal comes back at 920. So it's above his number, below your number. We would at least then have a basis for making an argument to say, okay, we have this appraisal, we would compare that to the city's assessment, and then we would have a basis for coming up with a midpoint number versus just trying to make one up or trying to, pick through and trying to figure it out.
Assuming that
So-
appraisal sufficiently rebutted the.
Correct.
the
It might
value that we
rebut
have.
his points, but it might rebut them at a different level.
Sure.
He would not have to come back and say, oh, now I'm saying it's 920, because maybe he doesn't agree with that either.
Sure. I mean, it gets into the weeds, certainly.
Right.
And
But that is a way of avoiding the problem of the open book period, the time for filing an objection being passed.
Or the other path is that we uphold the assessor's opinion, and then he goes and makes an appeal to the court.
I think, I mean, that's why this option exists, is because there's, like Valerie mentioned, there's a presumption of correctness, and I think it's, if on these unique properties, that's why the Department of Revenue exists. You don't have to file it to circuit court, you could take it to the Department of Revenue, and that's it. I mean, that they don't charge you, I don't think. Trent, you might know more about this.
I think there's $1 million limit on 7085 appeals.
Okay, so there's presumably $1 million limit on DOR cases, but there's pass forward is I guess what I'm saying. He could there's options for that. I think the option to proceed further exists, and it's the board's decision.
You're right, but I don't want to proceed further and all of a sudden we got to kick him out because he didn't get in here in a certain time frame. I get the rules, Chris. I totally get it. And I just think that's a crappy thing to do, but that's the rules. So I don't want him to all of a sudden be getting back here. Oh, you can't do that because you filled out your form and it's too late. And that doesn't sit right.
What if,
Okay, we're going to make a call here, but go ahead.
what if instead of asking the property owner, we asked the assessing department to give us some more information to work a little harder on a comparable, or to figure out how to get an appraisal of some sort on the property? And if you just, if you would ask them to see the appraisal, so it came back through you, it gets around the open book rules, would that not satisfy the?
Well, I think with them coming here, the assumption is that they are correct when they come here. We are totally opening that back up. I'm going to reluctantly do this, but I'm going to do it just because I think that we have to, as a city, and I'm going to make a motion that we accept the board of assessments, or excuse me, the assessing department's value of this property. That is at $1,046,000. Is that correct?
400.
400. $1,046,400. That's my motion by Pav. Is there a second?
I second it. Krim.
Second by Krim. Discussion. Not the ideal situation, but the reason we have this thing is the recourse is there, allows the homeowner, as frustrating as it is, to move on to the next level.
Can I make a comment?
No, we're done here. We're going to vote. We're going to vote. We've spent an hour and a half on this. We understand your situation, sir, but we've got to make a decision here. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Roll call. This would end the case for us as a city.
Bloomquist,
Pass.
you're abstaining?
Pass for now.
Passing for now. Krim Jr.,
Aye.
Poole,
Aye.
Paff,
Aye.
Atun is absent. Carlson,
Nay.
Slager,
Aye.
Fairchild,
Aye.
Bloomquist.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Valerie.
Ends that action. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Trent. Thank you, everyone. The homeowners, thank you. Let's take I know this sir's been waiting there a long time. Let's take a 5-minute break to catch our breath here, sign some paperwork. 10-minute break, Tracy's. 10-minute break, we'll be back. We are back on Wednesday, July 17th, the City of Fitchburg's Board of Review. We now are entering our 4th public hearing. Appreciate the property tax owner's patience with us. We are now on agenda item 18D. 18D, for those keeping score at home, is property 4502 Thurston Lane, parcel number 0609-051-2969-5. At this time, I would ask everyone to silence their cell phones. Sir, I am confirming that you are testifying either as the owner or the authorized agent. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Are you the owner or the owner of the property?
I'm the owner.
Thank you. I would ask our clerk, Tracy Oldenburg, to swear in the property owner as well as the appropriate staff from the assessing department.
Thank you, Chair. If you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And can you state your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Lionel Crowley. My address is 4502 Thurston Lane, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, 53711.
Thank you.
City Assessor Chris Leitz.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Property appraiser Julia Stover.
Thank you.
You want me to sign this?
Okay. We will second. Can I move forward, Tracy?
I think she did it for me.
Okay.
Assumed for both of us. Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Everybody sworn in. Again, we are reading read the property PIN number 0609-051-29695, 4502 Thurston Lane. The property's owner's opinion of the value entered into the record. The property owner's value of opinion is $335,000. Chapter 70 of the Wisconsin statutes gives the assessor the presumption of correctness. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has ruled that to overcome that presumption, you need to present sworn oral testimony proving that the assessor erred in determining the total value under appeal. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has given the Board of Review standards evidence to guide us as we consider your appeal. Those standards are: the best evidence of value is a recent arm-length sale of subject property. Next, the sale of reasonable comparable property. Then all other approaches to value: income approach, income-producing properties, and the cost approach on special purpose and unique properties where there is not an active market. This does not include a comparison to your neighbor's property unless it is recently sold in an arm's-length transaction. At this time, Mr. Property Owner, are there any exhibits that you will be reading into the record?
I don't have any exhibits because basically...
Okay. Hold on one second.
I used all the information that was already part of Fitchburg, Wisconsin.gov.
Okay. Do you have a appraisal of the property under review? If so, the appraiser must be here to present sworn oral testimony for the Board of Review to consider the appraisal.
I do not have an appraisal.
Okay. Please, before you get started, one more time, Mr. Property Owner, state your name and full address for the record, and you also state what you believe the fair market value of the property is, and then begin your testimony.
Okay. My name is Lionel L. Crowley, 4502 Thurston Lane, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, 53711, and I think that the appropriate value would be $335,000.
$335,000. Okay, Lionel, you may begin. Do you have any testimony or anything you'd like to share, sir?
Well, I do. I'd like to state my position, and we'll kind of go from there.
Please do so.
Okay. Well, first, good afternoon. And I'm here today to contest the increase of about 30% in the assessment of my duplex, which was at 301, and now it would be 389.9, which would be an increase of $88,900. And the information that I'm giving you is from the internet, Zillow, and public sources. Don't have any other information from a realtor or anyone else. And I just want to say that my wife and I bought this property in 1977, some 47 years ago. And it's a duplex. The address actually would be 4502 and 4504 Thurston Lane. And we still live there. Now, in trying to determine what the value was, I basically used this property guide for property owners, and pages 8 and 9. And basically, when I went on the internet and looked up fitchburgwisconsin.org for the sales for 2023, there were 431 sales. And of that sales, I really couldn't find, at least at first, a duplex for sale in that listing of 431. I did come across two that I believe were in duplexes. And those two, one was at, I got to look it up here, King James Way, and the King James Way, first of all, I'm not sure exactly, but it's newer and bigger than mine, obviously. And I'm not sure that that is a arm's length transaction or not. One of the persons who bought it is listed as a member of the DeForest School Board. And I wanted to make sure that they didn't move there because, so I looked on the internet and the person was still on the DeForest School Board. So I figured that they bought it for investment purposes. Now that's the problem with determining the value of this, is that all of these sales are for single-family homes or for condos. Now, when I drove by over here to this meeting on Seminole Highway, I went by, I looked to the left, and there was what I consider to be a whole bunch of duplexes, because they all look like duplexes. They a little moderner, but they seem to me like two buildings with garages in between. Turns out all of those are condos. And so basically, the builders that are building them, they aren't building duplexes to sell as a duplex, they're building condos. And the reason for that is because that's what people want. They want a condo or they want a single-family home. And so the only people who are interested in buying a duplex is an investor. Now, the first case we talked about at King James Way, that was, I think, an investment. And I could be wrong, but I don't have any other information. And that one on King James Way sold for $432,000. The reason I think that it might be not an arm's length transaction, I think it was listed, and I'm not sure. I'm sure they'll correct me if I'm wrong. But I think it was listed for $397,000 by the owners of that place. And I think that the people who bought it for investment purposes. The second one is on Lacey Road. And that property was bought by a company called Mojo Property Group, LLC, in Madison, Wisconsin. And again, that's a much newer, much bigger place than my duplex. And so as far as recent arm's length transaction of comparable property, I don't have anything other than those two, and I don't think they're comparable for a couple of reasons. One, they're a long ways away from where I live. Secondly, they're much newer and they're much bigger. so I don't think they're comparable. I did look at some additional properties of the 431 that was in my neighborhood, which would be Belmar Hills. Okay, and those, there were 5 that I happened to pick out. I don't know if there are any more, I don't think so, but the 5 are 4526 Sentinel Pass, which sold for $326. There was 4521 Genuine Road, which sold for $340. There's another one at 2313 Red Arrow Trail, which sold for $325. There's another one on Genuine Road, 4541, which sold for $365. And finally, there's 4534 Aztec Trail, which sold for $288. Okay, if you add all those together, the 5 sale prices came out to $1,641,000, which meant that the average was about $328,000. When you separate my value, which was a few years back of $301, that came out to a difference of $27,000. There were 2 other properties which are somewhat in my area, but I don't consider them comparable, but I threw them in anyway. And one was, they're both on Crescent Road, which if you are familiar, it's near Dunn's Marsh. As a matter of fact, one is, says overlooking Dunn's Marsh. Turns out to be a condo, 4477 Crescent Road. It sold for $327. The other one is at 4462 Crescent Road, which is a single-family home, and that sold for $425. I added a little bit of additional because of those 2 places, because it does raise the average. So instead of saying that my increase should be $27,000, I increased it to $34,000, I'm sorry. Another factor I think the board should look at is kind of the history of the property that I had and its increases. If you recall, back in 2019 is when COVID started, and COVID, even though it emerged in 2019, there was no medicine for the thing, and they were doing research to find the vaccine, and the vaccine became available in late 2020 and in 2021. Now, when it wasn't available, I don't think anybody was doing any building, and I think the sales are really low. In 2019, the assessed value of my condo was, not condo, my duplex was $228,000. In July of 2020, when the pandemic had everything shut down, the city assessor increased my assessment by $64,700, which I thought was a little bit high, so I called him. And he reduced it to $44,000 increase, which meant that the value was then $272,000 assessed. In 2021, that's when everybody was getting the vaccine, and I think things were kind of getting off the ground and things were going again. But the increase was only $200, so it went from $272,000 to $200. And so that increase back in 20 was a 22% increase. Then we come to 2022, and that increase was 11% increase in the assessment to $28,800 for a total now of an assessed value of $301,000. And that was the present assessment. Until 2024, I think 2023 was a maintenance year because, as far as I know, nothing was changed. So, we have over the last 5 years a couple of big increases when we had a pandemic, and then inflation kind of hit in 2022 or 2023, and interest rates went up. Mortgage, of course, rates went up too, and of course I think that, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think sales have gone down, and when sales go down, people reduce their prices. Okay, so this year, 2024, they want to increase my assessment by $88,900, which to me is roughly a 30% increase. And I think that isn't warranted based on the sales that took place in 2023 in my area, even if they aren't comparable. I went on Zillow and I looked to see if there were any duplexes for sale in Fitchburg. And they said there were 2. So I looked up the 5. I looked up those 2. And it turns out that neither one was in Fitchburg. One was in Madison, and the other was in Sun Prairie. So I don't trust Zillow very much.
Sir, we're going to give you about 2-3 more minutes, okay?
Pardon?
2 or 3 more minutes, okay? Give you 2 more minutes, okay?
Speed it up?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, well, I'm going to cut it all off there. Therefore, I
No, take your time. You 2 more minutes, finish it up, no problem.
Okay, well, I'm saying I respectfully request that the board lower the increase in my assessment from $88,900 to $34,000, based on what I consider to be the comps.
Okay.
And I thank you very much.
Thank you, Lionel. Just stay right there, and we're going to turn over to Julia and Chris. So you guys go ahead.
Hi, I'm Julia Stover, property appraiser with the City of Fitchburg. I'll distribute my packet of information. There's a copy of the objection form in there, and then I'll go over my qualifications once again. I'm employed with the City of Fitchburg as an assessment property appraiser, and I have a Department of Revenue Assessor 2 certification, which expires September 30th, 2027, and I'm current with all continuing education. I've worked in the assessment field for almost 3 years and for the City of Fitchburg since December 2021. I have a Bachelor of Science from UW-Madison in Consumer Science, and I have a certificate in Property Assessment Valuation from the Waukesha County Technical College, as well as additional courses in Property Appraisal Principles, Practices, real estate courses in Building, Structure, Design, and Law. And I've attended the Board of Review trainings in 2017 and 2021. Each annual assessor meeting presented by the Department of Revenue since 2021. And I've completed property appraisal valuation courses presented by the International Association of Assessing Officers. Okay, the first page, section 1 is this, we'll go to section 2. It states the purpose of assessment and standards for establishing value. The purpose is to estimate the full value, often referred to as market value, of property as of January 1st, 2024. Part A outlines the standards for establishing value. It summarizes the standards found in State Statute 3032, the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, and case law. The valuation hierarchy is Tier 1, arm's length sale of the subject, if that sale is consistent with the characteristics of arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties, or Tier 2, based on comparison of properly adjusted arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties, or Tier 3, all other accepted techniques, primarily the cost and income methods. Part B contains a definition of market value, including criteria that a sale must satisfy to be considered arm's length and used for establishing true market value. Part C is information from the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual that specifies that mass appraisal is the underlying principle that Wisconsin assessors should be using to value properties in their respective jurisdictions. That purpose of mass appraisal is the equitable and efficient appraisal of all property in a jurisdiction for ad valorem tax purposes. It defines mass appraisal as the systematic appraisal of groups of properties as of a given date using standardized procedures and statistical testing. And the manual notes that although similar to single property appraisal or fee appraisal, there are notable differences between the two. And finally, because this is a revaluation year, the estimated level of assessment is approximately 100%. Okay, on the next page, you'll find a map illustrating the subject property's location. And then the property record card is next. That contains specific data on quantitative and qualitative physical characteristics of the land and improvements for the subject site. The first page shows this is a medium-density residential 2-family property. It is located in the Belmar neighborhood on the city's northwest side. The second page shows building permit history, sales history, or relevant information from sales. And like the property owner said, he's been the owner for quite some time. We don't have any recorded recent sales. So there are no recent arm's length sales of the subject property, and there is also no recent inspection of the subject property. There was a 2024 open book appointment with the property owner in person with me. No changes were made to the assessment during this meeting, but I did have a lengthy discussion on how we came to value and just kind of how things work in our department. Next section is the land information. And I'll highlight some things from the property record card. This is a bi-level 2-family residence, 1 story in height. It contains 2,586 square feet of living space. That's both sides of the duplex. And it was built in 1997, and it has an effective age of 1977. Sorry, it was built in 1977, and it has an effective age of 1977. It is a construction and quality grade C property. Its overall condition, desirability, and usefulness is rated as average. And there's other detailed information on that property record card. The next page is the market valuation detail summary. And this summarizes the assessment calculation as completed by our automatic valuation model. The model is based on Volume 2 of the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual and 2022 and 2023 arm's length sales. The next page is a map that locates the subject property and reasonably comparable arm's length sales that we used in our comparison. And then behind that is a sales comparison report that summarizes the current assessed value of the properties. The report lists arm's length sales from 2022 and 2023. And the sale properties are 5703 Norfolk Drive, 2786 Lyman Lane, and 2907 Kings James Way. The sales range in price from $426,000 to $570,000. The report shows photos and lists and demonstrates the sale properties are reasonably comparable to the subject. The styles are 2-family, ranch, and bi-family homes. The subject and the sales gross living areas range between 2,586 square feet and 4,006 square feet. The effective years built range from 1974 to 1985. And other data is listed, demonstrating that the sale properties are reasonably comparable to the subject property. This report is adjusting the sale prices for differences such as, once again, the lot, building attributes, age and condition of the home, market location, and any detached structures or attachments. And the adjusted sale prices are listed, and they are $369,100, $378,600, and $408,900, respectively. The adjusted sale prices of reasonably comparable properties indicate that the assessed value for 4502 Thurston Lane of $389,900 is a fair estimate of the market value of that subject property as of January 1st, 2024. So there is not a Tier 1 arm's length sale of the subject property, so we completed a mass appraisal assessment of the property using both Tier 2 and Tier 3 approaches to value. We reconciled to Tier 3 market modified approach as it provides the most uniform, consistent, and detailed value estimate as expected by the public. Based on the testimony I've provided, I do not believe that the property owner has overcome the presumption of that the assessment is correct, and we request that you sustain the assessment as presented. Thank you, and I'll answer any questions if anybody has any.
Okay. Lloyd, any questions for the assessing department?
Well, I don't have a question. I just, I don't understand what you said, but basically, if you take a look at comparison 1, 2, and 3, we talked about number 3, and an investor, I think, bought that. And all of the, if the price of that was estimated at $432, that was the sale price, and then it looks like there's an adjustment of a negative number there. That place was built, I think, in 1995 or...
I think 85. Julia said...
1985,
Yep,
correct.
1974 to 1985. Or the
1985. So that would be newer than mine, plus it's much bigger. I haven't seen the Norfolk one, so I wasn't able, but if you compare the 426 to what mine was in 2022, and even that they dropped down 56,900, and then the Lyman, and I'm not sure exactly what location that is, but almost $200,000, and yet mine is being increased $88,900. I think that I think it's more applicable that mine, if it went up at most $34,000.
Am I, just for my own knowledge, the property owner lives in one half and does he rent the other half, or how does that work? Do you own both sides, 4502 and 4502?
I own both sides.
And you rent the other side?
I do not.
Okay.
I haven't rented it for a number of years. I can explain that.
It's okay.
I don't know if you remember, a few years back, you could buy a house with nothing down, and the payments were really low because the interest rates were almost zero. I couldn't keep a tenant because as soon as they saw that, they would zip over and buy a house because they would be building up equity for cheaper than what they would be paying the rent.
I don't want to get off task from our conversation, but there's a lot of tenants in Madison area now that are out there. But anyway, okay. So, any questions to Julia's testimony or to Mr. Crowley's testimony? You have in front of you, okay, Richard.
Julia, thank you. Julia, do you differentiate between owner-occupied and investment property for condos and for duplexes? Is there anything in the system that would say
No,
maybe an investor is willing to pay more than a someone's going to live in it?
The purpose of our assessment is to put the value at fair market value, so we don't determine who the buyer is of that property.
So if this is 4502, and I'm going to ask this because I'm just clarification, has there been a value assigned to 4507, or is this one parcel number for both sides?
Yeah, it's valued as one parcel number, as the other sales comps that are listed are valued the same way. And they're residential properties because it's two units. 4 units or more would be considered commercial.
So years ago, Fitchburg came with a ordinance, Sean helped me on this one, that allowed duplexes to be sold and split. So then so if you had 2 parcel numbers, because you've got 2 owners, you added them together, how would that compare against a single parcel?
It would become a different thing entirely. So, yeah, legally it would be a 1-unit property versus 2. Typically condos would, generally have a higher value. It's not always the case, but yeah.
I think Richard, it would be categorized differently too. I mean, because it's a separate entity.
It would still be, residential, of course, but it would be, each side would have its own presumed owner, and each side would have its own land record, its own, they would have their own attributable square footage, so.
But the sum of the 2 would probably be greater than if it was still all in one parcel number.
Tough to say. Generally, condos, command a little bit higher of a price, but it's all wrapped up in whatever benefits you have to, being a member of that condo. If there's, shared fees or whatever it might be, but yeah.
Carol?
So my question is, since I live in this neighborhood, when we look at properties within a neighborhood, if there are not comparable sales in the same location within that neighborhood, do we ever look at the marketability based on where a property is within that neighborhood? Because I think my assessment also went up 27,000, so I'm assuming, or 27%, so I'm assuming that was applied pretty much unilaterally to that neighborhood. However, there are locations in that neighborhood that are a tougher sell than other locations. So can you tell us how you take that into account when you're looking at an assessment in a neighborhood?
So we look at the neighborhood at large. I will say we have a lot of neighborhoods here in Fitchburg, and I think they're pretty, pretty tightly segmented out. I mean, there may be specific pockets within a neighborhood, but it's properties don't move as often, and it's hard to see, specifically what properties, may or may not sell better or worse than others. I think we do, as we've said before, mass appraisal. So it's really just trying to get, as the appraiser said earlier, we're never going to be perfect. We're never going to be exactly on. I think if there's outlier sales, for example, like if we notice, say, there's a specific property that, say, like backs up to Lacey or whatever. I know that's not the case in this neighborhood, but we make more specific adjustments to that property, and we just haven't seen that. We didn't see any specific outliers in this neighborhood, so we didn't reflect it in our. And I guess the other question would be if there's like issues with that site, like if has topographical, I don't remember the exact word how you pronounce that, but if there's issues with the site, we would reflect that on the site, and then that neighborhood adjustment would then get applied. Like you said, unilaterally. So I think we're accounting for maybe some of those things, maybe in a different way, but the neighborhood gets the same adjustment, if that makes sense. You see what I'm saying? So like if there's an issue specific to that property, like say, it's on a busy street's an easy example. That's a tougher sell. We're going to account for that on that specific property. That neighborhood adjustment still gets applied to everybody, but that specific property is going to be valued a little bit less out of the gate because of whatever issues might exist.
What if it's being impacted by the upkeep and quality of the surrounding properties? Is that ever taken into account? So if there are rundown apartments that are 2 doors down that would make this a tougher sale, is that ever taken into account?
In some cases, it can be. I think it depends on the level of what it's that can be subjective. So if you have, like say, my property is, tip-top shape, whatever, I, keep up with everything, and then my direct next door neighbor might have, the lawn's never mowed, the property's fallen apart. It's a deterrent from this property. In some cases, we might change specific data points, like related to, desirability, I guess you would say.
We're entire apartment complexes that are in disrepair.
Sure.
That makes it a really tough sale for the northern part of this particular neighborhood. And this property is basically, I think, 2 properties away from some apartment buildings that have had a lot of issues. Was that taken into account for this specific property?
I understand what you're saying. So let me look. What's 4502 Thurston? I don't have it pulled up. Usually what we'll do is for the properties directly abutting a commercial property, so in that case, apartment buildings, for the ones directly adjacent to it or, sometimes across the street, but typically, the one that's most affected by it is going to be the one directly next door to it. So in this case, I'm guessing we probably don't have an adjustment for it being next to commercial property. No, but we would need some sort of sales data to support that kind of adjustment. And if we don't have, in the absence of sale data, it's hard to make some sort of an adjustment, whether it's 5% or 10%. So,
Julia, question for you. So I always read this little spiel at the beginning. Best evidence, the standards are the best evidence of value is a recent arm's length sale of subject property. Not the case with this, correct?
Correct. There was no
number
arm's
2.
length.
Next, the sale of reasonably comparable property. Hold that thought. And the third is then all our approaches to value. Income approach, income producing properties, and the cost approach on special purpose and unique properties where there's not an active market. So my question is, Lloyd had mentioned this. He talked about Lyman Lane. Where is that compared to his house? You use that as a comp, which I can understand. But even though he doesn't rent out that other half, did you consider this as possibly an income-based property?
So we didn't. Typically,
did or did not?
We did not. We typically reserve income approach for commercial properties. The reason being is that, there's most people that buy and sell duplexes, for example, are not typically going to operate at least as far as we can tell, in the similar sense of, capitalizing income.
I know a lot of realtors that do, man.
Well, sure, but it's, in order to do that, in order to do an income approach, we would have to request income and expense information from presumably every duplex in the city.
Okay,
and
so that's fair.
Yeah.
My point is that you, Chris, are sticking it to the 4 or more, the commercial description.
Exactly.
Okay,
theoretically, you could do an income approach on it. We have not.
Okay, thank you for that. I wanted to ask that question because I know you brought that up, sir. Mark, thoughts?
I actually have a question for you before I give my thoughts.
Yeah, whatever, go ahead.
I actually, I guess I'm looking for some guidance as to whether I need to recuse myself from this case. I did look at one of these comps at purchasing them when it was for sale.
That's a great question. Tracy, would you know the precedent on that? I don't think he'd have to.
Okay.
That's a great, I don't think so, right? No, you're fine. Okay, go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Thanks for bringing that up, though. Thank you.
With that, I understand where Carol was getting at, and I don't know how to try to support that idea, but I do think that with the way Fitchburg is laid out, where a lot of neighborhoods are set up with single-family homes running into duplexes that then run into multifamily, and that's very prevalent in both the subject property neighborhood and also the comp neighborhoods. And so I do think that if that can be factored in, since we don't have those other approaches, that should be something we should consider.
Andrew, anything? Questions? Okay. David?
This might be rather minor, but on the one comparison that you had both looked at, there's a disagreement. I thought, sir, you said that the duplex on King James Way was bigger and newer.
Yeah. Yes.
It's newer by just a few years.
That's
But
correct.
you said it's bigger, where the records from the assessment, the assessor's office indicate that it's actually much smaller.
Well, I don't think that that's true. I mean, this is, they've got looks like a double garage instead of single garages next to it. And it's a two-story building, whereas my garages go in the basement. So it may be deceptive as far as,
I'll let the
This is right.
assessors
It's
check their records. 1,500 square feet?
square feet.
But I'm afraid it wouldn't help your case for them to make a correction, because even when it's rated as a very small duplex, it has a value in their estimation of $408,000.
I realize that, but it's in a much, what I would consider to be nicer neighborhood. I'm in a neighborhood where next to us is all these apartments. Across the street is all these apartments. We're right across the street from a group home.
Yeah. Well, if I read their chart correctly, it looks like they've already taken that into account in the...
I don't think so.
Well, in the neighborhood adjustment.
Yeah, it should be, because when we were renting, everybody that, not everybody, but there were a certain number of people, as soon as they heard that we were near Allied Drive, they disappeared.
Yeah.
Well, I get it. Okay.
Things have improved since then, but
Okay, Eldon, anything you want to questions at all?
I don't have any questions. I don't have any questions.
David, you get your question answered? Okay, all right. I'm going to bring this forward. Make a motion that we approve the assessor's termination on this property. So we deny the request for objection. So we go with the assessor's assessed value of $389,900 is the motion by Paff. Second with Bloomquist. Discussion? My discussion would be that I understand, I'm glad this gentleman said at the end that things are getting better, because I do believe that in that neighborhood, but I also can, just knowing what I know in my world, that properties like this are very desirable in the greater Madison area, especially that close to the Beltline. And that's why I asked my question of Julia, and I didn't question her techniques. It's department protocol to use 4 and more for a commercial property, but I just see, you guys get what I'm saying. You got a duplex, and owners can do what they choose to do with the duplex, but I just think that the value is correct, and I would urge an aye vote. So discussion, feel free.
Yeah, I think the analysis of the comps by the assessment office is correct, and I'll vote in favor of the motion.
Okay, all those in favor of accepting the motion to agree with the assessing department, the assessed value of $389,900, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. The ayes have it. Thank you. Thank you for coming in, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, let's let Tracy do the paperwork, and now we're going to move on back to item number 15. Was asking unanimous consent for that. Review of objection forms filed for completeness and notices of intent to file with no objection form filed. Chris, that sounds like a lot, so walk us through what we're doing next.
Sorry, we were chatting.
No problem.
Could you repeat that?
Yes.
Apologies.
No problem. We are going to go back to item number 15.
Yeah.
So in front of you, I think under the goldenrod sheet that Tracy and her team put together for us is all the objections that come through. I would just flag for you, to Andrew's point about 17 hours ago, to make sure we had the Lee family objection. So Chris, you can talk about then when and where you desire, but what we are doing now is Chris and his team have reviewed these objections, looking for parcel numbers, make sure it's filled out right. Basically, this is a form process we're going through here.
Yeah, so.
Go ahead, Chris.
Sure, so what I'm gonna do, a couple things. So, you've got this list in front of you. It's not really an issue on the residential side, but there's a few on the commercial side, which we'll get to shortly here.
And then, Chris, I'm gonna ask you one quick question before you get in it. At some point, do we have to, Madam Clerk, read these records into the public record?
The parcel numbers.
Parcel numbers.
Yeah, or street added, whatever you prefer.
Sorry, I did hear your question. I would recommend that, yes,
Okay.
we go ahead and read them in. And if you want, I can kind of set the precedence for
Why don't
as
you
to
do
how
that?
we want to do
Tell
this.
us what you want us to do. Yes, Tracy.
Okay, so if you go to your breakdown of appeals document, you'll see.
1 second, everybody.
Oh.
Just hold on, that goes back.
I know we lost Richard.
Yep. Okay, that was at the top of our packet this morning when we started.
Correct. So we have the 4 that we heard today, and I'm going to read into record the other 6 forms for the residential properties that we have received objection forms for, and then you can make a motion to either approve or deny their acceptance of the application forms. Okay?
Okay.
Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have 5691 Ashbourne Lane, parcel 0609-043-1133-7, 2747 Jasmine Drive, 0609-084, 6170-3, 13 Oak Park Way, 0609-161-6650-2, 4836 Irish Lane, 0609-134-9340-0, 2907 Muzana Drive, 0609-121-0321-2, and the late submittance form today that you accepted of 2774 Raritan Road. I'm sorry I don't have the parcel number, but that was for Mr. Lee. Those are the 6 residential forms, objection forms that we have received in a timely fashion that were approved by you to accept based on your review of completeness.
Okay. Chris, have you looked through those objection forms?
I have, yep.
And do you see any concerns with those?
I do not.
So at this time, does anybody, we can slow down a little bit here, but the clerk has read them officially into the record. The assessing department has looked at those. Tracy, the next action is we approve those to do what, if we were to approve that?
Approve the applications as completeness and then to set a future date for hearings.
So similar to what we did today for these 6.
Mm-hmm.
Mark, you want to make that motion for me?
I will try to. Motion to accept the aforementioned objection to real property assessments as complete and accurate. Is that acceptable?
That's correct. And seconded by Dave Carlson. Second?
Carlson will second that.
Thank you, sir. Any discussion at all? We're going to come up with a date at the end of the meeting, correct, Tracy?
Yep.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Same sign, ayes have it. Okay, now I'm going to move on to agenda. Nope, we got
We have
commercial.
more.
Yep, go
we
ahead,
have
Tracy,
more.
go ahead. Yep.
And just to kind of refer back to your breakdown of appeals, just for the record, I want to read into the record the parcels of objection forms for residential that had given intent to file, but no objection forms were received. So just for the record, to know that they gave intent to file, we did not receive their objection forms within the first 2 hours of the meeting today. And that was 2971 Pineway Trail, 0609-053-7998-8, 2755 Jasmine Drive, 0609-084-0166-1, 2791 Cornelius Street, 0609-084, 2386-2, 5454 Lacey Road, 0609-103, 9790-3, 5192 Kitty Crass Drive, 0609-142-6920-4, 5511 McGann Lane, number 206, I believe it is, 0609-152-3218-2, Sky Low, 2880 Charleston Drive. I do not have a parcel number. And then we also had a resident that had given intent to file after the 48-hour deadline, no objection form received, of Suzanne Stein, 2814 Sunflower Drive. I recommend the board denies any appeals for these parcels due to them giving their 48-hour intent but not receiving the forms within the first 2 hours of today's meeting.
So, motion to deny these appeals by Pat.
Okay.
Slager, second.
Second, brief discussion, Tracy. So this will end their opportunity to protest with the city, so to speak. Okay, all those in favor?
Just a formality.
It's a formality, perfect. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Tracy.
So then we move on to the commercial parcels that have filed an objection form. We have Fairways Apartments, 3302 Leopold Way, 0609-032-9125-2. Fairways Apartments, 2301 Traceway Drive, 0609-032-9200-2. Fairways Apartments, 2101 Post Road, 0609-032-9650-2. Fitchburg Pines Apartments, 2302 High Ridge Trail, 0609-033-8500-0. And I will stop at those four because those are all for Von Briesen and Roper.
So a motion to accept the waiver request, or objection request.
Correct.
So moved. Second, or motion by Fairchild, seconded by Poole. Tracy, so with that, we would be working to schedule potentially a meeting with them. Is that correct? We're going to get to it later, though, Mark. Or Chris. Chris has some good news for us. All those in favor of that signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Tracy.
Summit Credit Union, 2939 South Fish Hatchery Road, 0609-091-8093-0. And then we have Limerick Apartments, 5130 Lacey Road, 0609-114-4050-2. Limerick Apartments, 5128, 0609-114-4060-2. And I will stop at those three.
Can I step in on this one?
Yes, please.
So the objection for 2939 South Fish Hatchery Road for Summit Credit Union, that is the one form, I apologize, I didn't mention this in depth previously. Well, that's part of it, but I've talked to our legal counsel on that, and that one will be, the parcel number is correct, the address is correct, minus the city. That's a question for the board to decide. The issue that I take with this form is that there, if you look at section 3, hang on, I'm going to try to pull up the form, I can't seem to find it immediately, but it says something to the effect of will provide information to the assessor, directly, and they have not done that. So presumably when you file your objection form, you are supposed to attach the information that you are using to plead your case, essentially. And that was not provided to me. I spoke with our legal counsel, Amy Seibel, and she had said that the objector theoretically, or not theoretically, has within that first 2 hours to submit that information, and they did not. So based on her recommendation, and I would agree with her, we should allow the objector or their agent to state their case as to why they didn't provide that timely. I think if there's no good cause, I believe it should be dismissed, but I don't think it's appropriate to do that without the agent of the
So
objector.
move it on today and then,
Well, I would say to postpone the review of this specific objection form. And then what we would do is notify them a minimum of 48 hours before, the next meeting when we want to, entertain that specific agenda item again, and then let them know at the time, here's what we're recommending, why was this not provided, I guess.
so basically then Tracy, it would be two separate motions probably? Okay, so the two Lacey Road ones we can approve, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, motion to approve 5130 Lacey Road and 5128 Lacey Road, Limerick Apartments, represented by Alliance Development. We, no objection to their, I guess we have no concerns with their objection to real property assessment, so I guess the word I'm trying to say is we don't object to what they're doing. Is that correct?
We're accepting those forms as submitted.
Accepting those forms as
For
submitted
completeness.
for those two on Lacey Road. That's a motion by Sean, second by Poole. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Motion by PAF for 2939 South Fish Hatchery Road, Summit Credit Union, with the assessing department making changes on the city, Mount Horeb, right? You'll get rid of that.
Well, I'll request
You'll clean that up?
Sure, I will. Yeah.
So a
We'll see what I can
motion,
do.
Chris, to postpone that, or what is the word?
Well, that brings up, I guess, the other question. Technically, they're going to amend their form then. The question that I guess I would pose to the board is, I think I had that same question when I had received it, when I talked to legal counsel. She didn't say that was probably a reason to deny them, strictly because the address is correct aside from the city name, and then the parcel number is correct, which I think is really the most important thing. The real question at hand is that they didn't provide the information that they had said they would. So, the operative thing here is that with that form, you're supposed to indicate why the assessed value is incorrect, or why you feel that way, or the defense for your specific value. That's evidence that would be part of filling out a complete form, and that was not provided to us. So the question would be, why not? And that to me is the larger issue. But I would say postpone. My recommendation, I guess, would be to postpone it, allow the property owner's agent to appear before the board and kind of explain their case.
And our outside counsel agrees with that.
For sure, yeah. That was a weird one. That's why I asked her, because initially I was like, I don't know if we deny it or not. So
Okay. What do you think, Alden? You okay? You want to make a motion, or it's up? I don't put you on the spot, but
One word is
ambiguity. Up to you guys. We can kick it out here, but if our outside counsel is saying we should look at it, recommend we do.
I'm happy to second your motion. So.
I'll make that motion. We postpone it to a future date for 2939 South Fish Hatchery Road, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, Summit Credit Union, represented by Gary Koldenberg. That's my motion. PAF.
I'll second it.
Second by Krim. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign. Ayes have it. Tracy.
Thank you, Chair. So the following objection forms have been turned in from Reinhardt, and they have accompanied with those objection forms a waiver request. Riva West Apartments, 5148 East Sherrill Parkway, 0609-114-2484-2. Vista Apartments, 5120 East Sherrill Parkway, 0609-114-2716-2. Prima Vista Apartments, 5131 East Sherrill Parkway, 0609-114-3708-2. Osprey Apartments, 5118 Lacey Road, 0609-114-4282-2. FTC Retail East, 2690 Research Park Drive, 0609-152-3054-2. FTC Retail West, 2685 Research Park Drive, 0609-152-3092-2. Turnberry Apartments, 2611 Gallagher Drive, 0609-152-4264-2. Franklin Square Condominiums, 2004 Greenway Cross, 0609-031-2086-7, Valley View Apartments, 2925 Fish Hatchery Road, 0609-131-5718-2, Hatchery Hill 3, 5550 Caddis Bend, 0609-033-4191-3, Fred Elon Apartments, 6311 Quarry Vista Drive, 0609-182-2502-2, and out of order in your packet is Hy-Vee, 2920 Fish Hatchery Road, 0609-072-0015-2.
Nope, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, so what we're doing here then is this would allow for a waiver request. Tracy, explain to us what that.
Nope, you're just accepting the applications at this point.
Okay. I would make a motion to accept the applications of those properties that Tracy just read through the record. If there's a second, I would take that.
Slager, second.
Can I just add something into the record just for?
Okay, let's get a second here real quick.
Sure,
Okay.
sorry.
Okay, second by Andy, and go ahead.
So a few of these have one line on that we've read into record, and they're objection forms. So like if you look at Riva West, for example, it's the top one on there. It's on the sheet in front of you. The objection form has multiple parcels. The sheet that we have here that Tracy provided just has one. I don't know if it would. I assume it would be useful to read the other ones into record. The question herein is the parcels that Tracy has listed are the parcels that they're assessed with the other parcels.
There's other subsidiary parcels.
Right. So the main parcel that carries the value is the one that's listed before you. So I'm not sure procedurally if we need to or don't need to read the other ones into record. They're on the objection form. So, by accepting those, you're accepting,
I would say that we're safe to do what Tracy just
Okay.
did. But as long as they're all grouped together.
Yep. Yeah, they're all correct.
And the public record would show that.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
So we have a motion by Paff, seconded by Slager. Is that correct? Did I make that motion? Yes, I did. Yes, sir.
Tracy, these are the ones you read that are all being represented by Reinhardt?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to recuse myself from the vote even on this one. And the reason being is Reinhardt is our lawyer on all of our real estate deals in Wisconsin. This one's a little too close.
Bloomquist will recuse. Fair enough. Okay, all those in favor signify.
Can I ask one more question about what it is that we're approving if we approve this motion?
Fair enough.
When we accept an objection, and the objection comes with the request for waiver of Board of Review hearing, are we, by accepting the objection, granting the request for waiver?
No, so if you look at the agenda title, you're reviewing the objection forms for completeness.
Yeah, okay.
So just because they attached a waiver request, that's just how I have it
We're
broken down.
acknowledging that they have requested a waiver.
Correct.
Dave, we're going to get to the waiver request on item 17.
But at this point, you're just approving the application as received for completeness.
Great question, friend.
Okay.
Great question. Okay, all those in favor of the motion to accept the waiver requests of those that were read by Tracy?
Nope, the objection
The
forms.
objection forms, I'm sorry, the objection forms signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Tracy.
Thank you, Chair. And then we have Foley and Laudner, Eric Hatchell. We have Belmar Apartments, and Chris, if there's multiple parcels, I'm sorry, I'm just kind of going off of this spreadsheet.
That's okay.
so-
These ones I think are all correct. And
Okay.
they're not correct or incorrect, but they're all good.
Got it. Okay.
Individual.
Belmar Apartment Homes, 2113 Red Arrow, 0609-052, 2259-3. Belmar 3 Apartment Homes, 4546 Thurston Lane, 0609-052, 2331-4. Belmar Apartment Homes, 4536 Thurston Lane, 0609-052, 2353-8. Belmar Apartment Homes, 4526 Thurston Lane, 0609-052, 2364-5. Chalet Gardens, 2302 Chalet Gardens Road, 0609 052 8720-1.
So the motion is to,
And these are for the Foley and Ladner, Eric Hatchell
So-
objection forms.
and we are accepting, Tracy, is that what we're doing?
You are accepting the objection forms as completed.
Okay. We're
So moved.
by Poole, seconded by,
Slager, seconds.
second by Andrew. Eldon, you want to say anything? You're good?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand. They said they had the intent, but they did not submit an objection form?
No, these, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's what I was a little
Yes,
confused.
thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
They did
Thank you, Ellen.
submit them by the 2-hour time frame today, so they are in your packet.
Okay.
So the statement, Tracy, the sheet that you gave us says commercial parcels that have been given intent to file, but no objection form received. That is a dated statement.
Correct, and they were received this morning within the 2-hour time frame of the first meeting of the Board of Review. Sorry, it's been a long
And we
day.
date stamped that or whatever.
They are date stamped, they are in your packet.
So they are legit. Good catch, Eldon. Great question.
Okay.
Poole has a motion on the table to accept these, and seconded by Slager. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Same sign. The ayes have it. Madam Clerk.
Then I just want to read into record the forms that were given intent to file, but we did not receive any objection forms within the first 2 hours of today's meeting. Artisan Village, 207 Oregon Road, 0609 012 8605-2. Pleasant Ridge Apartments, 2617 Pheasant Ridge Trail, 0609 354 1518-4. Pheasant Ridge Apartments, 2709 Pheasant Ridge Trail, 0709 352 6254-3. Pheasant Ridge Apartments, 2701 Pheasant Ridge Trail, 0709 354 6276-7. Tech Building 2, 151 East Badger Road, 0709 363 2095-0. And Limestone Ridge Senior Apartments, 6270 Limestone Lane, 0600 072 0070-2. And those are ones that were given an intent, but no forms were submitted.
So the motion, Tracy, would be,
Same as the previous one.
to dismiss, right?
Yep, to deny.
So the motion would be by PAF to deny the commercial parcels that were just read by the clerk, who did not give,
Did not provide objection forms.
did not
within
provide
the
in a timely manner.
First 2-hour meeting.
Yep.
2 hours of the meeting.
So the motion to deny these folks, these parcels for not meeting the time requirement for the objection form.
And because you have Reinhardt listed as representing, even though Alexander and a bunch of other, I will recuse myself because you've lumped all of these together.
Fair enough. I need a second, though.
Fairchild, second.
Second by Fairchild.
Can I add just one point again on this one?
Yes, sir.
I think there was one parcel near the tail end of there that might be worth reading into record. It's 0609-044-6311-0. That's First Properties at 2997 Yarmouth Greenway Drive.
Oh, and that was just omitted, or?
Yeah, because they gave their intent but then didn't file their form. I just figured it was worth including.
So-
Same criteria.
Correct.
Yep.
You're correct, thank you.
Friendly
You bet.
amendment to add 2997 Yarmouth Greenway to the motion to deny. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Madam Clerk.
I think that is it for the forms. We did have some that were, gave notice of intent and withdrew. I don't think I need to read those into record, but I think,
Tracy, my question for you is, you put on our chairs today 2 emails from Andre Bilson and Evan Bondock of Foley and Ryan Company. What are those in front of us? Could you-
those are for the Nakoma Heights, 4929 Chalet Gardens, 0609-052-8900-3, Nakoma Heights, 4901 Chalet Garden Road, 0609-052-8920-9. Those are withdrawn from giving their notice of intent.
So they are removed from the city's purview right now.
Correct.
And this, everybody follow what we just did there? We took 2 of them off the board. Tracy has those timestamped for her files. Okay, now we are moving on to agenda item 17.
16.
Excuse me, 16, consideration of subpoena request. Tracy, what does this mean?
I will let Assessor Elite speak to that.
Sure. Go ahead, Chris. Thank you.
So, for those that are new, and for those as a refresher who've been here for a little bit, these are a number of properties that, the ones that I would request that the board consider subpoena requests on. These are a number of properties that are in litigation already, or are represent kind of complex properties where we need more information to confirm or suggest that our value is incorrect, that we didn't receive during the open book process. Now, historically, we have requested, and the board has been amenable to issuing subpoenas on these properties because it helps reinforce the city's value. It gets us good information. It helps everybody involved, the board included, make informed decisions on the values as presented before them. Now, I have a list of parcels that we would request the board approve subpoenas on. We don't have them ready at the moment, but last year and in years past, what we've done is with the board's approval, we have drafted the subpoenas outside, and we don't need to reconvene specifically to have those. Essentially, what we've done is have the board approve them, and then have the chair sign them, and then we can go forward, and we don't need to meet to specifically do that one thing. So, after conferring with legal counsel attorney Amy Seibel, our plan is to draft those over the next week or so, have them issued hopefully by the end of the week next Friday, and then go from there.
Andrew, so what Chris is saying is that in-house, they're going to get these forms together. Mm-hmm. Our outside counsel will go through the subpoena request, do the official forms, mm-hmm. and then you're basically allowing me as the chair to sign on behalf of this board to allow us to go get more information. Some of you on this committee have not seen these cases because you're new to this, but those who have been around for a while, we have seen these. These are just ongoing cases.
So, of the ones that we would recommend issuing subpoenas on, it would appear as though 1, 2, 3. Three out of all of the commercial properties that we have before us are not currently in litigation, but one of them we may or may not enter. The Summit Credit Union property, whether that one gets denied or not. We're not going to, I guess that would be one that I would leave out of the subpoena request for now. But they're the only 2 parcels that we're not currently in litigation on or haven't been in the past are the 2 Limerick apartments. So those we would look to approve subpoenas.
So
but other than that, the rest of them are currently in litigation.
2 forms that need to be signed.
So there's 2 separate, yes, 2, I guess I should say 2 parcels that are new. So the other ones that I would request it on, if you look at your sheet, and I'll read these into record, but
sure.
If you look under commercial parcels that have filed an objection form, it's on the front page. All the properties represented by Von Briesen and Roper, those are currently in litigation. Summit Credit Union is not, but we have yet to make a decision on that objection form, so we'll leave that off for now. Limerick Apartments are not currently in litigation. They're fairly new, but they're sophisticated properties. They're subsidized, so there's, we've got kind of baseline information to determine a value, but in order to proceed further, I think we need to get kind of detailed financial records that are critical in determining value of subsidized housing. If you flip over all the properties in the commercial parcels that have filed an objection form with a waiver request, those are all currently ongoing lawsuits. And then lastly, the Belmar apartment homes, Belmar 3 apartment homes, and then the Chalet Gardens parcels have a history. I believe it was settled last in 2022 before as well. So these are things that are critical. The documents that we request are critical to ensuring that we've got proper valuations. So I hope that answers the question.
Conduct of this.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's just normal flow of back and forth. These things take time.
Yep.
Do you need a motion?
If the board would be so kind, I would entertain a motion. Do you want me to read the parcels in the record?
Yes, and
The
then
addresses
Tracy,
and the-
help
yes,
us with the
please.
motion here. Okay, go ahead, Chris.
Yes, do you want me to, here, I'll just read them off of the.
Set it up how tell us why you're reading these.
So I'm going to read the parcels in the record that we've approved objection forms for and that we would request subpoenas on. I would request that the board approve the subpoenas and with the chair's ability to sign them once they're drafted, hopefully next week. So that way we don't have to come back, reconvene, and do whatever. So anyways, I'll read the parcels here. So I'm going to read them off of my spreadsheet and get all the parcels in here, even the assessed with ones. So it'll take a minute, so I apologize.
Go for it. Andrew, you're in charge for 2 minutes.
We will start with Fairways Apartments. So 3302 Leopold Way, 0609-032-9125-2. Fairways Apartments, 2301 Traceway Drive, 0609-032-92002. Fairways Apartments, 2101 Post Road, 0609-032-9650-2. Fitchburg Pines Apartments, 2302 High Ridge Trail, 0609-033-85000. Limerick Apartments, 5130 Lacey Road, 0609-114-4050-2. Limerick Apartments, 5128 Lacey Road, 0609-114-4060-2. Riva West LLC.
Split those out so I could vote on that group and then recuse myself if you're going to subpoena Reinhardt's?
Oh, sure.
Would you do that?
Yes. Here's what I'll do. I'll read the other few. So those are all Reinhardt. Okay. So then let's go down to Belmar Apartment Homes, 2113 Red Arrow Trail, 0609-052-2259-3. Belmar 3 Apartment Homes, 4546 Thurston Lane, 0609-052-2331-4. Belmar Apartment Homes, 4536 Thurston Lane, 0609-052-2353-8. Belmar Apartment Homes, 4526 Thurston Lane, 0609-052-2364-5. Chalet Gardens, 2302 Chalet Gardens Road, 0609-052-8720-1.
I'll move approval of the subpoena requests as noted by the assessor.
Slager, second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the subpoena request as read into the record by the city clerk, or city assessor. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Tracy. Oh, Chris, go ahead.
And then we'll do the Reinhardt ones. Sound good? All right, so for the Reinhardt properties, we'll start with Riva West. So we will do Riva West Apartments, 5148 East Sherrill Parkway, 0609-114-2484-2.
Marathon session.
Vista Apartments, 5120 East Sherrill Parkway, 0609-114-2716-2. Prima Vista Apartments, 5131 East Sherrill Parkway, 0609-114-3708-2. Osprey Apartments, 5118 Lacey Road, 0609-114-4282-2. FTC Retail East, 2690 Research Park Drive, 0609-152-3054-2. FTC Retail West, 2685 Research Park Drive, 0609-152-3092-2. Turnberry Apartments, 2611 Gallagher Drive, 0609-152-4264-2. Franklin Square Condominiums, 2004 Greenway Cross, 0609-131, or 031-2086-7. Valley View Apartments, 2925 Fish Hatchery Road, 0609-031-5718-2. Hatchery Hill 3, 5550 Caddis Bend, 0609-033-4191-3. Fred Elan Apartments, 6311 Quarry Vista Drive, 0609-182-2505-2. And then lastly, High V, 2920 Fitchburg Road, 0609-072-0015-2.
Okay.
There you go.
I'll move approval of the subpoena requests for the Reinhardt group of subpoena requests.
Slager, second.
Bloomquist will recuse himself from the vote.
And the clerk has noted that. Thank
Correct.
you, Tracy. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Chris and Tracy, does that wrap up agenda item number 16?
It does, thank you, Chair.
Okay, number 17. Chris has got good news for us, I hope. All right, number 17 is consideration of request for waiver of the Board of Review hearing allowing the property owner to appeal directly to Circuit Court. So as you know, this is part of the process of this committee. People come forward or they can go to the next level. So Chris,
Sure.
fire away.
So the sheet we were just referencing, if you'll look at the Reinhardt properties, or the section commercial properties that have filed an objection form with a waiver request, I would recommend that the board postpone these acting on these waiver requests temporarily until we've had time to issue the subpoenas, get the information back, review it, and make a determination.
Okay, so I would make that motion to postpone acting on the subpoena waiver request until, is that correct?
Just a waiver request.
Okay.
Until, I don't know
Yeah.
when we'll.
Whatever,
at this point.
postpone to a future date.
Yep.
Acting on the waiver request. Motion by Pav.
Slager, second.
Second by Andrew.
Recuse myself, same reason.
Thank you, Bloomquist, recuse. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it, motion carries. Chris, anything else you want to add?
No.
Okay, all right. So, everybody get your Blackberries out. Look at me date myself. I mean, 2004 yours is here and Sean's here. Anyway, get your phones out. Number 19, consider act on scheduling additional Board of Review dates to hear, deliberate, and determine any residential and commercial objections. Madam Clerk, what did we accomplish today and what do you think is in front of us?
Thank you, Chair. So based on scheduling conflicts within the clerk's department, and I believe somewhat in the assessor's department, and based on the availability of this room, we are looking at the week of August 19th.
So in the week of August 19th, all of you guys look at your schedules. I have a couple questions for Tracy and Chris. We are looking at the potential of how many hearings potentially?
It is
6 residential.
6 residential.
Yep.
And then I would, if the commercial cases comply with the subpoenas, most of those I would expect will either get stipulated to a new value or we may entertain the waiver request once we have the appropriate information. So I would say probably limited commercial cases, if any.
So Tracy, you're probably anticipating day and a half, 2 days potentially to give you.
I would think the residentials we would want to schedule for one day, and then we deal with the commercials on another day.
I think keep in mind too that we have that one commercial objection form that we have yet to act on. So I think it may be wise to try and do whatever, we'll have that, and then depending on whether or not that gets kicked or not.
Okay,
Something to consider.
I want to bookmark Mr. Lee because he's traveling to see a sick mother, and he said he had to get out of Dodge by July 31st.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I have availability. I don't know if anybody else does. This is just me throwing it out there.
So we are sitting here
next
July
week I'm
17th,
available.
and the
I don't know
gentleman
if
is
anybody
leaving in
else is.
2 weeks from today.
Yeah.
Remember, we have alternates and stuff. We've all sat here and heard the stuff. So some of us can't make it, that's okay, but we gotta have the key players here.
Yeah.
Of Chris and Tracy's team. So, should we set Mr. Lee aside for a second? Let's take care
Sure,
of it.
sure.
Okay. All right, so Tracy says August 17th,
August 19th.
August 19th.
And we can meet twice that week. The room is available every day that week after 4 p.m. except for Thursday, the 27th. The room is not available until 10 a.m.
That's the following week, isn't it?
That's the following week, you said, Tracy.
Yeah,
22nd.
What would, guys and gal, the Monday the 19th look like, say 9 a.m. or 8:30? Let's just bang it out here. Monday the 19th would be great. Again, Eldon, you're getting close to school time, so. Shoot.
I have another appointment that day also.
Okay. This is where the fun starts here. Tracy, what's the afternoon of the 20th look like? For you in the room.
That day is open. This room is available until 4 p.m. So
Could
we
we
would
do-
want to be out of here by 3:30 as a courtesy.
Could we do, 11 a.m. or that's just middle of the day, which kills people probably, or what do you guys want to do? I prefer not to do that morning, but 20th, Chris, that work on your end?
Yeah.
Richard, you around?
I can make it.
Eldon? David? Okay. All right, Andrew is in great hands, so if you want to start at 8:30, Tracy, I can try to adjust, but Andrew, you could cover for me in this chair, right? Sure. Okay. So
And that
yeah,
would be for the 5 residential?
whatever the residential is, on the 20th.
What time did you say we're going to start?
8:30, okay, Tracy?
Sure.
Chris?
Yeah.
No, you're here like at 6, right, Chris? You're just like...
No, I can be. I'll show up whenever you guys want to. I used to do board review at night on the weekends, so if you guys want to do that.
No, 8:30.
Don't even go there.
I'm kidding. Jeez.
This is an 8:30 town.
Yeah, perfect.
8:30 on the 20th. Tracy will send us an Outlook request as fast as she can, so we don't get that taken away from us
And
that
that'll be
time.
an entire day, is that right?
It would be 5 residential,
Yeah, let's give it
Hearings.
8:30 to 3
so I would
probably.
figure at least 5 hours. If you want to figure at least an hour for each.
Okay, I just have plan commission that night too, so
Yeah.
it's going to be a long day for me.
Carol's gonna go home.
That's a fun day.
Carol's gonna take a disco nap, shower, come back.
I mean, we can meet more if you want. If you want to break it down to like shorter times, but more
No, that's
frequently,
fine.
we certainly can.
No, I love you guys, but I don't want to see you that much. Okay, let's throw out one more date. What's the, Tracy, what'd you say is happening on the 27th? I am probably going to be a little tricky for me unless 27th 's a little
No, I
tricky.
just mentioned the 22nd. This room wasn't available until
22nd.
10.
Not the greatest time, but Friday's always terrible, so let's stay away from that.
Room's open all day Friday.
I got some crap on that Friday. In commercial, you think how much would that take?
Hopefully not long. Like I said, I
I
don't
would
think,
think-
I don't expect, detailed hearings on those, hopefully. I think those are, the ones that are in litigation, I think if we get sufficient compliance with the subpoena, I think the waivers are going to be appropriate. But a lot of that information, we'd rather have the information because it's hard to get during the court.
Well, we want to
process,
give you
so.
time too.
So here's the thing. So Amy and I talked about this. We are planning to get these out next week, presumably.
Yep.
The rules that we've gone over a number of times today give 10 days for objectors to produce those documents. So
Tuesday.
based on this, we'll have an answer on most of these commercial cases, what we want to do, hopefully by the 20th. So
Okay. So why don't we, since we're all pretty good on the 20th, Tracy, let's just schedule a long day on the 20th. Is that okay, guys?
Do we
yeah,
do all
the
of it?
only question mark again would be just that.
Yeah.
fish hatchery property, so we may need, if we decide to accept that form, we may need to schedule presumably
And
one or
then,
two more after that.
Just as a backup, guys, thinking this through, what does Monday the 26th look like for folks?
Good with me.
Monday the 26th.
So this room is only available until noon.
Perfect. That will take care of it.
Sure.
8:30 to noon. As a backup.
And then when were we going to hear?
Mr. Lee,
Oh, yeah,
okay.
that's right.
So for now, Tracy's going to book off the 20th for us. Dave's going to bring us all lunch from Panera, right? Dave is the new guy in the committee. And then the 26th that morning, Mr. Lee, Tracy maybe needs to reach out to him to get some clarification about exactly what his time is, but we want to be respectful of the gentleman, of course.
Sean, I believe he said he wouldn't be back until September 16th.
Right, and we're not going to go that late on this. We can't keep the book open that long, I don't think, so we want to.
Yeah, I mean, then the last option for, if we wanted to meet specifically for that one, he said he was leaving, I think, on July 31st, so that leaves, the remainder, well, not even really yet this week. We could do someday next week if there's availability. I know Tracy's got absentee voting that starts at the end of July, so to me, the option would be next week. And if we don't want to stay open through September.
No,
So-
great point, Andrew, but I just think we want to get this wrapped up. I am gone next Wednesday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I'm going to talk about when I sign those forms, but
Did you want to do a Friday?
you guys can do it without me. I mean, that's fine.
Well, it would only take
An
an
hour?
hour and a half if we're just hearing.
You could, I mean, if we do meet next week, depending on how long people have availability, we could entertain that fish hatchery property then.
Yeah, so we can do it, because it's why we have alternates, so everybody can't make it, we're fine, because we're all here, we all know what's going on, so nobody can
Yeah.
say, oh, I didn't know what happened here.
Yep.
So you guys shoot out some dates next week, if you want to do something, it's okay if I'm not around. I'm okay with it. So Andrew, what are you thinking? What works for you?
Friday the 26th?
If you did late morning, I could join you.
I'm not
This room
available.
is available all day on the 26th.
Carol's out, no offense, Carol, that's okay. What would a,
Who's not?
FACTv
FACTv is not available.
is throwing a wrench in.
Sorry, guys.
All day?
All day. Retreat.
Andrew, can you make anything else work?
Really, I guess next Wednesday, the 24th, is the only day that doesn't work for me.
Okay, so that gives some time.
So Tuesday.
So I'm gonna stay out of this, because
I am gone the 22nd, 23rd, and the morning of the 24th. So, but that Thursday, Friday, but FACT can't tape it, so.
Thursday, we're available.
What about the 29th? When is he leaving? The 31st?
yeah, he's leaving the 30th or 31st, so 29th, sure.
That's a Monday.
Did you say the 25th works?
25th works,
I mean, I'm available.
but Carol's
25th.
shaking her head no. First, we better count people for a quorum. If we do it, I'm fine with Thursday, the 25th. If we,
This room is available at, yeah, 10 a.m., 9:30, 10, until 4.
All right, let's shoot that, just as a backup, what's the 29th look like for people? The 29th.
is the only reason we're doing the 29th for the one party?
And the 25th, correct.
Yeah, we're checking the 25th and then 29th, just in case. 29th works for me.
Mr. Lee.
Both work for me.
What time on the 25th? Do we have a time?
10.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
I would say, Tracy, if you can get him in here on the 25th, and take care of the Summit Credit Union one as well. And then, just in case you want to get these out, if I'm not here, can Andrew, as the vice chair, sign those objections, those subpoenas?
That's a good question.
Well, he doesn't need to do it on record on.
Yeah, you don't need to do it on record. So what we would, so
Okay,
if you're.
I'll be back Friday.
Yeah, that was our kind of circle date was next Friday.
Just Tracy calls me or whatever.
Because you approved that the board is letting you sign it when they're ready. Yeah, not at the next
At will,
meeting.
or whatever, as
Yeah.
needed. Okay. Okay, so Tracy's got the 25th, and as a backup, she can fire the 29th. But you check with Mr. Lee and his wife, if you're okay with that, Tracy.
Certainly.
Okay, so probably the 25th, Richard, what did we decide on a time, do you remember?
10 a.m.?
10 a.m., okay. So 25th at 10 a.m., checking on the 29th, to be determined, all-day marathon on the 20th.
Of August.
And then we have one other August date, Tracy, that was what?
Correct. August 26th from 8:30 to noon as backup if we need it for anything that we haven't wrapped up.
And then we all, good. That would be
August
great
what,
to be done by
26th?
Labor Day.
Yep, August 26th
I thought it was the 27th.
from 8:30 to noon. August 20th from 8:30 all day.
To 4.
Plan on.
Yep.
That's for the 5 residential and going through.
Carol just said that we thought,
No, that's
is it the
fine.
26th or
Let's start from the
27th?
beginning. So July 25th at 10 a.m., we're going to hear the Lee case
Andrew, you're
Okay.
here, right?
with a backup of July 29th, time to be determined. August 20th at 8:30 a.m., we're going to hear the 5 residential, and we're going to go through the subpoena request
Tuesday.
and waiver request. August 26th
Okay.
from 8:30 to noon is a backup in case we weren't able to finish anything on the 20th. That's all right?
Good.
Chris, what is your thoughts on those 5 residential? They're gonna hang together, right? So we for sure will have them. Those 5.
Yeah.
Those will be for sure hearings.
Oh, yeah,
Four
yeah.
choice of
Okay.
words, John.
Okay, all right. Okay, wow. Any other announcements at all? Chris, anything you want to share with us at all? Anything else?
No, just want to say thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Julia and the whole team, Trent, everybody, Craig, thank you. Tracy, besides the dates, anything else you need from us as a committee?
Just a motion to suspend the meeting to July 25th at 10 a.m.
So moved.
Moved by Carlson, seconded by Slager. All those in
Second.
favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We are